Suddenly, the expressions of all the ancient souls changed drastically. Before Su Ming could take action, they themselves turned into auras and completely dispersed in this world. Chapter 398 The 9th Level White God Battle Body. Senior brother, Wanwan only needs this one time. The ancient souls in the sky disappeared, and all the elders and clan leaders of the Bai clan looked lost. The Bai clan once had an ancestral order, and the ancestral palace can only be opened by people of the clan. If it is opened by outsiders, the day when the Bai clan will be exterminated is not far away. Bai Qingshan, you are confused. Su Ming paid no attention to these people from the Bai tribe, and those supreme elders did not dare to take action against him. However, these people from the Bai tribe looked as if they had aged hundreds of years in an instant. It's no wonder that the luck accumulated by the whole clan for thousands of years was wiped out by him in one day. Who can bear this? And as Bai Qingshan was taken away by the woman in red, the spiritual power she retained in this world gradually dissipated. Su Ming's figure fell into a palace below. Inside the empty palace, there was only one girl sitting on the steps in a daze. Su Ming looked at the girl from a distance. In fact, compared to Mu Qingyan and other senior brothers and sisters, his feelings for Mu Wan are more complicated. In her 6th reincarnation, before the incident that deprived her of her spiritual veins, the young Mu Wan always had infinite trust in him, and she always had a sweet smile on her face when she faced him. At that time, Su Ming treated her like his own sister and hoped that she would grow up safely. But the price of her growth ultimately caused great harm to both of them. Su Ming recovered his thoughts and flicked his fingertips. A bolt of spiritual energy flew out and hit Mu Wan on the head. The girl was in pain and recovered instantly. She turned around and looked at Su Ming blankly. There seemed to be some unspeakable emotion in those big, smart eyes that was about to burst out in the next second. Silly. Another burst of spiritual power popped out, which was even more painful than before. After a long time, Mu Wan came back to her senses, then hurriedly stood up and looked at him with bright eyes. Elder brother. Her delicate body moved and she rushed over without even thinking. Su Ming glared at her and waved his hand to stop her. What do you want to do? Mu Wan wanted to rush into his arms and hug her senior brother tightly, but Su Ming stopped her. She couldn't beat the senior brother, so she could only say angrily, Master, she wants to bully you, Wanwan want to save you. Su Ming glanced at her and said, you are not a good person either. Mu Wan's face turned red with anxiety, but she didn't come out for a long time. Su Ming sneered, waved his hand, and directly wrapped her with spiritual power and took her out of the ancient Bai palace. As a result, as soon as he left the palace of the ancient Bai clan, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the host will automatically advance spiritual power and begin to fuse the White God bloodline. After the fusion is completed, the host's combat body can turn on the White God 9th level mode. Fusion time, 1 hour. Within 1 hour, the host cannot use spiritual power. Su Ming. The spiritual power in his hand slowly dissipated. The two of them landed in a somewhat desolate forest. This is still within the restricted area of life. Mu Wan looked at her senior brother blankly and blinked her shining eyes. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? Su Ming sat down cross-legged in front of an ancient tree. He raised his eyes and glanced at her. Don't ask, I will take you back to the sect after resting for an hour. Suddenly, Mu Wan noticed something amiss. She squinted her eyes and stepped closer to her senior brother. When the pair of snow-white, slender and straight calves stopped in front of Su Ming, Mu Wan finally couldn't help but reach out her little hand and gently poke her senior brother's chest. Su Ming said coldly, if you don't want to be beaten, just stay away from me. Hearing this, Mu Wan quickly retracted her little hand. Only a few minutes later, Mu Wan's delicate and cute little face frowned slightly, and then she rolled her big eyes and suddenly said, Elder brother, when I opened the teleportation array just now, I was accidentally injured. Please help me see if it's okay. Good. Don't bother me. Su Ming was a little impatient. Mu Wan looked directly at him, but she secretly formed a seal with her two little hands, and then a spiritual rope quietly extended from behind her, and then wrapped around Su Ming in front of her with a whoosh. Su Ming. Not only has this little girl grown up, she has also become bolder. Just when Su Ming stared at her, he noticed that Mu Wan's delicate and cute little face turned extremely red. Her beautiful eyes were full of love, and her eyes not only became blurred and charming, but also a bit sick. She had her hands behind her back, Her big eyes were smiling and pretty, and her eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. Her eyes were charming, and the corners of her small lips were slightly raised. Elder brother, don't try to lie to me. She has seen through that her senior brother does not have any spiritual power at all. Doesn't that mean, now the senior brother, she can do whatever she wants? Mu Wan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It was the first time she had done such a thing, and her cheeks became a little hot, but she would definitely not regret her choice today. Elder brother, you always said that you wanted to see what Wanwan will look like when she grows up. Now Wanwan will let you see that I have grown up. Su Ming, I regard you as my sister, and this is how you treat me. Mu Wan's long and delicate hair spread down and fell on one side of Su Ming's face. Her big eyes stared straight at Su Ming, and then her warm little lips quickly pressed against his. In this uninhabited restricted area of life, even if something happens, no one will know about it. Soon, a few sticks of incense passed. The first thing Su Ming did when he recovered his spiritual power was to pull Mu Wan over and give her a hard blow on the head. Believe it or not, I left you here, and no one will collect your body after you die. Quote. Mu Wan's face was full of grievance, her eyes instantly turned red, and she threw herself into the arms of her senior brother. She was like a clingy kitten that couldn't be pulled off, and even put her little head into Su Ming's robe. Eldest brother, even if you beat me to death, I will not regret it. She does not regret what she did to her senior brother today. Anyway, she is not planning to get married after his senior brother leaves. She knows that his senior brother will not take her to the God realm, so today is her last moment of attachment to her senior brother. From now on, she will choose to live alone in the lower world for the rest of her life. But the memories she had with her senior brother today will be remembered forever. This is her most precious thing. Su Ming sighed inwardly. Mu Wan in her arms stared up at him aggrievedly, tears flashing in her big eyes, and she begged pitifully, Elder brother, just this time, okay. Wanwan swears, there will never be another time. Don't let me forget you, my favorite senior brother, you are unique in Wanwan's heart. Su Ming waved his hand and took out a white handkerchief from the space spirit ring. He glanced at Mu Wan and saw the rosy look on her pretty face. He threw the white handkerchief to her and said, wipe it yourself. She was originally asked to wipe her tears. Seeing that her elder brother didn't blame her, Mu Wan's big eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Then when she saw the white handkerchief Su Ming threw over, her face suddenly turned red and she thought wrongly. Chapter 399 Mazan Anti, take 2000 years of detours. At this moment, Shen Yanzong was almost chaotic. Those who had gathered the right-handed power of the sects because of the priest's affairs, one by one, trembling on the peak below, looking at several women who confronted the air in the air, and the cold-killing opportunities that swept out. I wiped the cold sweat on my forehead, and I dared not show up at all. Just now there were two Zhengdao big gangsters who wanted to persuade him, but the show was second. At this time, he was lying on the ground with blood, and he didn't know if he was dead or alive. Damn, is a woman so fierce. I heard that they were all fighting for the Demon Zun. I really admire the Demon Zun. These women's temper is so hot that he can surrender. You are still too young, none of these women are good existence. I guess that the demon may also have a headache, so I just hid, no one can see it. Ah, I still envy the demon. You can envy you if you miss. How terrible these women are, these women. Who can't see who can suppress them except Demon Zun? Nympho. At the same time, just above the peak opposite, when a purple-black dress was groaning, holding a nine-tailed fox appeared here. Everyone can clearly feel that the whole sky seems to be quiet in an instant. Below, among the righteous forces, stunning eyes kept projected from all directions. At this time, Yuli seemed to have a lazy charm on the slender body. She was holding a nine-tailed fox in her arms, and glanced at the air with a cold and beautiful eyes, just a look, in the air, in the air, in the air, in the air, the spirit of a few women in the air. Force, they were instantly oppressed back to their respective bodies. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the delicate and cold face of Yuli, she seemed to be full of lazy charm at all times, and it was this that made her in the eyes of everyone, feel. Seeing Yuli shot, Snow Emperor and Tang Qingyan recovered their spiritual power, and their bodies landed at the same time, and they walked a junior ceremony towards Yuli. Yuli is Su Ming's aunt and their predecessors. Naturally, they have to call it. Yuli looked at the two women, smiling slightly. Su Ming's affairs, you don't need to worry about it. The two women quickly nodded. Since Yuli said so, it shows that Su Ming should be fine, otherwise, Su Ming's aunt's cultivation is now. Now, who dares to take Su Ming in front of her? In the air, Mu Qingyan looked at Yuli a little bit. But she found that Yila was slowly looking up and looked at her lazily. The latter jade hand gently stroked the soft hair of the nine-tailed fox, and the full breast was squeezed out when the nine-tailed fox was twisted by the nine-tailed fox. Is this, brother's aunt? Faced with this elder, she gritted her teeth slightly, and finally explained, I didn't want to hurt the master. I know. Yuli nodded, otherwise, you can't live now. Mu Qingyan was shocked. The sense of oppression of her aunt's aunt made her unable to resist at this moment. The latter was just a look, so she kept her whole body's spiritual power trembling. The spiritual power of the sky is dispersed. At this time, many women who have a relationship with Su Ming have also gathered in the air. Lu Han Yan, Yi Beimei, Ji Yu Qingwan, Su Yanxi, Hongyu, Sun Shuiyan, Lu Muxian, Lin Sheui. As for the juniors such as Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, they were very sensible and stood in the distance. Yuli glanced up and glanced at these women. When I thought of these was provoked by Su Ming's stinky boy, she couldn't help but taste a little bit of taste. The guy's ability to recruit butterflies was not small. He returned to God, that's it. As soon as she waved, today's things, let's stop, Su Ming has his affairs to deal with it. When he finish handling, he will naturally come back to see you. Hearing, the dare to refute the words of the aunt, nodded together. Seeing that these women were still tense just now, they murdered one by one. At this moment, in front of Yuli, they were very obedient, and everyone's eyes widened below. Then her eyes couldn't help but look at Yuli. This mysterious and tempting woman made them heartbroken. Everyone's eyes are stunning. It is estimated that even if it is the demon to come by themselves, there is no way to make these women so obedient. I heard that she is still the aunt of Mazan. Many monks looked at each other, and suddenly a thought appeared in their hearts. Nympho. After the incident, everyone disappeared. Before leaving, Yi Beimei looked at Ji Yu Qingwan and sneered. You can't get rid of you, you are really the most shameless woman I have ever seen. Since the incident of the Protoss, Ji Yu Qingwan has been in Shenyanzong, and even her holy tribe has not been careless. I have not seen the Tatarian people who are miserable now, and they are waiting for their emperors to go back to host the overall situation. Thinking of the things she had done to Su Ming before, the woman's skin was really thicker than the city wall. Facing the ridicule, Ji Yu Qingwan glanced at Yi Beimei and said coldly, where do I like to stay? It seems to have nothing to do with you, I am leisure. Quote. Yi Beimei snorted coldly, you think Su Ming will still want you, and you don't think about what you have done before. If I were Su Ming, I would have slapped you to death to avoid being an eyesore. Ji Yu Qingwan gritted her teeth and looked coldly, I don't need you to teach me a lesson about him and me. Hey, are you in a hurry? Yi Beimei laughed, hit me if you can. Let's see if Su Ming's aunt will kill you with a slap. Ji Yu Qingwan's chest rose and fell violently, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, when she thought of what Yuli had just said, she did not dare to take action. Her relationship with Su Ming was already very tense. If she left something bad for that aunt again, impression, then she really has no place to regret it. Yi Beimei knew this, so she deliberately spoke out to provoke her. Ji Yu Qingwan took a deep breath to calm down, glanced at Yi Beimei coldly, turned around and left. The two girls, Shui Huang and Tang Qingyan, came together. They needed to have a good talk about the matter between Su Ming and them. The two girls felt quite resentful in their hearts. Neither of them could give up on Su Ming, so it would be best. The only way is, of course, for them to work together. Other side, Su Ming didn't know that Yuli had easily solved a large Shura field for him. After he took Mu Wan out of the restricted area of life, he asked Mu Wan to return to the sect by herself, while he went to the Tianwu dynasty and Xuanlong domain. The result just showed up. Several hall masters of Yutian Palace saluted him respectfully and were about to take him to the underground palace where Queen Tianwu and her children were imprisoned. Mid-air. But a woman appeared. Su Ming looked in surprise. Looking at the beautiful woman wearing a green skirt, stepping on a spiritual phoenix, and wearing a married woman's bun, I suddenly felt a headache. Why is she here? Who could this woman be if she wasn't Su Qingning, the queen of the Su family? After a while, Su Qingning has received the news, but what about the other dragon girl Long Xian from the ancient dragon court? Really? Just when this idea came to his mind, another woman wearing light red body-hugging dragon armor passed through the space vortex and also appeared in midair. The woman's appearance is also very beautiful. She has a tall and curvy figure and is quite plump. However, her pretty face lacks some of the gentleness of a woman, and instead has a cold and glamorous flavor. She has a high ponytail and looks heroic. So cool. Dragon girl Long Xian, Su Ming had flirted with her when he went to the ancient dragon court in order to complete the system's villain mission to improve his cultivation. This woman had a somewhat hot temper. For a while, many big guys in Yutian Palace were silent. Your Majesty did not express his position, so they did not dare to speak at all. And in the air, Su Qingning looked at Su Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes. The dragon girl not far away also gritted her teeth and looked at him. The eyes of the two women looked like Su Ming had done something heinous and failed them. Chapter 400 Prince Tianwu, you are not allowed to move them. Intersection. Although the largest main palace complex in the Tianwu dynasty was abandoned due to the battle, people from the Yutian Palace took care of it during this period, and a few clean palaces were also cleaned up. Above the ruins, there is the Tianwu side hall. At this moment, countless guards stood outside the main hall, and they were heavily guarded. Several hall masters of the Yutian Palace stood outside the side hall with strange faces. They waited for the maid who went in to bring tea and water to come out, and then they hurriedly stopped the little maid. How's it going? What's going on over there, Your Majesty? Where did those two women come from? When had the little maid ever experienced such a scene? Suddenly faced with so many powerful people, her face turned red, she hurriedly lowered her head and said hesitantly. Slave, after I put down the tea, Your Majesty asked me to step back. Thinking of His Majesty, who is like a god descending to earth, her little face turned red. Although she only glanced at it from a distance, his unparalleled handsome appearance was deeply engraved in her heart, making her remember her for the rest of her life. Can't forget. But at this moment, the Lord, who is like a god descending to earth in the little maid's heart, was sitting in the side hall, pouring tea for the women on both sides of him with a calm expression. How did you know I would come here? Su Ming was curious. Su Qingning on the left glared at him but said nothing. Su Ming turned his attention to the dragon girl on the other side. The dragon girl was still wearing close-fitting soft armor at this time. The exquisite soft armor seemed to fit her perfectly. Under the soft armor, the plump part seemed to stick out in a perfect and attractive arc, which made her tall and plump figure. The contrast is concave and convex, making it particularly attractive. His eyes moved slightly downward, and he saw his voluptuous waist, and the sexy and slender legs exposed under the red soft armor. Su Ming couldn't help but take another look at these extraordinarily sexy legs, and then raised his hand to touch the dragon girl's head. Hey, where are the pair of dragon horns from last time? Without dragon horns, how can we still be called a dragon knight? Hear the words. Long Xian blushed and slapped his hand away. Who told you to touch me? In other words, the man in front of her was Su Ming, the bastard who flirted with her and ran away, making her miss him every day. If it had been any other man, he would have been slapped to death by her. Su Qingning glanced at Su Ming and said quietly, Grandma has told me before that men always like the new and hate the old. She told me not to come to him. I didn't believe it at that time. But now, I suddenly understand what Grandma meant. Facing the questioning looks of the two women, Su Ming thought of a question. Wait a minute, one of you is in the 9 realms and the other is in the ancient dragon court. How did you get together? Change the subject. The dragon girl's delicate hands pinched the soft flesh of Su Ming's waist. Hiss. This girl is really ruthless. If Su Ming's current physique wasn't so frighteningly strong, he might have been in pain for a while. Let's talk it over and don't do anything, Su Ming warned. The dragon girl gritted her teeth. This is a disguised admission, isn't it? Apart from us, do you have others? Su Qingning snorted, if you ask me, cut him up so that he can't do bad things. I'll see if any other women will like him. Su Ming, with all due respect, I'm afraid you two little girls still can't cut it. At most, you can only soften the hardware, and you'll still be crying and begging for mercy. After thinking about it, Su Ming stopped teasing them and told the two girls about the Kangming divine clan, but he did not tell them about his upcoming departure from the lower world. After listening to Su Ming's words, both women fell silent. After a long time, he hugged Su Ming's arms, one on the left and the other on the right. Only then did they tell how they knew Su Ming would come to the Tianwu dynasty. It turns out that Su Qingning had a grandfather who was kicked out of the 9 realms. Later, this grandfather joined the ancient dragon court and taught Long Xian how to practice. He was considered to be Long Xian's half-master. The 2 girls said that it was this grandfather who told them that Su Mingwei came to the Tianwu dynasty, so they came here in advance to wait for him. But when Su Ming asked about the identity of this grandfather, both women fell silent, and it was Su Qingning who finally spoke out. Her grandfather was not from the 9 realms, but a member of the abandoned dragon clan with dragon veins, so he was able to join the ancient dragon court. However, some time ago, after finding the 2 girls, he died. Before the soul of the grandfather dissipated, he told the 2 girls that Su Ming might have a huge disaster in the near future. This disaster would involve the Kangming divine clan and countless forces in the god realm, and even the immortal realm, domain. The 2 women were worried and came to him together. After hearing what they said, Su Ming was confused. Is there anyone in the Su royal family who can predict the future? According to his guess, Su Qingning's grandfather probably also came from the god realm, but he has passed away and he can't find him now. The 2 girls nestled in Su Ming's arms and said dully, "No matter what happens in the future, you must not leave us behind. We will face it together." Su Ming sighed slightly in his heart. The 2 women probably still don't know that he is leaving the northern spirit realm. Suddenly, Su Ming was a little surprised. Since Su Qingning's grandfather was also Long Xian's master, what about the 2 of them? As if she knew what Su Ming was thinking, Su Qingning puffed her lips and said, "I have discussed this with Sister Xian. If you dare to let us down in the future, we will never forgive you." Yes. Long Xian was still a little angry. She opened her red lips and bit Su Ming's arm hard. "If you dare to let us go, we will tie you up and lock you up for the rest of your life." Su Ming lowered his head and glanced at her, "Your dragon horn." Long Xian blushed and said angrily, "Do you like Longzhao that much?" Su Ming smiled, "After all, I haven't tried it before, so I am always a little curious." The dragon girl, who had never experienced certain things, looked puzzled. "What are you trying?" Su Qingning gave Su Ming a charming look, and suddenly felt the hot temperature where Su Ming's palm touched, and her cheeks turned red visibly. This bastard is capable of causing mischief. Dragon girl also noticed it and hurriedly tried to push Su Ming's hand away. But now that her delicate body is weak, how could she be Su Ming's opponent? What do you want to do? I'll help you check your health. Don't worry, I'm professional in this area. I don't want. Bah, you just want to cause trouble. The lights in the side hall are flickering. The Dragon Knight really has a different flavor. Although Su Ming was kicked by one of them, this experience was indeed quite novel. Of course, Su Ming did not forget his own business. When the people from Yudian Palace took him to the dungeon, a look full of hatred was suddenly cast on him. It was a boy who was bound by iron chains and whose breath was sluggish. He was hung in the dungeon with his limbs tied. The new son of destiny, Wu Luo. Su Ming took a look and saw that there was an inner room in the dungeon, and Queen Tianwu and her daughter Wu Yao were locked in the inner room. Looking at the dying Prince Tianwu, Su Ming flicked his finger, the chain broke, and the boy fell from the air. Then Su Ming raised his hand. The people in Yudian Palace behind him understood instantly and exited the dungeon with great discernment. "Are you still being stubborn now?" Su Ming sneered. He didn't have time to waste any more. He had to get the martial emperor's seal today. Wu Luo shouted angrily, "Even if you kill me, I don't know. Is it because I don't know, or because I don't want to take it out?" Wu Luo spat lightly, with a ferocious expression, "You devil, you killed my father and destroyed my dynasty, you don't have the qualifications." The martial emperor's seal was the most precious treasure of their royal family, and it was something his father would risk his life to protect. How could he give it to a demon like Su Ming? If he had the chance to go out, he would definitely kill this demon himself, cut off his head, and torture his body severely. Su Ming sighed. "At the beginning, your father said he wanted to destroy my Yudian palace and killed my people first. Now this ending is just your own fault." Then he looked towards the inner room of the dungeon and smiled slightly. "I wonder if your charming mother and your pitiful sister are as tough-tongued as you." Wu Luo was stunned. The next second, he looked at Su Ming walking towards the inner room, his face full of horror. "What do you want to do? Don't touch them." Chapter 401 Lingu, let me be satisfied first. At this moment, Wu Luo's eyes were bloody, like a crazy beast. He couldn't imagine his noble and elegant mother, and Bingqing Yuji's sister, who was insulted by the demon in front of him. Su Ming, you come to me with the ability. Wu Luo roared exhausted. Su Ming's black eyes squinted slightly, and his eyes suddenly became fun. He hooked his fingers, and an intangible spiritual power held Wu Luo's neck, and lifted him from the ground. Since I like it so much, let you look at it with my own eyes. How do I pry open your mother and your sister's mouth? The inner room of the dungeon is sealing the space. A beautiful woman wearing an expensive skirt, rich and mature, dignified and full of charm, was sitting on the bed to cultivate her tall girl beside her. At the moment Su Ming came in, the tender and white long legs of the two women were almost at the same time. Mother. Wu Luo was pinched in the air by his invisible spiritual power, constantly struggling. Hearing. Huo ran, the mother and daughter in the cultivation, opened her eyes. The two women saw Su Ming at a glance. Queen Tianwu suddenly bit her lip, Lu Mei frowned, and glanced at Wu Luo coldly, then she said in a word towards Su Ming, I said this after this, we didn't have what you wanted on us. Ancient Emperor Soldier. Beside the beautiful woman, the girl gritted her teeth, but the next second suddenly came into contact with Su Ming's deep black eyes. She changed her face and a little scalp. Su Ming smiled slightly. He approached slowly, with white clothes on his body, his face looked comfortable, but the whole person seemed to have an evil temperament, Qingjun an unparalleled appearance but made the mother and daughter inside slightly stunned. However, as Su Ming approached, the two women were vigilant instantly. Su Ming Wenrun laughed, I just want to talk to you, so afraid of me. Queen Tianwu's eyes were stagnant, and Wu Yao beside her was a little stunned. The two had only seen Su Ming before, but at that time, he was overbearing and unparalleled, and he defeated all the top strong men in the Tianwu dynasty. However, at this moment, although he still has the evil temperament on his body, it becomes so gentle, so that they cannot believe it. After a while, Queen Tianwu returned to God. She vomited, I know what you want after this, but I have said that the ancient emperor has never seen it after this, for you. Su Ming nodded, I believe this. Queen Tianwu was already afraid of Su Ming's unbelievable, and was about to say more, but Su Ming's sudden words made her a little overwhelmed. You know, why do you still need to force our mother and daughter? Su Ming stared at the two daughters with a similar face, glanced at the Prince Tianwu who was still struggling behind, and sighed. The first beauty in the Tianwu dynasty, I believe you should not be so stupid. Anyway, I can also save your mother and daughter, this is how you repay me. Quote. Hearing. The two women's complexion changed. Queen Tianwu gritted his teeth, what you said, after this I can't understand after this book. I really don't understand or don't you understand? Su Ming approached the two women, and gently picked the corner of the clothes on the shoulders of their snow and white fragrance. Next second, two strange stamps full of darkness, looming on the shoulders of the two women. Until this moment, Wu Luo in the back was stunned. Wu Yao's eyes were red, and suddenly gritted his teeth. Well, who can know, it turns out that Queen Tianwu and her daughter are just two spiritual slaves cultivated by Emperor Tianwu for the Emperor Tianwu. You don't want to say, don't say. Wu Yao's eyes turned red, interrupted Su Ming, and then she moved away from Su Ming's cold eyes, looking at Wu Luo behind, and the tears of hatred flowing in her eyes. Queen Tianwu didn't speak anymore. The jade hand was pinched, and even the nails were pushed into the meat, as if they couldn't feel the pain. On the other, Wu Luo looked at the two daughters dumbly, a little overwhelmed. Mother, do you know? It turned out that when Wu Luo was 10 years old, his father, Emperor Tianwu, told him that his mother and sister were for the spirit slave he cultivated since he was a child. Ding, absorbing the two women Yuanian, thus breaking through the emperor, and can cross the holy realm directly and achieve the emperor. Because he has been with the destiny since he was a child, he is destined to be extraordinary, and even have the opportunity to go to the legendary god's practice in the legend, so Emperor Tianwu has high hopes for him since he was a child, and he also cultivated these two spiritual slaves, that is, Queen Tianwu followed Wu Yao. He always thought that the two women never knew about it, nor did they told them, and since the age of 10, in his heart, he has always regarded the two women as his private property. That kind. After Wu Luo returned to God, he looked fierce and looked at Su Ming with his face. Ah! All the spiritual bones on his body suddenly broke, the whole person fell down from the air, and he fell to the ground with embarrassment. Under the intangible spiritual power, he kneeled in front of Queen Tianwu's mother and daughter. The bones are clicking. The mother and daughter looked at this scene, but their faces were extremely cold. Su Ming reached out to provoke Wu Yao's white chin, forcing her to raise her head. The latter looked at him a little scared. Su Ming turned his head to look at the mature charm of the Queen of Tianwu next to him, and then sat on the bed leisurely. Queen Tianwu moved his waist and wanted to be a little farther away from the man in front of him. As a result, Su Ming directly put his head on her white thighs, and stretched out his hand to pull her clean and long jade hands. On his shoulders. "Will you pinch?" Su Ming asked her. Queen Tianwu bit her red lips gently, looking at Su Ming's face close at her face flushed, and finally, she nodded gently. Su Ming smiled slightly, and put his 2 legs on the girl Wu Yao. "Then pinch, if you are satisfied, consider letting you leave." At this moment, Queen Tianwu feels like a little shame in her heart. After all, no matter what, her nominal son Wuluo is still here. Perhaps it was very shame in her heart. Her lightly and beautiful cheeks were already red, but they did not dare to refute Su Ming. They had to slightly bias their heads to the side and did not want to face the man in front of him. A pair of jade hands rubbed with some trembling. Good technique, it is indeed the first beauty of the Tianwu dynasty. Su Ming closed his eyes slightly and laughed. Queen Tianwu bit her lower lip, a little humiliated and shameful. "After this promise, please ask the demon not to say a word." Su Ming reached out and squeezed her daughter Wu Yao's pretty face at will. "Let me be satisfied first." Nympho. Just when Su Ming enjoyed the massage of the 2 women's hands. But on the other side, Wuluo's eyes were flushed, his eyes were covered with blood, and his mother and sister should be his woman who should belong to him. The top of the head becomes green. Next moment, the murderous intention was surging, and the spiritual power rose. "I kill you." Boom. In his body, with the flow of blood, an ancient emperor seal with a royal family was quietly rising. Chapter 402 Woawang's Seal, I Suffer a Loss. Roar. In Wuluo's body, there was a dragon yelling sounded. He moved in shape, and thousands of ancient emperor patterns were galloping all over the body, and then blood boiled. Intersection. Alas! The speed was as fast as the extreme, and a cruel smile appeared on his face, but when the fist was about to bombard Su Ming, Wuluo's eyes widened a little bit. His fist was so stiff in the air. The whole person can't get close to Su Ming. It turns out that the emperor has been hiding in your blood, letting you feed the emperor with blood. You really hurt you. Su Ming raised his hand and held it. Laugh. The robe on Wuluo instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. Under the robe, the normal flesh and blood body was absorbed by all blood at this moment by the martial arts in his body, leaving only some dry body. In the position of his chest, a beating heart entered his eyes. In the heart, an ancient emperor's ancient emperor was looming. Then the Prince Tianwu's pupils were tightened, and there was a strong fear in his eyes. He didn't understand why he sacrificed the blood on his body in advance to activate the invincible ancient emperor soldiers in the legend. Why is it? Can't defeat Su Ming. Intersection. Wuluo was unwilling. He looked at the Queen Tianwu beside Su Ming and his sister Wu Yao. The blood-red eyes were full of anger. Su Ming raised his palm, and his invisible space spiritually pressed the ancient emperor's soldiers on Wuluo, slightly trembling, and when the ancient emperor was aware of the danger, he was ready to escape from Wuluo. In the space, the one ding and one sword and one tower emerged out of thin air. The emperor's seal suddenly stagnated in the air and dared not move. Wuluo gritted his teeth and laughed wildly. Su Ming, you are delusional. My father said that people who have no emperor's blood don't want to control the emperor's seal for a lifetime. Haha, if you are willing to be my son, I can consider printing the emperor. Without playing Su Ming, Wuluo could only vent his humiliation and anger in his heart in this way. However, the sound has just fallen. He saw a scene that made him incredible in his life. The martial arts seal that even his father could not control, but at this moment, slowly shrink into a slap size, and fell into Su Ming's hands extremely obediently. The appearance was like Su Ming was an inherent owner. Traitor! You traitor! Wuluo yelled at Woawangyan, took most of his blood on his body, but turned his face and rebelled. He was so angry that he vomited a lot of blood. Not only that, the next second, he also saw a scene that made him vomiting blood even more. I saw Su Ming's eyes teased. While Queen Tianwu stunned God, she evoked her white chin. You stop your mouth and give me your mouth. Wuluo was so angry that his eyes were red, but he could only watch it. He couldn't do anything. Nympho. Wu Yao hurriedly didn't face his face, and his beautiful face blushed with blood. She was adopted by her mother since she was a child. In her memory, even the Emperor Tianwu had not been able to contact her mother so intimately. What's more, it is still in front of them. This devil, he is too bold. On the other, Queen Tian was shocked, and her body trembled. Then the shame in her heart stunned, she suddenly gritted, You let me go. Su Ming let go of her. Then he looked at Wu Luo with a look of fun, so big, should you call his father to listen? Puff. Wu Luo was vomiting blood, and the nails of both hands were deeply pushed into the ground, blood dripping, and roared, I want to kill you and kill you. As the prince of the Tianwu dynasty, the emperor of the future, he couldn't stand such humiliation. At this moment, his father's grave was all turned green. Su Ming's move was tantamount to stepping on their father and son's head, them. As long as a man, who can stand such humiliation? Boom! He broke out again, breaking the ground with a punch, and his body burst out. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the body flew out at a faster speed, smashed into the corner, and sorrowful. Su Ming played the sleeves of the bouncing clothes and glanced at the emperor's seal in his hand. When the palm of his hand was pinched, the emperor was printed into several imperial patterns, and he entered his body. Time. A sharp and overbearing breath suddenly exuded from his body. The breath was like the emperor who was high in 9 days and 10 places. Feeling this domineering atmosphere, Queen Tianwu's tall and mature body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked at the handsome and unparalleled man in front of her. This unsatisfactory oppression and the charm of his body, these things were never felt by the Emperor Tianwu who once dominated the entire dynasty. But when I thought of this man just raised her chin just now, he forced her. Queen Tianwu gritted his teeth slightly, his heart was a little angry. Su Ming saw through her mind, and said, Well, why is the queen so much angry? The anger is too big to be bad. Besides, I have done such a thing for the first time. You don't suffer. Quote. You. After listening to this, Queen Tianwu bit her red lips and looked at him. Su Ming stretched his waist, and then sniffed the fragrance of her body, and thought that the queen just now looked somewhat jerky. Curious, is it difficult? The queen did not do such a thing before. Yes, after all, the 2 daughters are the spiritual slaves cultivated by Emperor Tianwu for his son. They must be the body of finish. If Yuanian is lost, it is meaningless to cultivate the spiritual slave. So, Wu Luo and Wu Yao and the queen should have no blood relationship. When he heard Su Ming's question, Queen Tianwu was ashamed and angry, but now her life and Wu Yao's life are pinched on this demon. Thinking of this, she didn't speak, her eyes were slightly drooping, and her eyes couldn't help showing a trace of sorrow. This looks like this, where there is a little shadow of the noble queen. It's just a beautiful wife who was arbitrarily controlled by Su Ming. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the emperor's seal. The son of destiny Wu Luo, the destiny loss is 70%. The host has ended the plot of the Tianwu dynasty. Due to the changes in the world's plot, automatically unlock the identity of Queen Tianwu's previous life. Nangong Chuyu. Queen Tianwu, the previous life was Shanwu Shenyu, one of the top 10 sacrifice masters of Shangong, pregnant with the fairy spiritual pulse. After the plot of the Tianwu dynasty, when the host leaves the lower boundary, she and Wu Yao will be returned by the fairy palace to inherit the position of the predecessors of the past. Hear the sound of the system. Only then did Su Ming react. The son-in-law in front of him was one of the top 10 gods in the past. You know, the sacrifice of each divine domain has unparalleled power, and the head of all the sacrifice is the big sacrifice, just like the big priest of the Kangxian Prince Kangyu, she is under her hands, and naturally controls it. With a group of respected sacrifice. In this way, the queen will inherit the position of the sacrifice of Shanwu Shenyu in the future. With this layer of identity, you can use it. Thinking of this, Su Ming naturally caught the beautiful white and tender hands of Nangong Chushui, while playing with a tender voice, except for the emperor's seal, did the queen know, why did I have it? Can't live with Emperor Tianwu. He was boldly grasped by this man again, and was forced to contact him with physical contact. Nangong Chushui was ashamed and angry, but in the end, he did not break away from him. She blushed, leaned her head aside, whispered, What do you want to say? Su Ming sighed, his fingers stroked her cheeks, I don't know that the queen can't remember. In front of the martial arts hall, the deity saw you at first glance. Hearing, Nangong Chu Shui trembled. It was also the first time she saw Su Ming. At that time, he was overbearing, and a look at the Emperor Tianwu could not raise his head. It is also the first time she knows that in this world, there are still such domineering men. When I saw Nangong Chushui a little lost, Su Ming smiled slightly. When I met for the first time, I was thinking that a beauty like the queen would actually be reduced to someone else's spiritual slave. Quote. So, I killed him. Nangong Chushui looked at Su Ming a pair of moist eyes. She was trembling, and her beautiful eyes were full of unbelievable eyes. She couldn't believe that Su Ming was actually for her before she killed it. Emperor Tianwu. Why, don't you believe it? Nangong Chushui shook his head, and suddenly he reacted to the real meaning of Su Ming's words, and his cheeks were red instantly. Demon Zun, after this, she has already married a woman, or the mother of the 2 children. How can you have that kind of thought? She gritted her teeth. Although the 2 children were not born, she did have really been their mother for more than 10 years. Su Ming was funny, and at a glance, the embarrassing emperor's prince was not far away. Just this waist, so, I can eat some losses. From now on, I care about his name, and he calls my father. The words fall. Nangong Chushui's eyes widened. Her cheeks were covered with blushing cheeks, and she instantly became ashamed. On the other side, Wuluo's eyes full of blood, full of hatred and madness. If his eyes could be killed, Su Ming had been killed hundreds of times. Chapter 403 Ancient Demon Court, Su Tianxi. Boom. Suddenly, a particularly terrifying shaking sound came from the ruins of the entire Tianwu dynasty palace. In the void, a withered palm filled with mottled divine patterns appeared out of thin air and directly pulled Wu Luo into the void. Su Ming sneered. As expected, the son of destiny is different. As long as he is in a desperate situation, someone will definitely come to save him. But, you still want to save people in front of him. I can only say naive. Click. Just when Wu Luo was about to be sucked into the void, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his body. The light was like the rising sun, and then the spiritual power in Wu Luo's body began to attack his body crazily. Boom. The next second, his whole body expanded instantly, and his body was overwhelmed and cracked, like a human-shaped bomb that could explode at any time. Then, the moment he was swept into the void by the withered palm, it completely exploded with a bang. The power of the explosion was so powerful that even the void could not withstand it. Just a wisp of residual power seeped out and illuminated the entire sky blood red. On the ruins outside, countless people stared blankly into the void, their eyes hurting deeply from the light. But they saw clearly that the withered palm covered with mottled divine patterns was torn apart in the explosion. Vaguely, they seemed to hear a shrill roar and curse coming from the void, and the sound sounded particularly miserable. The sky outside also dimmed rapidly at this time. You bastard, you dare to cheat on me. The sound of curses echoed from the void. Then the light faded, and a man with vertical pupils appeared in midair. The man was wearing gray clothes, with the head of a human and the body of a snake. His lower body was actually the tail of an ancient dragon python. The palm of his right hand was dripping with blood. He was staring down with a gloomy face. Over the ruins of the palace, Queen Tianwu and her daughter left the dungeon and appeared here. However, when Nangong Chushui saw the man in gray robe with the head of a human and the body of a snake in the sky, her beautiful eyes changed. Dragon Snake Demon Lord. Nangong Chushui recognized the identity of the gray-robed man. He was the demon master her husband, Emperor Tianwu, once worshipped day and night. She even personally built a statue of this demon master and erected it in the Emperor Wu Palace. She didn't expect that the demon lord, who she thought existed only in legends, was actually a real person. In midair, the dragon snake demon lord's pair of vertical pupils glanced slightly, and he found Su Ming's figure below. Looking at the guy who had destroyed his right hand, his face twitched. But the next second, when Su Ming looked up, the moment dragon snake demon lord saw Su Ming's face clearly, his eyes widened instantly. Su Tianxi, it's you. As soon as the words came out, the dragon snake demon lord reacted and slapped his head suddenly. No, 9,000 years ago, Su Tianxi, who was once the #1 genius in the demon realm, is dead. You are not him. But your appearance is exactly the same as his. Dragon snake demon lord was a little shocked. This was the first time he saw that there were two people in the world who looked exactly the same. Su Ming frowned when he heard the words of the dragon snake demon lord. 9,000 years ago. Could it be the reincarnated body of the past? After all, the reincarnation body is reborn every 3,000 years, and he now has the memory of Zhang Muyun 3,000 years ago, but the previous reincarnation body is somewhat different from his this time. In 3,000 years, all reincarnation bodies could only reincarnate once before, but this time in Shenyang sect, he reincarnated for 6 lifetimes. Su Ming himself couldn't understand why this reincarnation was different from the previous ones. For example, in Zhang Muyan's life, during the 3,000 years, he did not go through 6 reincarnations like Su Ming. Instead, he died and waited for 3,000 years before he was reborn and became the Su Ming he is now. As for this 6th reincarnation, Su Ming suspected that it was probably due to the system. But in the first 5 lives, he did not have an awakening system. Other side. Dragon Snake Demon Lord smacked his lips and said coldly to Su Ming, "No matter who you are, if you dare to cheat on me, I think you are tired of living, but if you hand over the Martial Emperor seal, I will consider sparing your life." Quote. The Martial Emperor's seal was a treasure from heaven and earth that all the demon emperors in their ancient demon court were eager to pursue 9,000 years ago. At that time, the Martial Emperor's seal recognized Su Tianxi, the first genius of the demon clan, as its master, so he had no chance. Now he has been waiting for 9,000 years, and finally waited for the Martial Emperor seal to be reborn, but ended up falling into the hands of a boy who looked exactly like Su Tianxi. Take it back, how can you swallow this breath? Su Ming stared at the Dragon Snake Demon Lord. The name Su Tianxi felt inexplicably familiar to him, which made him even more certain that there must have been a reincarnation body 9,000 years ago, and that reincarnation body was the person mentioned by the Dragon Snake Demon Lord. Now, every time he awakens the memory of the reincarnation body, he can not only gain the previous cultivation level, but also gain the spiritual skills and experience gained in each reincarnation body. These have greatly helped to improve his combat power. If it were not for the integration of Zhang Muyan's cultivation 3,000 years ago, his current strength would not be able to reach the point where he could initially rival the gods, let alone break the shackles of the gods. Think about it this way. Su Ming felt that perhaps the existence of each reincarnation body had its own meaning. "Boy, are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying?" Seeing Su Ming ignore him, Dragon Snake Demon Lord became furious and suddenly pinched Su Ming with his palm. The spiritual power shatters the space, bringing a terrifying sense of oppression. The cultivation of this Dragon Snake Demon, even if it does not reach the state of God, is at least the pinnacle of the Emperor. Su Ming spread his palm. Sacrifice the Emperor's seal. Boom. In the end, the ancient patterns were condensed. In the end, these gods seemed to turn into a pair of thousands of ancient imperial wings. They stretched away from behind Su Ming, making him look like the ancient emperor came. This fluctuation, the attack of the Dragon Snake Demon stopped in front of Su Ming, and it would not score. His eyes shook. Boom. As a result, the next second, Su Ming punched him directly into the ground. The Dragon Snake Demon rushed up from the deep pit, and the tail swept the ground, and there was a trace of blood flowing down at the corner of the mouth. His eyelids twitched and couldn't help but speak out. Quote, "I won't fight with you." His tail was swept away, and he was far away. Result. He was faked back by Su Ming again. "Can I not fight if I don't fight?" Boom. It's another punch. His bones were almost scattered. In the end, he couldn't carry it. He covered Qinghong's eyes and surrendered decisively. "I can let me go." Su Ming slowly landed in front of him, put away the Emperor's wing, and faintly said, "The Su Tianxi you said, I am a little interested." The Dragon Snake Demon stared at him and suddenly vomited, "Don't be interested in him." Su Ming smiled slightly, and his calm smile looked at the Dragon Snake Demon's eyes, but he made him a little numb. He hurriedly said, "To tell you the truth, although Su Tianxi is the first day of the demon, but it is the first fool of our ancient demon court. The Emperor's seal was given to others, and the demon Emperor's bones in the body also sent it out, and even lost their lives." Quote. As a result, the woman transplanted his demon Emperor bone to a brother of her, and also gave the Emperor's seal to the brother, making him a joke of the whole demon family. Hearing Su Ming frowned, "Pursue a woman." The Dragon Snake Demon nodded deeply, "Isn't it? 9,000 years ago, the demon emperors, Shi, that woman, Qingyan Wushuang, many of the demon people admired her. Originally, she was still close to Su Tianxi. Many people thought they were together. Every day, people in the demon ting saw Su Tianxi asking her warmth to her, and cared about it. She did not refuse Su Tian, evil. Until one day, one of her brothers appeared. Alas, the brothers and sisters were affectionate, and Su Tianxi, the demon tribe, became a joke in the eyes of others on the first day. After listening to the words of the dragon snake demon, Su Ming was surprised. Isn't this fuck just licking the dog? Chapter 404 9,000 years ago, Teacher and Apprentice. The ancient demon court was the forces that ruled the entire lower realm 9,000 years ago. At that time, in the lower bounds, the demon tribe was the largest race, and the ancient demon court was in charge of the 6 major demon emperors and the 3 major demon emperors. Shishi is one of the 6 major demon emperors. 9,000 years ago, she was the demon emperor of the ancient demon court. I don't know how many strong men among the demon clan are upside down. At that time, the dragon snake demon was just an unknown disciple among the monster. In the face of characters like the demon emperor Shishi and Su Tianxi, he could only look up. Although the era of the demon tribe has come to an end. However, the demon emperors who used to be the ancient demon court, except for the few falls, have all broke the void and went to one of the top 10 gods. Among them, it includes the demon emperor's stagnation. Today, she is a well-known in the demon domain. He is in charge of the ancestor of the demon domain. It is said that the Shifeng domain owner of the demon domain and the 3 great gods of the demon god palace have pursued her. Su Ming was curious and looked at the dragon snake demon. Everyone went to the demon domain, why are you still here? Dragon snake demon, I want to go. He poured his lips, the deity is an old man. He saw the ancient demon court from the peak of the previous peak to such a desolate situation today. Su Ming smiled. Dragon snake demon gritted his teeth, don't you believe it? I believe. Su Ming nodded. Then I can leave, right? I don't stop you. The dragon snake demon took a careful look at Su Ming, and the next second, he suddenly gritted his teeth, and it was far away. Looking at the figure that turned into the void, Su Ming's eyes flickered. But in the end, I did not shot. This dragon snake demon was abolished by him, and he couldn't recover for decades, and such a character was not worthy of his emphasis but that the demon domain. After going to Shira god realm, he wanted to make up the top 10 ancient emperors, and he would definitely contact several other god domains. At that time, the demon domain would not be avoided. Now the emperor's seal is already in hand. Only the god Yuan in Tianyuan Sea. At this time, Su Ming suddenly felt something. He raised his palm and saw the emperor's seal who was originally integrated into his body, but trembled and rushed out, flying around him, and finally suspended him slowly in him. Before you. Immediately after the emperor's seal, a light was projected, shining in Su Ming's eyebrows, and then plundered into his mind. In the light, the faintness is some memory pictures. By the way, the dragon snake demon Zun said that Wawangyan once recognized the demon of Su Tianxi on the first day of the demon. These vague memory pictures should be unexpectedly printed at that time. It's just that most pictures are particularly blurred. The clearest is only 2 scenes. The first scene. It was 9,000 years ago, on a desert island called the Demon Realm. Because the demon clan and the human race started war, now the corpses outside are all over the country, and the war has led to countless mainland blood flowing into a river. However, although this desert island is desolate, it is like a fairyland in the war. Old, weak and disabled, who do not have the ability to survive outside, can survive peacefully here. The island owner of the desert island is the prince of the first fairy sect in the waters of the demon. She is kind-hearted and can lead a disciple to the demon realm and open up this weak desert island. The disciple she brought is Su Tianxi, the first day of the ancient demon court. Su Ming's mind turned around. The faint cold moonlight poured down in the picture. It was on the deserted island on the sea level. The bonfire rose, a white-fitting man, and picturesque man who was sitting in front of the bonfire tightly. In front of the man, the gentle woman in the white skirt was grilled the grilled fish for him, and the faint fragrance made the man open his eyes, and then helplessly, "Master, I have a hand by myself." The woman looked back at him, without talking, but just took the roasted fish and handed it to him. The man tasted a sip, and immediately revealed it. The woman stared at him. "How, the master is not delicious." "No, you put salt." The woman blushed. "I forgot." The man was helpless, got started in person, and the grilled fish was overflowed with the last grilled fish. The woman smiled. "I still have the ability." Speaking of her, picked up the grilled fish. "I'll open my mouth and feed you to eat." Man. Su Ming, who saw this scene, was also silent. Since it was the memory picture of the martial arts seal, there was no doubt that the man in white was Su Tianxi. As for the woman next to him, he should be the master of the first fairy sect and taught him to cultivate. So Su Tianxi had such a master. The two masters and apprentices in the picture are very warm. Su Tianqi's master may have never experienced life in the world because he is the master of Shanzong and lacks some experience in life. It was almost good to him, and was willing to put down his body for him and do something that he had never done in his life. He grilled fish when he cultivated. If the clothes are broken, they will be grabbed over to make up for him. Su Tianqi is tired of cultivation, and she will let him lean on her side and slowly give him the spiritual veins with spiritual power. Master, when will we go back? Where to go back? Back to Zongmen, where is our home? Fool. In the picture where Su Tianqi couldn't see, Su Ming saw it. Just when the woman finished scolding him for being such a fool, she stared deeply at her apprentice, then turned her head and looked absently into the distance. On the sparkling sea surface, a smile appeared on the corner of that gentle mouth, and he murmured to himself, "The place where you are is the master's home." Su Ming was silent. Looking at the pair of masters and disciples in the picture, he thought of his master Bai Qingshan in his mind for some reason. Then he shook his head in amusement. The picture in my mind turned. As a member of the demon clan, Su Tianqi belongs to the demon realm. In order to activate the demon veins in his body, he must go to the demon realm. Master, don't worry. Once I activate the demon veins and awaken the demon emperor's spiritual bones, I will come back to find you. When the two masters and apprentices parted, the woman looked at him dreamily, stretched out her jade hands to hold his face. You must remember that in this world, no other woman can be trusted except the master, do you understand? The man was confused. The woman pinched his face and said, "My silly disciple, how many people out there are coveting the demon emperor's spirit bones in you, especially those beautiful women. The prettier they are, the more they deceive others. Don't be deceived by their sweet words." Quote. Well, in this world, I only trust the master. The young boy who had never been to the demon realm made his promise in front of his master. Chapter 405 Promise Master, Return to the Demon Clan. There were intermittent scenes of rubbings in Emperor Wu's seal, many of which even Su Ming couldn't see clearly. All we know is that after Su Tianqi went to the demon realm, he quickly became a disciple of the Shifang demon sect. It was also here that he met the son of destiny of this era. As a villain who was reincarnated 9,000 years ago and was abandoned by heaven, no matter how kind-hearted Su Tianqi was under the guidance of his master, his fate as a villain was already doomed from the moment he met the son of destiny. 9,000 years ago, the demon clan was prosperous. The sons of destiny in this era were born among the demon clan. Su Tianqi returned to the demon realm and joined the ancient demon court. In 3 years, he grew into an elder of the demon sect that everyone respects. But it was also at this time that the protagonist of destiny appeared. The two had no connection at first. For 3 years, Su Tianqi stayed in the demon sect to practice every day and rarely went out. He wanted to complete the practice quickly and then go back to find his master. However, unintentionally, the protagonist of destiny found out that he had practiced in the first immortal sect, and was also the master of the first immortal sect, the disciple of the so-called first fairy in the human race, Yu Qingyi. The protagonist of destiny has also been to the first immortal sect, and once wanted to become a disciple of that fairy, because the first time he saw the fairy, he was completely obsessed with the fairy's beauty and gentle and cold temperament. That is the most beautiful and mature woman he has ever seen in his life. He never couldn't get the woman he wanted. But this time, he was extremely talented, but he was rejected by that fairy. The son of destiny turned around and joined the demon sect and became the young master of the demon sect. From the moment he knew that Su Tianqi was Huan Qingyi's disciple, he had already thought about how to deal with the pair of masters and disciples. From that day on, whenever Su Tianqi was practicing, he would have people take advantage of Su Tianqi's reputation to go to the human realm and go on a killing spree. Not only that, he would burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil, which made people and gods angry. Just a few months, without Su Tianqi even knowing it, he had become the most notorious demon in the human world. With such a bad reputation, even the demon clan, which has always been at odds with the human race, has many people starting to fear him, because the human race who died tragically at his hands never had an intact corpse, and some people from the demon clan said that they had seen it with their own eyes. When Su Tianqi arrived, he even spared the young children of several years old in the human realm. The boys were directly brutally tortured and killed, while the girls were. Such an unsightly thing spread quickly. Su Tianqi soon completed his training, and he was eager to return home. The first thing he did was to return to the original Chaos Demon Island. But the next scene, even Su Ming was stunned for a moment. In my mind, in the picture, the once peaceful island is now in ruins. The whole island is littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Not only Su Ming, but also Su Tianqi in the picture was stunned. At this time, there were two old people who survived in the ruins with rickety bodies, fighting each other for the only food in their hands. When the two saw Su Tianqi falling from the sky, they trembled all over, and their eyes instantly became frightened. Then he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed desperately, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me. You have already killed my granddaughter and killed so many people. Please let us go." The fear in their eyes was definitely not fake, but real fear. Su Tianqi frowned. He had just taken a step closer to the two of them, and before he asked, they were so frightened by him that they fainted in the next second. Su Tianqi was stunned. He seemed to sense something, and when he turned around, he saw the master he missed day and night. He opened his mouth, but before the words came out, Ruan Qingyi stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Although she said nothing, one could feel an obvious sadness in her eyes. But the moment she saw Su Tianqi, she still smiled, and deep in her eyes she missed him more than anything else. "Master." As soon as Su Tianqi spoke, he was interrupted by his master. Wan Qingyi shook her head and said slowly, "This is all my fault. It was my incompetence as a master that led you astray. I don't blame you." Her voice was slightly trembling, but very soft. But the sadness in her words made Su Tianqi a little overwhelmed. He wanted to ask what happened. Can be followed immediately. With the help of the protagonist of Destiny, countless top powerhouses in the human domain appeared on the island. "Su Tianqi, you are full of evil and wantonly slaughter innocent creatures. You have been expelled from our one immortal sect long ago. How dare you come back? Today, we will do justice for heaven. You evil devil has tarnished the reputation of our immortal sect. You deserve to die." The endless curses made Su Tianqi react quickly. He exhaled. "Those things you said were not done by me." The words just fell. The protagonist of Destiny walked out with a sinister smile on his face. "You didn't do it. You are so embarrassed to say that although the demon clan is at odds with the human race, they will never do anything to the weak and innocent, but you are good, even a few years old. Don't let it go, you are really worthy of your name, Su Tianqi." Under the arrangement of heaven, Su Tianqi was quickly confirmed as the villain. Ruan Qingyi's heart ached. She never believed that the always kind-hearted apprentice would do such a thing that was outrageous to both humans and gods, even if everyone here was convinced of his crime. At this moment, she still chose to believe in her apprentice, but the unanimous consensus made it impossible for her to defend herself. "Ruan Qingyi, as the leader of the first immortal sect, this is the good disciple you taught." Countless elders of the immortal sect gritted their teeth. They knew that the sect leader was kind-hearted and could not bear to see the suffering in the world, so they were deceived by Su Tianqi. These people did not listen to Su Tianqi's explanation and directly attacked him. Su Tianqi looked at his master. He stood there without resisting. Countless spiritual powers penetrated his body. Ruan Qingyi's heart tightened, looking at this scene, looking at the young man whose body was penetrated by spiritual power and instantly became dripping with blood. She seemed to be in pain and couldn't breathe. Tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. The next second, her figure suddenly disappeared in place. "You all said that he did those things. In that case, I will bear all the mistakes my apprentice made for him." A cold voice resounded. Yu Qingyi's cold figure suddenly stood in front of Su Tianqi, bearing all the impact of spiritual power for him and taking on all the crimes for him. She turned back to look at the young man behind her, with a gentle smile overflowing from her lips. She stretched out her blood-stained jade hand and gently held her apprentice's face just like 3 years ago. "Silly apprentice, do you have any time to go out? Listen carefully to the master, have you ever been deceived by another woman?" Quote. Su Tianqi looked at her blankly. Watching countless spiritual powers passing through her body, watching her pretty face turn pale, losing control of her body little by little, slowly falling into her arms, but still looking at him longingly, murmuring softly, "Promise master, go back to the demon clan, and you are not allowed to come back again." This moment, the eyes of the originally innocent young man gradually became filled with a hint of mad murderous intent. Chapter 406 I always listen to my master. Yu Qingyi, your crime of harboring evildoers is unforgivable. Let me see how you explain it to your elders. Countless immortal sect elders are aggressive. The protagonist of Destiny in the back was full of jealousy and wished he could slap Su Tianxi to death and hold his fairy master in his arms instead. But the scene that happened next made him a little dumbfounded. Su Tianxi, who had never killed anyone before, seemed to be possessed by the god of death at this moment. His extremely cold eyes and the evil aura emanating from his body made countless people laugh. People are intimidated. The protagonist of Destiny got scared and ran away first. But the group of elders of the immortal sect and countless strong men of the righteous forces were all buried on this deserted island littered with corpses in the next second. Unfortunately, even if all these people were killed, his master fell into a coma due to excessive injuries. He called his master stupid. He didn't resist because those people couldn't hurt his demon emperor's body, but she didn't resist either. She was simply a fool. His eyes turned red as he cursed. Later, Su Tianxi took his seriously injured master to the medical emperor sect of the foreign clan. He learned that his master's spiritual veins were seriously damaged and wanted to save his master. Unless he had the demon god's pill from the demon god palace, the demon god's pill was extremely powerful. It is so precious that only the master of each term of the demon god palace has one. He went to the demon god palace alone and found the palace master of this term. However, because he was carrying the spirit bones of the demon emperor and his horrific record on the Luanmo island, the master of the demon god palace put forward a condition, that is, he becomes a demon and pursues his daughter, the demon emperor Changxi. As long as he can catch his daughter, not to mention the demon god pill, even the demon god palace can give it to him. The young man did not hesitate. The scene after that was almost consistent with what the dragon and snake demon king said. Su Tianxi's personality changed drastically, and he pursued the demon emperor Changxi in a high-profile manner, so that in the eyes of many people, he, the demon clan's #1 genius, actually became the demon king. Huang Changxi's dog licking was often laughed at by many people in the demon clan. But it's a pity that because of the bad reputation he had been framed by the protagonist of Destiny in the past, he has become an alien in the eyes of many people in the demon clan, let alone the demon emperor Changxi. Naturally, it is impossible for him to do anything good to him at first. His expression was extremely disgusting towards his pursuit. However, as Su Tianxi's status in the demon clan rose and she had more contact with him, Demon Emperor Changxi gradually changed her view of him and became less resistant to his pursuit. It's a pity that as a villain, he is destined to be a stepping stone for the protagonist of Destiny. Just when Demon Emperor Changxi gradually accepted his pursuit and even began to like him, the protagonist of Destiny appeared again, and he happened to have trained with Changxi in the same demon sect and was Changzai's senior brother. No matter how much Su Tianxi pursues, he can't compare with the words of the protagonist of Destiny. All he did was just thinking about your demon god palace and your demon king status. Don't forget the things he did before. In this way people, don't you feel disgusted? One sentence. Changxi hesitated completely, and finally rejected Su Tianxi. The protagonist of Destiny used Changxi to trick Su Tianxi into getting the martial emperor's seal and the demon emperor's spiritual bone. In order to save his master, Su Tianxi could lose everything, but in the end he learned the truth and saw the fateful protagonist appearing next to Changxi. He finally laughed to himself and said, "It turns out that God has been playing tricks on me from the beginning. Su Tianxi, you are really pathetic." The smile on the face of the protagonist of Destiny was particularly joking. So what if I was born with the spirit bones of the demon emperor? You are destined to be stepped on by me. Su Tianxi exhaled. He didn't say anything. He held the sword and fought, crazy like a demon. This battle shook the demon realm. Unfortunately, without the martial emperor's seal and the demon emperor's spirit bone, he is no match for the Destiny protagonist, let alone this time the palace master of the demon god palace is still on the Destiny protagonist's side. At the last moment of his life, Su Tianxi saw his master. He saw his master picking him up and wiping the blood stains on his body. He saw her lips opening and closing, trying to say something, but in the end she burst into tears. Even if he becomes possessed, the gentle master will always be the last light in Su Tianxi's heart. Master, don't cry. Su Tianxi wiped the tears from her master's face with a warm smile. I will only listen to the master's words in my whole life. He was indeed not deceived by other women. He did all this just to save his master, so he was willing to do so. He only hopes that in the next life, he and his master can live happily together forever, just like they lived on that desolate island. That is his lifelong pursuit. Su Tianxi died, and his body was burned by the protagonist of Destiny. However, Qingyi, who witnessed all this with her own eyes, saw her apprentice's body being swallowed up by the flames. She, who had been kind since she was a child, finally couldn't hold back the violence in her heart. Angry, blood and tears flowed from her eyes. That moment, she is possessed. With tears in her eyes, she raised her head and asked the sky, "Why do we do good deeds throughout our lives and never bully the weak? Why do you have to be so cruel to him?" Answered her, "There was only the blazing fire in front of me. Tisk, tisk, Qingyi, when I joined the first immortal sect, do you still remember how you treated me? Weren't you very arrogant at that time? You are nothing but a useless person now. Your disciple is also dead. Why are you fighting me? Go back with me and be my woman. Otherwise, all the disciples of your first immortal sect will die." Qingyi was trembling. She was full of cold eyes and looked at the protagonist of the Destiny. "It is you, my apprentice has never done those things, everything is done by you. Haha, what is it to do in this world? In the end of this day, people believe him or believe me." Wu Qingyi no longer cried. In her eyes, the whole world seemed to become a dead silence. Only her apprentice figure left the only color in this world. In the flames of the bear, with her apprentice, burned by the flame. You would rather die if you would rather be a woman. Where is this son who is not as good as that of the Su Tianxi? The main character of the Destiny roared, "In this case, don't blame me to slaughter all your disciples of the first Shanzong." Look at the two teachers swallowed by the flame. The demon emperor Shishi trembled, and she knew at this moment. It turned out that all the notorities that Su Tianxi had carried out was made by the protagonist of the Destiny. Thinking of the man's meticulous care about herself, and the warmth is as moist as if the jade-like smile, she suddenly hurts. The picture in my mind stops abruptly. Su Ming sighed. As a villain, he naturally knew the taste of being misunderstood by everyone, but Su Tianxi had a master who trusted him from beginning to end, and was even willing to use his own life to bear everything for him. Su Ming was lucky, and he also met such a woman who was willing to pay for him. Now that Su Tianxi and his master are dead, the demon emperors Shishi and that Destiny protagonist must have gone to the demon domain of the god world together, and they must be alive now. At this time, Wu Wangyan trembled, as if trying to tell Su Ming. Su Ming frowned, and the emperor had a spirit, not to mention the ancient emperor soldiers. You want to say that Su Tianxi's master has not died? Now in the Kangxian divine realm, let me save her. Wu Wangyan took a circle around Su Ming, and then drew into his body again. Su Ming was also shocked. Qingyi did not die. Chapter 407. Doesn't the queen know what I want most? In the scene of the rubbing of the martial emperor's seal, Su Tianxi and his master were clearly swallowed up by the flames, and both of them should have died. It's a pity that the scene ends abruptly here, and it is unknown what happened to Su Ming later. Moreover, the martial emperor's seal was still left in the lower realm, which means that something else must have happened after Su Tianxi died. Su Ming recovered his thoughts. No matter what happens next, he will only know it after he goes to the god's realm and sees Yu Qingyi. At this time, Su Ming suddenly discovered that around the palace below, some disciples from sect forces were attracted by the movements here from time to time. Since the Tianwu dynasty was abolished, all that was left of this super overlord level force was the ruins it is today. However, Su Ming did not take action against the many sects that once belonged to the Tianwu dynasty. Many of the people attracted by the news were disciples of the sect who had joined the Tianwu dynasty. After all, it was the overlord of one party. Although there are only ruins left now, the cultivation resources buried under the ruins are something that many disciples of small sect forces would never dare to think about in their lifetime. Therefore, many people were waiting outside the ruins of the Tianwu dynasty's palace, just waiting for the people from the Yutian palace to evacuate, and then they would rush forward and snatch the resources. At this time, many people saw Nangong Chushui and her daughter, and there was an exclamation of surprise around them. Look, is that the queen? His Majesty the Emperor Wu's first wife, Queen Tianwu, wasn't she imprisoned by the demon lord of the Yutian palace? And the Princess Wu Yao, yes, they are the queen mother and daughter. The man in white next to the queen is the demon lord. Hush, silence, don't let him find out, otherwise none of us will survive. Looking at the ruins in front of her, Nangong Chushui felt mixed emotions. She slowly withdrew her gaze, but couldn't help but look back at the man behind her. On the one hand, this young man was the murderer who destroyed the Tianwu dynasty and killed her husband, but on the other hand, he was the one who saved her and Wu Yao. On the other side, seeing Su Ming suddenly walking towards her mother, Wu Yao's beautiful eyes widened. She opened her hands to block Nangong Chushui, gritted her teeth and said, "You have got what you want, what else do you want?" Su Ming glanced at Wu Yao. This girl was just an adult, and her body was not fully developed. Compared with her mother's mature and plump sexy figure, she was not at the same level. Looking up at Nangong Chushui, Su Ming slowly smiled and said, "I haven't gotten what I want most." Wu Yao's face turned red with anger. After hearing these words and looking at Su Ming's eyes that were staring straight at her, Nangong Chushui suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. Then she suddenly thought of this man's rude behavior towards him just now. Blushing, he turned his head and quickly avoided Su Ming's gaze. Su Ming stepped forward and, looking into Wu Yao's beautiful eyes that gradually widened, he stretched out his hand and gently grabbed Nangong Chushui's smooth jade hand. "If you and your daughter don't get rid of the spirit slave mark on your body, even if I let you go, you won't live long. I believe the queen should be very clear about this." Nangong Chushui's cheeks were red. She bit her lip and turned her head again, staring at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes. "What does the demon lord mean by this? Don't the queen know what I want most?" Su Ming played with her jade hand and asked with a smile. Nangong Chushui looked at him blankly. She is obviously much older than this boy, but at this time she actually feels like being bullied and manipulated by him. What do you want?" Her voice became a little panicked. Su Ming smiled and said, "The queen should know what I want by now, right?" Nangong Chushui's heart trembled, and she hurriedly avoided Su Ming's eyes. I don't know, please ask the demon lord to make it clear." Su Ming sighed and raised his hand to lift her chin. Everyone who saw this scene was completely shocked. That is the wife of Emperor Tianwu, the most beautiful woman in the Tianwu dynasty. I don't know how many men want to kiss Fangs. Wu Yao's pretty face turned red. This was the first time she had seen such a shameless person. As a result, before she could speak, a burst of spiritual power directly isolated her, and then Su Ming's voice came into her ears. "I'm going to do business with your mother, kid, don't talk too much." Wu Yao's face turned red with anger. "You are a child, this girl is already an adult, you are not allowed to touch my mother." The Tianwu dynasty, which had stood for thousands of years, was completely buried under the ruins as the people of the Yutian palace withdrew, and the last Woawang palace, which represented the dignity of the dynasty, was completely buried. The disciples of countless small sect forces around him suddenly rushed up like locusts with red eyes, grabbing the endless treasures buried together with the palace under the ruins. The thousand-year dynasty was finally reduced to ruins overnight. Northern wilderness, border. In midair, a giant spiritual seal flying boat docked slowly. On the flying boat, Su Ming opened his eyes and exited the cultivation state. Now that the martial emperor seal is obtained, only the last Shenyuan Yu is left. In the original plot of this world, the Shenyuan Yu should have been obtained by Lin Changfeng, and if he can get the Shenyuan Yu, he cannot escape from him. Mother's relationship. I kept that idiot Lin Changfeng alive and didn't kill him in one go, but now he can be put to some use. Su Ming summoned a hall master from Yutian Palace and asked him to go to Shenyun sect Tianfeng and bring Lin Changfeng to him. After doing this, he looked at the tall and beautiful figure aside. At this moment, the queen was facing him back, sitting on the ground, holding the spirit tea for him, and under the skirt of the purple golden skirt, a pair of long and full sexy legs gradually showed in Su Ming's eyes. At this moment, Nangong Chushui was not like the elegant and noble queen, but it was like a gentle wife. In fact, there is not much contact between Su Ming and the mother and daughter of Nangong Chu. If it wasn't for the system that she was the reincarnation of the sacrifice of the gods, Su Ming would not forcibly leave them. Now that they are left, it is naturally because they still have the value of utilization. At this time, Nangong Chushui suddenly turned his head, and Mei Yan looked at Su Ming. Seeing that Su Ming kept staring at herself and didn't speak, she said, "What are the magic Zun thinking?" Su Ming shook her head and came behind her. "The queen's craftsmanship is extraordinary." Watching Su Ming's face close at hand, and sniffing the breath on his body, Nangong Chushui stared, then returned to God. His cheeks were reddish, his hands were holding a good spirit tea, handed over to Su Ming. Su Ming took a sip of taste, bowed his head slightly, and looked at the beautiful queen who was sitting in front of herself, and his eyes inevitably swept over from her seductive red lips. Unexpectedly, the queen's tea technology was really good. Thank you. Su Ming was polite. Nangong Chushui shook his head, and looked at the young demon. For a while, she seemed a little lost. This person should not be much different from Wuluo's age, but between them, Thinking of some things, Nangong Chushui burned red with red cheeks. Chapter 408 Please save me. As she watched, Nangong Chushui's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, and her heartbeat unexpectedly accelerated. She had already been married long ago, but at this moment, she was like a young girl, feeling like a deer bumping into each other. Especially when she thought of what Su Ming said to her, she suddenly felt so ashamed. He no longer dared to look directly into Su Ming's eyes. At this time, Wu Yao walked out of Feizhou's inner room and suddenly saw Nangong Chushui kneeling in front of Su Ming. The good mood of getting rid of the spirit slave mark disappeared instantly, and she glared at Su Ming angrily. This guy obviously already has two sisters, Su Qingning and Long Xian, but he is still not satisfied. He is really a bad guy. Behind Wu Yao, two women came out. It was Su Qingning and Long Xian who had removed the spirit slave mark for her. Su Ming was too lazy to do it himself, so he asked the two women to do it for him. Okay. Su Ming looked at Long Xian and the two girls. So soon? According to estimates, it shouldn't be so fast. Hear the words. Su Qingning rolled her eyes at him. Long Xian glanced at Nangong Chushui. She came over and pinched the soft flesh around Su Ming's waist. She glared at him and said, "You think we are too quick to spoil your good deeds, right? How is it possible? I never ask for anything in return when I do good deeds." Su Ming looked at Nangong Chushui. "Right, queen." Nangong Chushui. She sighed softly in her heart and nodded lightly. Su Ming shrugged and smiled. Su Qingning and the two girls snorted coldly and said resentfully, "You have finished handling the matters here, when will you come back with us?" "What are you going back for? What do you think?" "What do?" Two women. As a result, Su Ming received a punch from them all. Finally, Su Ming said, "I haven't settled things yet, and it probably won't be possible for the time being." Fraud. Finally, while the two women were removing the spirit slave mark for Nangong Chushui, Su Ming glanced at Wu Yao, who was guarding the door of Feizhou's inner room and looking at him warily. He said with a smile like an elder, "Come here and let me see how old you are." Wu Yao mouthed, "It's none of your business." Although she was somewhat grateful to this guy for rescuing her and her mother from the devil's cave, Wu Yao felt a little angry when she thought of what he did to her mother. Su Ming stared at her. Wu Yao was a little scared by her look, and her delicate body couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "You are not allowed to come over." Su Ming was funny. "I'm not interested in you." Wu Yao's pretty face turned red. "So you are interested in my mother, right? What's wrong with this girl?" "No, why do I think so? This is a bad guy. Mother needs to take off her coat to remove the soul slave mark. She cannot let him in." After a while, Su Ming felt that the master of Yutian Palace was carrying Lin Changfeng over. He glanced at Wu Yao and exhaled. "Then you should keep watch, and when they come out, remember to tell them that I will handle it. I'll be back when I'm done." Watching Su Ming's body slowly disappear, Wu Yao blinked and was about to ask where he was going, but finally thought about it and decided not to ask. Anyway, this guy's affairs have nothing to do with them. In the forest below, the hall master of the Royal Heaven Palace appeared, carrying a person in his hand like a chicken. After seeing Su Ming, he threw the chicken in front of Su Ming and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, come on, this guy is breathing his last breath, and he still has a strong mouth, so he won't say anything if you ask him." Su Ming waved his hand. The hall master gave instructions and stepped back, disappearing into the space. Only then did Su Ming look at Lin Changfeng. Looking at this son of destiny who had enjoyed great glory for 5 lifetimes, he stepped forward step by step and stopped in front of Lin Changfeng. Suddenly there was a shadow in front of him. Lin Changfeng struggled to open his eyes. His bloodshot eyes could only vaguely see a figure. He hurriedly said hoarsely, "Who are you? Are you here to save me? I beg you, please save me. That devil Su Ming wants to kill me. I don't want to die yet. As long as you save me, I will give you whatever you want." He struggled to crawl over and struggled to hold Su Ming's feet with his 2 broken palms. "I am the son of destiny. You will never regret saving me." Su Ming looked at him silently and said nothing. "Speak, Why don't you speak? Lin Changfeng seemed to be grabbing the last straw. He wanted to grab Su Ming and get up, but because his leg bones were broken, he fell to the ground in embarrassment. He started to crawl again. Su Ming kicked him away and said with a slight smile, "You want me to save you?" Lin Changfeng's 7 orifices are now damaged, and all his flesh and bones have been eroded by the Ghost Elder's poisonous curse. Even the spiritual veins in his body have turned black. The poisonous curse is like maggots attached to the bones, which is constantly spreading. It ate away at his body and severely damaged his hearing and vision, making him unable to hear Su Ming's voice at all. The sword master in his body has also been falling into a deep sleep because of this, unable to help him at all. At this moment, when he saw that he was being taken out of the Shenyan sect, his desire to survive was stronger than ever. "You save me, and I will repay you. I will definitely repay you." Lin Changfeng was afraid that Su Ming would not save him, so even if he was kicked away, he hurriedly struggled to crawl over, hugged Su Ming's feet, and kicked him once. He only climbed once. Su Ming even admired his perseverance. This idiot is indeed the son of destiny, and his survival instinct is stronger than anything else. I just don't know what his mother's expression would be if she saw him in such a mess. "Have you ever heard of Tianyuanxi area?" Su Ming asked him. Lin Changfeng nodded hurriedly, Yeah, I've heard it, my master told me before." "Your master?" "Yes, his name is Sword Master, and he is a soul body. He lives in me now. If you absorb his soul body, your cultivation level will definitely rise a lot. I can help you." "Hey, are you selling the Sword Master who saved his life countless times? He is indeed a child of destiny arranged by heaven. Makes you want to laugh." Su Ming raised his foot and stepped on Lin Changfeng. "It's not impossible for me to save you, but I'm not interested in the Sword Master you mentioned." Hearing this, Lin Changfeng became excited instantly. "I can give you whatever you want. As long as I have it, I'll give it to you." Su Ming smiled, "Are you sure?" Lin Changfeng nodded hurriedly. He recognized that Su Ming's voice was male. As a man, he knew what men wanted best. He was afraid that Su Ming would regret it, so he hurriedly said, "I heard my father mention it before. I had a fiancé since I was a child. My mother arranged it for me. She is a saint from a hidden family in the Tianyuanxi. I can give her to you as long as you save me." Su Ming kicked him out. "Then you come with me to the Tianyuanxi area." In order to survive, this guy really would do anything. When he heard that he could survive, Lin Changfeng nodded hurriedly and cried bitterly, "Immortal, I will always remember your great kindness." Su Ming smiled. "I'm going to take possession of your fiancé, and you still turn around and thank me." But before taking Lin Changfeng to Tianyuanxi area, another episode happened. Originally, Su Ming asked the people from Yudian Palace to bring Lin Changfeng here because he didn't want people to know that he had returned to the northern wasteland to avoid trouble. As a result, a woman actually noticed something and followed the hall master of Yudian Palace to find this place. Su Ming looked not far away and saw the Saint Empress in Xingyi. He originally didn't want to talk to her, but Jiyu Qingwan suddenly gritted her teeth and stood in front of him, looking at him with a look of pain on her face. "I am the wife you once married. Why don't you want to see me?" Su Ming glanced at her and said, "Don't force me to do it." Jiyu Qingwan squeezed her hands tightly, feeling extremely painful in her heart. "I know I did something wrong, but aren't you right? You deceived my heart and you still treated me like that." Su Ming. Tisk tisk, son of version, so terrifying. Chapter 409 Ancient Immortal Sect, Snowy Divine Ridge. Jiyu Qingwan waited for Su Ming for 3,000 years. In the past 3,000 years, she had countless opportunities to go to the realm of God, pursue the so-called supreme realm, and achieve the way to really belong to her emperor. But for Su Ming, she chose to stay in the lower bound. Take forward, she came to Su Ming. The breeze was blowing, a blue silk was scattered, and the wind was blown by the wind to cover the white cheeks, showing a small half-color face, and the eyes that turned a layer of hazy water. "Let's start again. Forget the painful past of the two, in a new identity, start a new life again." This is what Jiyu Qingwan wants to say to Su Ming at the moment. It was also what she wanted to do most. "Well, fairy, why are there a woman's voice?" Lin Changfeng groped up from the ground, and he could only see a beautiful figure in his eyes. Woman with temperament. For beautiful women, Lin Changfeng has always been unobstructed. If it wasn't for his life, how could he send his fiancée out? Ji Qingwan glanced at Lin Changfeng. Do you want to die? The cold voice came from Juyu Hell, which made Lin Chang's wind cool and stunned. I don't want to think. He kneels, fanning his own two big mouths. I have a cheap mouth. I'm wrong. I have a lot of fairy. You have a lot of life. Wow. He was too hard and sprayed blood. Su Ming. This fool. If it weren't for the heavenly shelter, he would not know how the son of this stupid destiny lived in the cultivation of the immortal world. Ji Qingwan did not take care of Lin Changfeng anymore, but looked at Su Ming intently. She waited for 3,000 years, and wasn't it for the sake of being with the one she loved today? She just, who wants Su Ming's promise to her, is nothing more. Unfortunately, in the face of her burning gaze, Su Ming was calm. Raised Lin Changfeng with spiritual power, then turned and left here. Ji Qingwan's face was lost and looked at his back. In his eyes, the pain spread. Su Ming was gone, and she was even unwilling to look at her. Ji Qingwan smiled suddenly, and she suddenly seemed to understand something. In the heart of the eyebrows, a dark mark suddenly emerged. The printed bellies are a magic flower. With the spiritual power leaked in her pupils, the magic flowers bloom quietly. Essence. The void behind him trembled, and then the void was broken, forming a space passage connecting the palace of the temple. The number of people of countless scholars flew from the space channel, but all were shocked by the changes in the breath on Ji Qingwan's body. Because Ji Qingwan at this time is not like Ji Qingwan at all. The people of the clan stunned. Ji Qingwan was shrouded in a layer of gray spiritual power. She still maintained her previous posture and stood in the forest. The ancient cyan clothes covered her proud figure. The beauty of the emperor, no matter how many times you see, will shock them. They are so beautiful to the extreme, they dare not imagine, who is comparable to the world. The breeze blows. Green silk flying. Ji Qingwan at this moment is extremely beautiful and mysterious. She opened her red lips slightly. Listen carefully, that's actually an ancient ban on the exhibition. Boom. When the people of the clan responded, I saw countless people flowing on their bodies, and then a strange gray light emerged. The light was like a spiritual network, covering all of them. Then, refining and incineration. In less than a moment, countless holy elders and the sacred clan were turned into spiritual flames. In the miserable and painful sorrow, they were alive and refined into annihilation. However, Ji Qingwan's spiritual power cultivation has risen all the way. She has already entered the imperial realm. She looked up at Tianyuan Sea. Then a little ground on the toes, the light body fluttered, and entered the top of the head. In the void is a mysterious star sea. Countless stars condensed. Projection into a woman with a white hair shawl. It is the top 10 priests, Kangyu. If you think clearly, as soon as you enter Emperor Road, then you can never look back in the future. Ji Qingwan bit his lips lightly. Su Ming, would he also go to God? Kangyu nodded, and said lightly, he was the supreme Tianzhao of Shira's god realm. The heavens cannot suppress it. Sooner or later, Su Ming will return to Shira division, inherit the position of his emperor, and control the Shira emperor. At that time, his status will only be more respectful, and there will only be more women who will snatch him. Ji Qingwan knew this. Kangyu stared at her and said slowly, I told you 3,000 years ago. Ji Qingwan took a deep breath. She asked the last question, can I meet him in the future? The priests, who have the supreme power, who do you want to see, that is your freedom. There is a word that Kangyu did not say, exit, that is, once the priests of the Kangxian Protoss, in the future and the man, there is a high probability that it can only be enemy. Of course, unless Su Ming voluntarily gave up his position as the emperor of the Asura divine realm for her and eliminated the bloodline of the Asura divine clan, in that case, he and Ji Qingwan would still have a chance to be together. Thinking of this, another female figure inevitably appeared in Kangyu's mind. That was the woman who was brought back to the Kangming divine clan from the demon realm 9,000 years ago, Wan Qingyi. At the same time, above the 7 peaks of Shenyan sect, Yuli hugged the 9-tailed fox and met Tang Qingyan and Shui Huang on the top of Kaifeng Mountain. Looking at the charming faces of the 2 women in front of me, they can be called goddess-level figures even among the top forces in the Shifang divine realm. Yuli flicked his fingers, and 2 rays of spiritual power flew out, turning into 2 crystal scrolls and landing on the hands of the 2 women. Tang Qingyan and Snow Emperor looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. The crystal scrolls in their hands did not record anything. Don't be surprised, this is my gift to you. Yuli smiled lightly and stepped forward, looking at the two slender and beautiful figures in front of her. The two women had almost the same appearance, but their temperaments were completely different. Tang Qingyan stood tall and graceful, with a pair of clear and pure eyes, as if they were spotless. But as long as you stare at her, you will find that under that purity, people can't help but feel a sense of intoxicating charm. Purity and charm are just like her innate temperament. In contrast, Snow Queen is cooler. Her white dress fits her soft body, extending her alluring curves. Her ice blue eyes are sultry, and her perfect face makes people just look at it. At first glance, you will feel amazing and unforgettable. Moreover, both girls have considerable talent for cultivation, but due to the suppression of heaven in the lower realm, they are unable to show their true talents. Auntie, what is this? Tang Qingyan looked at the crystal scroll in her hand with confusion on her face. She couldn't even sense the spiritual power in the scroll. Yuli didn't answer, but just asked them, Su Ming will return to God's realm with me soon. What about you, do you still want to be with him? The two women nodded hastily without hesitation. Of course, neither of them could live without Su Ming. Yuli smiled softly and motioned the two women to look at the crystal scroll in their hands. The two women looked down. I saw several ancient fonts appearing on the originally transparent crystal scroll. Ancient immortal sect, snowy divine ridge. The two women wondered at the same time, what place is this? Yuli smiled mysteriously, they are all well-known overlord forces in the 10 directions God realm, and they are also the places where you will go to practice next. She looked at Tang Qingyan. The ancient immortal sect has an ancient magical power called the ancient immortal divine body. Only the divine sons and goddesses of the ancient immortal sect can practice it. After obtaining the ancient immortal divine body and becoming the goddess of the ancient immortal sect, I will not stop you and Su Ming as together. Then she turned to look at the Snow Emperor. This side of the divine ridge is a bit special. They have been guarding an ancient treasure since ancient times. It was something that the legendary immortal god king left to a female disciple of the divine ridge. It's called the immortal glaze, and only the goddesses of Shenling are qualified to have access to it. Therefore, you can only agree to your affairs with Su Ming if you become a goddess of Shenling. Hear the words. The two women bowed their heads and remained silent. Yuli exhaled lightly, I'm here to help you. You don't think that just by following Su Ming to the Shira god's domain, you can be with him peacefully, right? Of course the two women understand. After going to the Shira god realm, Su Ming's identity and status will undergo earth-shaking changes. He will become the emperor's son of the Shira god realm, and will be in charge of the entire Shira imperial clan. He will be in charge of the life and death of countless creatures. He will be the holy goddess of unknown power. Women will covet his status and want to be with him. In the end, the two women also figured out that if they did not want to become a burden and drag to Su Ming, they could only follow the path that Yuli had paved for them. Only in this way, when facing those saintly goddesses from the 10 directions God realm, they are truly qualified to stand beside Su Ming openly. Seeing that the two women had figured it out, Yuli smiled softly. She believed in her vision and the talents of Tang Qingyan and Snow Emperor, and she had no doubt that once these two women went to practice with the forces in the god's domain, it wouldn't take long before they would be able to amaze everyone. When the time comes, the appearance of a goddess from the ancient immortal sect and a goddess from the divine ridge standing next to Su Ming at the same time will make many young heroes from the dominant forces in the 10 directions divine realm envious and jealous. And the two huge forces, the ancient immortal sect and the divine ridge, are naturally within Su Ming's pocket. In Yuli's opinion, only in this way can Tang Qingyan and Shui Huang be truly worthy of Su Ming, and she was also helping them. Moreover, with the talents of the two women, it won't be long before they can reach the height she desired. Chapter 410 Li Shuiyan. I don't know what Xian Chong wants to talk about. Tianyuan Sea, Tianyuan City. As the most central city in the entire sea area, more than 90% of the top forces in the waters are now gathered. In addition, the Sword Fairy Festival in Tianyuan City recently, the most central position, under the statue of the Sword Fairy in white, there will be endless strong men in the sea area to come to admire. You should know that before that, the entire sea area was ruled by the High Mo. In the group of brutal sea devils, even the top hidden family like the Li family could only let the Sea Mo clan call. At that time, the entire Tianyuan was shrouded in the darkness of the future. Until the appearance of that man. Therefore, People who survive on this sea area have even reached a madness of the swordsman of Bai. It can be said that among the countless forces, those who do not want to marry their daughter-in-law who do not want to marry their granddaughter and granddaughter. Give that sword fairy. Unfortunately, the swordsman is clear. No one has seen any woman around him. Recently, the most talked about in Tianyuan City is that, in addition to the news of the magic Zunzun from the Xuanbei mainland, the most is the battle for the 5th Sword Order in the Sword Fairy Festival. The Sword Order of Jianxian Pavilion has only got one of the 3 gods and hidden Li family of Tianyuan so far. I do know how many people are envious and jealous. Seeing the true face of the swordsman. Now on the Sword Fairy Festival in Tianyuan City, the messenger of Jianxian Pavilion released the 5th Sword Order, which attracted countless power of the countless forces in Tianyuan. After all, there are not many good things, but the swordsters of the Sword Fairy did not say that they could not grab. In this regard, many forces gritted their teeth and scolded the 3 gods. They did not learn the hidden world of the Li family. They did not compete with the Sword Order. This is the real hidden scholar. The next day, the Li family sent the top Tianzhao in the Sword Fairy Festival, and the 3 rounds defeated countless disciples. Dog day, the Li family, you are shameless. The defeated power disciples scolded. Li Jiatian smiled contempt. I didn't expect this to be discovered by you, sorry, this is my strength. The 5th Sword Order, only one of the strongest Tianyuan waters is qualified to get it. This is a confrontation that belongs to the younger generation. Although many old guys said that they are not only old but also more powerful than young. Master Jianxian prefers them better, but as a result, the messenger of Jianxian Pavilion directly thrown out Tianyuan City. While the Sword Order was in full swing, in Tianyuan City, a inn, lived here, and almost no one dared to approach. On the 3rd floor of the inn, in a room, I saw a beautiful woman wearing a Chinese skirt and a bun, beautiful and dignified and full of charm, sitting on the bed, using the soul to feel what, a pale face. Turn out to be. Since the day of the Xuanbei continent, the day of the gods of the priests, she can feel the pain and torture of her biological flesh and flesh forest long winds. The mother and child's heart, and Lin Changfeng suffered the persecution of her, and every moment made her heartbreak of her mother. As a mother, she naturally can't watch her own flesh and flesh. It has a lot of anger, and she should have been the child of the pride of heaven. And the person who persecuted her son, she definitely had to make this person 1,000 swords. Li Shuiyan gritted her teeth, and her eyes opened, and her eyes were extremely cold. Well, Mrs., why should it be so big? Suddenly, at this time a leisurely laugh came from the void of Li Shuiyan's room. Hearing, Li Shuiyan froze, and then she looked up at the void in front, biting red lips. Are you the owner of the Lingmen? On the mainland of Zhongzhou, Lingmen was replaced by the former magic palace, becoming the existence of the first magic gate for the Zhongzhou mainland. All of them are horrible. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire northern spiritual realm, it is possible to compete with the power of Yudian Temple. I am afraid that there are only the power of Lingmen and Jianxian Pavilion, as well as the power of the Black and White Magic Palace. Who is this seat? Shouldn't the lady know more clearly? After all, you are asking for this work. The voice in the void came. Li Shuiyan felt the deep breath. This kind of breath, she only felt on the White Sword Fairy who had a relationship, showing that the owner of this spirit door was at least not better than the swordsman of the White Sword. How weak. That's right, this person was found by her. Since she knew that Lin Changfeng had suffered a lot, she was anxious and thought of various ways. But Baiyao Jianxian couldn't see it at all. The god of the Black and White Magic Palace heard that for a woman to go to the snow area for a woman, the Holy Clan also fell apart. She finally thought that the Lingmen master could finally save her child. Li Shuiyan took a deep breath, raised his full and proud breast, and looked at the void. Claim, there are people like me, some people call me immortal. Do you think that I am a White Sword Fairy? There was a lazy sneer in the void. Li Shuiyan was stunned for a moment, and then she saw spiritual power surging in the void in front of her, and then slowly condensed the figure of a man in white clothes like snow with a happy expression. But when she looked up, she found this man on his face. He wore half a mask with green lotus and dragon patterns. However, just half of his face was exposed, as well as the supernatural power that appeared from the void, and the evil temperament in his movements, which made Li Shuiyan deeply stunned. Her beautiful eyes were frozen, staring at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, as if she was stunned. Among all the people she had seen in her life, the aura of this man could only be compared to that of the sword immortal in white. Moreover, why did she feel that half of this person's face was somewhat similar to that of the master sword immortal? The immortal is just joking. The lady Li Shuiyan does have something to ask of me. After coming back to his senses, Li Shuiyan bit her lip gently and said with seriousness on her pretty face, "My son Lin Changfeng is gifted by nature. But now I am jealous and persecuted by the people of Yudian Palace, and I ask the immortal to save my child. If the immortal is willing, I can let him recognize the immortal as his adopted father." Li Shuiyan said this last sentence through gritted teeth. She decided to say this after seeing the Lingmen sect master. But no one knew the shame and humiliation in her heart at the moment. But in order to save her own boy, she has no choice. The man in white did not speak, but looked at Li Shuiyan quietly with his eyes. In the original plot, this was the mother of the male protagonist Lin Changfeng. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, staring at Li Shuiyan's mature and beautiful face. The man chuckled and said, "Since madam has said so, why don't we have a more in-depth chat?" Li Shuiyan was startled for a moment, then blushed, lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "My child is dying, I wonder what else the immortal wants to talk about." "Of course we want to talk about how to be his adoptive father." Chapter 411. In the inn room. Seeing Li Shuiyan's curve combined with a perfect figure, she is indeed a mature woman who has raised a child. Su Ming came to Tianyuan. Of course, Lin Changfeng's mother was not his primary goal, but in the original plot, this ancient emperor soldier in Tianyuan was a very difficult heaven and earth. Not to mention his villain, even if the male led is the last moment of flying up the god realm, he only got the Shenyuan Yu. According to the system, there seems to be Lin Changfeng's use of the ancient spirit array to absorb all the spiritual power of his fiancée Li Zixin, and then invest the fiancé into the abyss of 100,000 miles. Under Li Zixin's painful despair, he accidentally got the ancient emperor soldiers who were suppressed on the abyss of the sea, and then wanted to bring Lin Changfeng to revenge with the ancient emperor soldiers. As a result, the protagonist on Lin Changfeng's body was watched. Under the persuasion of Li Shuiyan's 3 words and 2 words, he really believed in Lin Changfeng's mother, and then the ancient emperor soldiers were deceived and the male lead was murdered by the male lead. Speaking of which, it is just a poor woman who is surrounded by heaven. However, Lin Changfeng can snatch the ancient emperor soldiers from her because of the blessing of the Tiandao Fund transportation, coupled with his mother's deception to Li Zixin, which made the ancient emperor soldiers on the silly woman being deceived. That is, Shen Yuanzhang's probability that only Li Zixin could get it, or Shen Yuanyu would bind the blood on her, or it may be because of her practice. And if she was not willing, this ancient emperor soldiers could almost take it away from her. If she killed her, the ancient emperor would be broken in an instant. Lin Changfeng had killed Li Zixin even after killing the girl, but after he got Shen Yuan, she killed her. Su Ming's gaze was leisurely, his eyes were slightly, and the tea in the cup was blowing. Li Shuiyan glanced at him silently, and he couldn't figure out the man's mind. Seeing the tea in Su Ming's cup, she stretched out the jade hand and gently lifted the teapot to add it to him. "Mrs., to save your son, you have to offend the Emperor Temple. The magic Zun is the magic head that even the gods dare not offend. Are you sure I will offend him for your son?" Li Shuiyan was silent. If the sword fairy, he would definitely not be afraid of the magic Zun. "This guy is plain, don't you just want benefits?" He said that, did he not understand what it meant? Thinking of this, Li Shuiyan was extremely shameful, and the mature and beautiful face was dyed with some blush, and then avoided Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming made a groaning, and thought about it, and said, "I am a person, never ask for good deeds." Li Shuiyan. Alas, shame. I also said just now that I want to talk about her son Lin Changfeng's father's affairs, and watch her like that. Su Ming smiled. "Why, lady doesn't believe it." Li Shuiyan shook his head gently. "I believe in the fairy. Actually, when you pass the news to Lingmen, I have been to Xuanbei mainland, and I have seen a young man who is seriously injured. He is chased by the people of the royal temple. He said that he was called Lin Changfeng." Quote. "I don't know, the lady can you know?" Boom. After listening to this, Li Shuiyan was shocked. Her pair of beautiful eyes ran lifted up, her eyes were full of vibration. "Long Changfeng, that's my child, fairy, that is my son." She was so excited that she suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Ming, trembling. "Where am I now? Please ask Xian Chong to inform." Su Ming glanced at her, glanced on her delicate and seductive red lips. Li Shuiyin reacted, and hurriedly let go of Su Ming with red face. When I met him at the beginning, he begged me to save him, and told me that his mother was the last saint of the Li family of the Tianyuan Sea. He had cultivated a fiancée for him since he was a child. As long as I saved him, he took him give a fiancée. Quote. Madam, can there be such a matter? After listening to this, Li Shuiyin shocked again. Solve the adversity, and even be able to ascend the god realm, how can you give her to others? Intersection. Seeing that Li Shuiyin didn't speak, Su Ming frowned. Li Shuiyin was panicked, fearing that the man was impatient. She quickly gritted. Xian Chong Fenger said, there is really this. Ke Shanchang already promised me, as a righteous father how can I treat his fiancé? I have that kind of thought. Isn't it a mess? In the last sentence, Li Shuiyin was really ashamed to open his teeth. But Su Ming understood what she meant. Smile, it's okay, let's talk about them. Li Shuiyin, she couldn't control so much, and she couldn't care about her identity. She asked straightforwardly, Fairy, my child, where is others? Su Ming pointed at his feet. Li Shuiyin was puzzled, is in underground. Su Ming laughed, how unpredictable to think of the maiden of the hidden family was so stupid. Li Shuiyin, Madam, what is under Tianyuan City? Li Shuiyin then reacted, Sea. Fenger is in the sea. Su Ming nodded, to be precise, in the town of the sea floor, there is a demon head that suppressed the original Hai Mo. The lady should be very clear. Li Shuiyin was shocked. How could she not know that she saw with her own eyes the master sword immortal suppressing the sea demon hidden in the Li family's ancestral land in the abyss of the sea? Why was Fenger in that place? That was his own choice. Su Ming sighed, in order to save him, I had a battle with the Yutian demon lord, and I was slightly injured. I thought that the abyss of the sea would swallow the sea demon clan and recover from his injuries, but in the end there is the seal of the sword immortal pavilion, and I cannot swallow it, but Lin Changfeng took the opportunity to run into the demon suppressing tower. If Madam goes now, it should be too late. Li Shuiyin's pretty face turned pale, and she was already a little overwhelmed. It was 100,000 miles into the abyss of the sea, and there was still the seal of the sword immortal pavilion. She couldn't go there even if she wanted to. It's okay, I can help Madam. Su Ming smiled lightly, it just depends on the performance of the Madam. Li Shuiyin's pretty face was flushed with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth, I don't know, what do you want me to do? Su Ming was condescending, staring at her delicate and mature cheeks, and then reached out to lift a strand of hair by her ear, and asked, what do you think, Madam? Li Shuiyin felt extremely ashamed. Under the stalemate, she finally felt on the verge of despair. This was all to save Fenger, yes, just to save Fenger. She lowered her head, her pretty face was like a red glow, and she was about to reach out and untie her dress. Su Ming. He casually raised his hand to stop her and said indifferently, what do you mean, Madam? Li Shuiyin. She suddenly raised her head, her pretty face slightly cold, could it be that the immortal is teasing me? Su Ming chuckled, Madam must have misunderstood something. He said lazily, I am not the kind of person Madam imagined. He took out a crystal spirit bead and said, this thing will allow Madam to reach the demon suppressing tower smoothly. Of course, in exchange, I need the Yin spirit seal on Madam that can control other people's cultivation techniques. The Yin spirit seal can control the spiritual power practiced by Li Zishan at will. It is also a measure Li Shuiyin took to prevent Li Zishan from being disobedient in the future when she knows the truth. As long as she wants, she can make Li Zishan's life worse than death or even cripple her at any time. Her spiritual pulse technique was taken away from her, making her completely useless and at the mercy of others. By the time Su Ming revealed the secret of the Yin spirit seal, Li Shuiyin had already been stunned into silence. But finally, in order to save her child, she no longer cared about many things. She formed seals with her hands, gritted her teeth and performed the spiritual technique. Finally, she opened her mouth slightly, and a red light group of spiritual power swept out of her body and floated in the air. In her mouth. Glancing at Su Ming shamefully, she slowly leaned forward and lightly touched Su Ming's lips with her somewhat dry red lips. The red spiritual power light ball came to Su Ming smoothly. Now he only needed one thought to make Li Zishan's life worse than death, or even kill her. After the incident, Li Shuiyin snatched the crystal spirit bead from Su Ming's hand, then turned around and rushed out the door. Just the moment the door is opened, a girl in purple clothes was standing outside the door. Her pretty face was pale and weak, her beautiful eyes were staring at Aunt Yin, who taught her how to practice since she was a child. Tears unknowingly blurred her eyes. Zishan. Li Shuiyin was stunned. You heard everything. The moment the words fell, the purple-clothed girl wiped away her tears, turned around and ran away. The originally charming figure now only left a desolate figure that made people feel extremely distressed. Li Shuiyin squeezed her hands tightly. Zishan, I'm sorry, Aunt Yin did this all for Fenger. She held the crystal spirit bead, and the spiritual power surged from her body, turning into a stream of light and flying out of Tianyuan City, and swept into the dark abyss of the sea. Other side. Outside Tianyuan City, by the coast. The sea breeze blows, and the girl's lonely back seems to be out of tune with the whole world. She stares blankly at the deep sea, tears flowing silently, falling on the sea rocks. Suddenly, the girl seemed to sense something. She turned to look at the man who had appeared behind her at an unknown time. Her eyes were full of disgust, and she said coldly, You and Aunt Yin are in the same group. What are you doing here? At this time, she wanted to escape from this place so much that the scene when she got along with the Master Sword Immortal appeared in her mind. The gentle smile of the Master Sword Immortal was perhaps the last trace of warmth in her heart. It was a pity that she was like this. People are destined to never see Lord Sword Immortal again in this life. Su Ming sighed slightly, took off his clothes, gently put them on her body, and said warmly, I was wondering if I shouldn't have told those things to a little girl. In that case, she would have survived. Very happy. This voice. Li Zishan was stunned. She looked blankly at the man beside her. Finally, she stretched out her trembling hand and took off the half of the mask on the man's face little by little. The next second, tears welled up. The girl whose heart fell into the abyss, but at this moment, regardless of everything, she plunged into the warm embrace of the man. She thought she had lost everything, but at this time, she seemed to have grasped her whole world again. Chapter 412 The Young God King, the Human Wife. The faint fragrance of the girl, with a hint of sweetness, lingered in Su Ming's nostrils. Not long after, she gently raised her head from Su Ming's arms and stared at him quietly. At this time, she felt unprecedented warmth and stability, as if as long as this man was in front of her, she would not be afraid even if the sky fell. The next moment, her pink cheeks turned red, and by some strange coincidence, she felt an impulse in her heart, wanting to reach out her little hand and touch the handsome young face so close at hand. She was afraid that this was just an illusion in her mind. The illusion was shattered, and the people in front of her would also disappear. Su Ming lowered his head slightly and looked at her without saying a word. The girl was attracted by his deep eyes, and it took a long time for her to wake up. I'm fine, Li Zishan said in a mosquito-like voice, with a shy blush on her cheeks. Su Ming smiled slightly and let her go. Then he turned around and took a step forward, looking at the continent on the other side at the end of the deep sea ahead, where the devilish aura shrouded the sky and the sky was filled with dark clouds. The devil is rampant and the righteous path cannot exist. This world is about to be devastated. Li Zishan was stunned for a moment, then realized something, and said nervously, Senior, I heard from the elders of the clan that something happened on the Xuanbei continent. Su Ming smiled lightly and said, One demon is born and all things are destroyed. Hearing this, Li Zishan said dissatisfiedly, There is Sword Immortal Pavilion in Tianyuan Sea and seniors are stationed there. How dare the demonic forces from Xuanbei continent dare to come to us? Su Ming turned back to look at her. The girl was also staring at him and made eye contact. The latter blushed, but was extremely bold and still stared at him. Su Ming thought for a moment and then said, Can you go somewhere with me? Hearing this, the girl nodded without hesitation. At the same time, under Tianyuan City, in the dark abyss of the seabed, an ancient mottled demon-suppressing tower densely covered with runes stood here. Not long after, the demon suppression tower suddenly began to tremble violently. Following a terrifying vibration, a thin young man in black clothes slowly opened his eyes on the top of the demon suppression tower. There was darkness in his eyes. From the moment he was thrown into the demon suppressing tower by Su Ming, Lin Changfeng's soul had long been devoured by the sea demon in the demon-suppressing tower. Not only that, there was already hidden in his body a demon that had escaped from the heavenly peak. Old demon, the fusion of the souls of the two demons has just made him what he is now. To be precise, he is no longer Lin Changfeng, but the fusion of the souls of two old demons. I have endured it for so long, and finally got this body. Lin Changfeng grinned and smiled strangely. Suddenly he looked up. I saw the waves rippling there, and then a graceful and mature female figure broke through the spiritual seal in the sea and quickly appeared outside the demon suppression tower. Funger. The first time she appeared, Li Shuiyin saw the thin young man on the demon suppression tower. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy, but suddenly she felt Lin Changfeng's teasing gaze. She was only one step away from her beloved son. Finally he became more awake. Funger, what's wrong with you? Mom is here, don't be afraid. Lin Changfeng tilted his head. The next second, his body disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Shuiyin. Funger. Before she finished speaking, Li Shuiyin felt something was wrong with the way Lin Changfeng looked at her. That look was particularly evil. No, you are not my Funger. Li Shuiyin reacted, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he clapped his hand. Boom. Spiritual power swept through her. Lin Changfeng withstood the impact of her spiritual power and said jokingly, Madam, you came at just the right time. Beast, give me my son back. Li Shuiyin lost control. Lin Changfeng shook his head and smiled. I'm sorry, madam, your son's soul has been swallowed by me, Jia Jia. Hearing this, Li Shuiyin was completely lost. Only the last words spoken by this person were left in my mind. If her soul was swallowed up, wouldn't it mean that her Funger had already all her soul was destroyed? Looking at Li Shuiyin with a dull look on his face, Lin Changfeng smiled wildly and slowly stretched out his fingers, trying to lift her white chin. Laugh. As a result, a simple white light passed by in the next second, and his hand was cut in half by the sword energy coming from the abyss and spanning thousands of miles of sea. Run quickly, that man is here, run. Within Lin Changfeng's body, the spirit of the sea demon suddenly screamed in fear. He was too familiar with that white sword light. It was deep in his heart, forever, of fear and shadow. Unfortunately, it's too late. A simple white long sword was instantly inserted into his heart at an extremely terrifying speed, and was crushed together with the two demon souls in his body. White light blooms. Above the abyss, Su Ming, dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back. Next to him was Li Zixin, who had a pretty and complicated face. The latter's beautiful eyes were staring at Li Shuiyin below. It wasn't until Lin Changfeng's body turned into powder and gradually shattered that Li Shuiyin finally woke up from her dazed state. She looked at the demon suppression tower that was shattered along with Lin Changfeng's body, and her eyes became red. With a sad expression, Funger. Of course she understood that it was not the white-robed sword immortal in front of her who killed her child, but the two demon souls in Lin Changfeng's body. As the leader of the righteous path, the sword immortal was responsible for exterminating demons and defending the Tao, or just two demon spirits that killed her child. But understanding, but at this moment, as a mother, how could she not feel heartache? Tears blurred their eyes, Li Shuiyin's body trembled, and it was difficult to breathe. At this time, a clear sound came from the ear. You should know that if it wasn't for his voluntary, the two sealed demon souls could not be devoured by him, so your son voluntarily entered the demon. All this is just his blame to take himself. After hearing the words, Li Shuiyin gritted his teeth and sobbed. Also invite swordsman to promise to his body, collect the corpse for my child. Su Ming nodded. Li Zixin behind him squeezed a small hand and said lightly, Yin, I have no mother since I was a child, treating you as a biological mother, but what about you, have you ever regarded me as your child, you in your heart, you there will be only this son. Hearing Li Zixin's voice, Li Shuiyin trembled and looked up at her. For a long time, she made a bitter voice. At this time, Li Zixin's heart was shocked. From Li Shuiyin's eyes, she even saw a trace of death. So Yin planned to bury herself and her son on the abyss of this sea. Intersection. Shi Huo Ran turned to look at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't speak, but just shook his head lightly, indicating that he would not intervene anymore. Li Zixin also understands that Master Jianxian can do this. It is already the biggest care of Yin and her children. Otherwise, today I don't know what they will suffer. After all, although Lin Changfeng died, it was also the body of Yin's son. That's almost dare not imagine. However, when Li Shuiyin collected the corpse for Lin Changfeng, he didn't find the abyss of the sea bottom, and the town's magic tower suddenly cracked a crack. Immediately after, the crack slowly spread the whole sea floor, and then a hot golden light was shot from the dark and endless abyss, but it was just right, covering Li Zixin inside. The girl panicked, and hurriedly reached out to grab Su Ming in front of her. Next second, Her figure was pulled into the abyss by the hot golden light. However, in such a muddy, Li Zixin's mind seemed to suddenly pour the light, and there was a strange picture of a long distance. In those pictures, there was a woman who was exactly the same as her. It's just that the woman's temperament is more mature than her. In the picture, the woman is holding her buns in a wedding dress, and she is marrying a man. As soon as the picture turned, the candlelight swaying in the wedding room, the man who could not see her face could not see her, and spread her palm and gave her a spirit. Shanlu is long, although you and I are mortals, but since then, you accompanied you in Zunxian Road, sleep with Yi, until you die. The gentle voice of the man came, and he inserted Ling Yu between her buns, which was a golden puppet. The picture stops here. In the mind of Li Zixin, a bunch of ancient small characters suddenly emerged. When the immortal king was young, he created the emperor soldiers and the wives of the ordinary world. This is recorded in the calendar of the world. The wife of the king of God, in the world, is sad. Chapter 413 Li Zixin, I don't regret it. Ancient world. The wife of the king of God. Li Zixin suddenly felt that his head was uncomfortable. Hurrying to cover his head with both hands, but for the next second, the severe pain slowly disappeared, and she opened her eyes a little bit. Result. Where is the abyss in front of it? This turned out to be a wedding room swaying. In the wedding room, a man and a woman were drinking the wine, and the two had a drink. However, at this time, Li Zixin felt that she turned around in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she suddenly found that she became a bride who was drinking a glass of wine. The man in front of him was staring at her with those deep eyes. However, the man's appearance is not true, as if it is blocked by a mysterious energy, making Li Zixin a little overwhelmed. Men put down the wine glass. Get up slowly. Before facing her, you whispered, the beautiful scenery, the candle of the cave, but it is comfortable. Li Zixin shook his head in a hurry, I don't want to marry you, I don't know you. Hearing. The man who ran turned to stare at her, seeing something, my eyes were mysterious, and suddenly he laughed, that's it. He waved his palm. Li Zixin only felt embarrassed. The next second, she even saw the man's appearance. Former senior. Intersection. Li Zixin found a thing that shocked her. This man who had a glass of wine with her was actually a predecessor of Zhanxian. She was a little unbelievable, but Su Ming drank the wine in her hand, and then observed a glance for 4 weeks. What is going on? How can we be here? Li Zixin felt that everything around him was so real, but it seemed to exist, but she clearly remembered that she and the predecessor of the Sword Fairy were on the bottom of the sea. Su Ming smiled slightly, the emperor has a spirit, which should be some of the pictures that have been printed. Now it is converted into a secret situation in one side. We are taken by it in this secret. As long as we can go out from here, we can get the emperor. Then how do we go out? Su Ming looked back at her, if you were not pulling me in, this mystery should not be threatened to you, but now that it has changed, I am afraid that you need to think of another way. Ah, isn't Zhanxian's predecessor? Su Ming squinted at her. After Li Zixin, she knew back. She blushed her face. When she was abyss under the sea, she was suddenly shrouded in the golden light. When she was afraid, she grabbed Su Ming. Now she wants to come. Nympho. Su Ming thought about it, and he couldn't think of cracking this mystery for a while, but he thought of a possibility. Since the secret situation was not threatened to them, it showed that as long as some tasks settled in the secret situation were completed, then he could go out naturally. Looking at the appearance here, it is obviously a wedding room of ancient times. The two of them are wearing at this moment, and they are also like men and women who are married. This is somewhat nonsense. When Su Ming thought, a quaint long sword emerged out of thin air. But next second, the wild sword chi that runs rampant is actually absorbed instantaneously by the emerald jade door in front of him. Li Zixin frowned, and even the predecessor of Zhanxian could not break this secret, wouldn't they have to be trapped here? In the room, the candle was swaying, and Li Zixin, wearing a red wedding dress, was holding a bun at this moment. The original young and beautiful face seemed to be stained with a mature charm, and it looked a bit beautiful. In this atmosphere, time passed by every minute. The girl was restless and lowered her head slightly, and she dared not look directly at Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming sat beside her and poured a glass of wine for her. Li Zixin lifted the red little face, staring at Su Ming's face. She stretched out her small hand to pick up the glass, blushed, and said, I don't know how to drink. The ghost in the mind makes God a bad idea. In fact, if you can stay here with the predecessor of the Sword Fairy, there is no worldly fraud, is it good? What do you want? Su Ming reached out and shook in front of her. This wine is not fierce, and it's okay to drink a girl. Li Zishan looked back and took a sip of the wine glass. At the moment she drank wine, the wine was completed. Su Ming really saw that the emerald wall behind suddenly became illusory, and then an inner room with a large red bed appeared in the eyes of the two. Seeing this suddenly appearing big bed, Li Zishan seemed to understand something. The beautiful cheeks instantly flooded all over, and hurriedly turned his head to sip. This what's the illusion? Su Ming was funny. I said all, if you don't drag me in, there will be no these things, and there is no threat to you in the illusion. But now, what should we do? Li Zishan bit his red lips lightly. By the way, maybe you can go out tomorrow. After Su Ming said, he took the lead in entering the inner room. Li Zishan blushed his face and followed. After a while, the room was quiet. Li Zishan hugged her knees and sat on the bedside. She was in a complicated mood. She looked at Su Ming, who was looking at the bed opposite the bed. The girl's heart was also complicated. She glanced at the man on the opposite side secretly, then covered her cheeks, lowered her head and looked at her white legs that was slightly exposed to her long skirt. Swordsman Senior, it really is a gentleman who is frank. It is completely different from those of the disgusting men I watched when I have practiced in the tribe. But in my heart, why is it a bit lost? With a deep breath, Li Zishan gathered the courage and looked up boldly. Senior, you just said that you want to go out from here. You need to complete some tasks set by the Emperor's soldiers, then we can't go out like this. Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at her. What do you want to say? Li Zishan's hand squeezed softly, and she seemed to be determined in her heart. She moved her body gently and slowly came to the opposite bed. She couldn't help sitting straight, and her eyes stared straight at Su Ming. I can meet my predecessors is the luckiest thing in my life. If it is not a predecessor, I am afraid Zishan has now become a wedding dress that others have cultivated, so I don't regret it. She stretched out her jade hands and relieved her long skirt. Between her eyes, the girl's cheeks were red, and her heartbeat couldn't stop accelerating. The courage slowly leaned against the past until the two were breathing. In the illusion, overnight passed quickly. By the second day, the jadeite Yumun last night could be opened. However, the moment the door was opened, a spiritual power flew, and he entered Li Zishan, who was still asleep, and then Su Ming's mind sounded at the same time. Fusion of Shenyuan, it takes 3 days. Within 3 days, you must not leave the illusion, otherwise the Emperor will explode, and the mystery will not exist. It takes 3 days. Su Ming frowned, inadvertently looked back, but saw the girl's sleeping fair face. At this moment, there was a touch of tears on the delicate and seductive little face. At the heart of the eyebrows, the mark of the Emperor's soldiers gradually emerged. Sure enough, it is Shen Yuan. Chapter 414 3 days in the secret realm, 3 months in the human world. Here is the secret of the Emperor's manufacturing, but it is just a small world condensed by imitation of the scenery of the world. After the jade gate of the wedding room, it is a place where the mountains and rivers are beautiful. There are stars on the top and mountains and rivers. It should be a place of hidden world. In the room, Li Zishan was awake, and Mei Yan looked at Su Ming without blinking. Recalling her experience last night, she couldn't help but look at Su Ming a few times. Then put on a dress, sit in front of the bronze mirror, put on the hair on one hand, and picked up the bun. At this moment, she looks like a girl yesterday. She has a different temperament. She not only has a unique charm of a woman, but also the charming style that seems to be exposed in the eyebrows. Temptation is moving. When she realized that Su Ming's eyes looked at herself, she blinked, and when she was dressed up, she came to Su Ming and glanced at the world outside the room. This secret situation looks so real. Li Zishan looked around and found that outside the wedding room, it looked like a real small world that existed. It is difficult to imagine that this is the illusion created by the Emperor's soldiers. Go out, Su Ming asked her. Li Zishan nodded, and took the initiative to reach out his small hand to grab Su Ming's hand. Her hand was cold and soft, and she felt particularly smooth and delicate. The two left the room. It soon discovered that this was indeed a small world that was blocked by a mysterious energy. Su Ming even suspected that it was not made by the Emperor's soldiers, but the place where it was left in ancient times. A little familiar. What is that? Suddenly Li Zishan pointed at a mountain not far away, where the green forest was dense, but on the top of the mountain, there was actually something like a tombstone. She looked at the ancient tombstone dumbly, and then broke away Su Ming's hand, and took the lead. On the top of the mountain, it was an unknown tombstone. However, in front of the tombstone, there is an ancient stone monument, and there are several simple small characters engraved on the stone stele. The world is too far, the tomb of the behind God. Later generations, Su Wuming Li. Li Zixin looked at the stele, and the voice in her mind had said that when the immortal king married a wife when she was young, did his wife, the man in the tomb, king of the king. She stood in front of the tomb for a long time. It wasn't until Su Ming came to his body that Li Zixin gradually returned, looked up at Su Ming, murmured, "I don't know why, since I came here, I felt that everything here was familiar. Haven't been here." Su Ming knows. This is probably a precursor to wake up some dusty memories in her mind. It can make ancient emperors such as Shen Yuanxuan recognize the Lord. Most of Li Zixin's identity is not simple. That's all. 3 days in the secret situation. During the day, Li Zixin came to the tombstone on the top of the mountain alone, watching the tombstone dull, his eyes deep and empty, as if thinking about something, making people unbearable. And Su Ming also found that everything she did was absent-minded. Only when she returned to the wedding room at night, would she be slightly lively and smart. Moreover, during the day and at night, she was like two very different people who had a cold personality during the day and did not like to talk. At night, Su Ming was very gentle. After every time, she had to lie in his arms, he could fall asleep with his hands, which was particularly sticky. But to the morning the next day, she just sat in front of the window, staring at the window blurred, and her heart seemed to float into another world. Su Ming could even see her lips slightly open, as if murmured to talk to himself, but listened carefully, but there was no any nothing but no any nothing. The sound comes. On the third morning, Li Zixin was different from the previous 2 days. This time, she changed into a pure red wedding dress. She sat in front of the bronze mirror and faced the mirror. Heavier. She quietly dressing up. Beautifully beautiful. The eyes are free from the bronze mirror. Through the window, I saw the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, as well as the white cloud tombstone. Her eyes became empty, staring at the tombstone, as if remembering something of the past, but it seemed more like a person in a daze. Even when Su Ming appeared behind her, she didn't notice it. After a long time, she gradually looked back, glanced at Su Ming behind her, smiled slightly, "Are you awake?" Su Ming stared at her, shifted her eyes, and glanced at the charming red wedding dress on her body. "Why did you put on this dress again?" Li Zixin stared at his eyes, raised his mouth, "Am I good looking?" Su Ming nodded. She said, "I want to marry you again." Stretching out his fingers, pointing to the hills of tombstones standing in the distance, just there. Su Ming is weird. Marry in front of others. Li Zixin looked back and got up and walked out of the room. Not many times. In front of the tombstone. A ray of breeze blows, and the face of the girl is brushed, and the bright glory of the morning she also reflects the girl's cold and beautiful cheeks. She didn't say a word, standing quietly. I didn't know how long it took, and she finally turned back and looked at Su Ming behind her. There was no expression in her eyes, but just asked, "Are you unwilling to marry me?" Su Ming reached out and gently rubbed the mark of the emperor in her eyebrows. Li Zixin understood what he meant and smiled slightly. Laughing and moving, the mark of the emperor in her eyebrows suddenly bloomed with a white glory. The beautiful eyes stared at Su Ming, until Su Ming's face, and the face deep in the memory deep in her mind, the smile on her face became more and more beautiful, and more beautiful. But the next second, she smiled and converged. Huo Ran turned back, his expression became particularly cold. "You say, a woman is dead with a baron, waiting for thousands of years, until she is a Lois, but she never sees the person she wants to see. Is this woman stupid?" Su Ming. Li Zixin reached out and touched her forehead, and she was able to touch the imprint of the emperor's soldiers clearly. She thought about it and said lightly, "You go back first, I think a person will stay alone." Su Ming gave her space. Until this night, the last moment of the fusion of the emperor. Su Ming was being cultivated, and suddenly 2 white and slender hands were tightly grabbed his waist from behind. Su Ming looked back, but found that Li Zixin raised a small face with an unadvertaire, and seemed to want to say something to him, but in the end, he didn't say it, but he came up lightly, and the red lips kissed his lips in his lips. Horn. Nothing overnight. Until the day. Su Ming opened his eyes. However, there was a girl figure in the room. He turned his head and looked at it, but suddenly found that beside himself, a spirit that exuded vast spirit was quietly suspended. Emperor soldiers Shen Yuan. Su Ming's palm moved, Shen Yuan fell into his hands. That is, at this time, this small world suddenly trembled violently, the space was broken, and the whole world was broken in a moment. The scene in Su Ming's eyes changed rapidly. At the last moment he returned to the bottom of Tianyuan. Through the cracking window of the room, he saw the girl who was about to break in the distance. The girl smiled and looked like. Su Ming's eyes changed. Ding, this mystery is connected to the immortal god, and the host cannot shoot. The sound of the system came from the mind. Now that the immortal divine territory is connected, Li Zishan should return to the immortal division after the small world is broken. In this way, Li Zishan's identity was likely to be the people of the immortal god, and at this moment, most of the at this moment have awakened the memories of the previous life. Su Ming was relieved. When he opened his eyes again, returned to the bottom of Tianyuan. What surprised him was that Lin Changfeng's mother, Li Shuiyan, was still here. The latter was sitting in front of the magic tower on the bottom of the sea. Seeing Su Ming suddenly appeared, she was surprised first, and then shocked. Su Ming came behind her and glanced at the magic tower in the town. She stood up by Lin Changfeng, and said faintly, "Your child has entered the magic way, all this is just that he blame himself." Li Shuiyan's eyes were sad, but couldn't help but say, "Master Swordsman, why are you here?" Su Ming was puzzled. "Have you forgotten what happened 3 days ago?" 3 days ago. Li Shuiyan was shocked. Now in the early morning, the outside world says that you have flocked ascending the realm of God. Zhanxian Pavilion dissolves, and the Northling Jing has long been taken over by the new emperors of the Kangxian Protoss. Now that the outside is the world of the Kangxian Protoss. Chapter 415 The Atrocities of the Gods, the City of Gods. 3 months. Su Ming looked at the sky above his head. Above the Tianyuan Sea, the spiritual power of the sky was spread all over, like a seal that blocked the entire sea area, making it impossible for humans and animals to escape. From the surrounding sea area, there were even the sounds of countless sea beasts wailing in pain. Li Shuiyan glanced at the seal over the sea and said, "Since a month ago, that seal has been there, and the entire Tianyuan has now turned into a dead sea because of that seal. I heard from people outside that it was done by a subordinate of the new emperor of the Kangming divine clan, a god called the Kangshe god. I didn't know what they meant by sealing the sea area. Until I saw Lord Sword Immortal." Su Ming glanced at Li Shuiyan, then with a flick of his finger, a white spiritual force shot towards the sky above Haiyuan. "Call out." The spiritual power turned into a sword, and the extremely domineering and sharp sword energy swept across the abyss, instantly smashing the seal that blocked the entire abyss of heaven to pieces. Li Shuiyan's beautiful eyes trembled, and her heart was shaken as she looked at the man who looked like a god descending to earth. Groan. At this time, the entire Tianyuan Sea was trembling violently because the seal was broken. However, what shocked Li Shuiyan even more was that the countless sea beasts that originally lived in the Tianyuan Sea, the giant sea beasts that were hundreds of feet in size, all disappeared after the seal was broken, actually came from all directions. Like stars circling the moon, surrounding Su Ming, one of the abyssal divine whales used its huge body to lift Su Ming up from the bottom of the sea. Boom! The gigantic abyss divine whale, which was hundreds of feet tall, had Su Ming standing on its back. It swam out from the bottom of the sea and screamed muffledly. Countless sea beasts echoed, and the sound shook the 9 heavens. Su Ming waved his hand, and Li Shuiyan appeared on the back of the divine whale. She recovered from the shock just now, and it was only at this moment that she truly understood what the prestige of Lord Sword Immortal in the Tianyuan Sea was. Situation. Tianyuan City below is now deserted. Li Shuiyan took a deep breath and then said slowly, "Master Sword Immortal doesn't know something." After the new emperor of the Kangming divine clan took over the northern spirit realm, it is said that he turned the Tianyuan Sea territory upside down in order to find a few ancient imperial soldiers. Unfortunately, they found nothing in the end, so they turned their attention to the countless forces in Sword Immortal Pavilion in Haiyuan, and asked everyone to be slaves for them. The female disciples became the cauldron used by those people to practice, and the male disciples were refined into slaves. Send them to various restricted areas to find out information about the ancient imperial soldiers. In half a month, nearly half of the hundreds of millions of creatures in Tianyuan were killed or injured. The atrocities committed by the gods are clearly exposed. Su Ming turned his head and looked at her. Li Shuiyan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and then said, although countless forces rose up to resist, it is a pity that even the Sword Immortal Pavilion was defeated. The deputy pavilion master Jian Qingfeng had his arms cut off and hung in the sky above Tianyuan City for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he was rescued by a mysterious man and disappeared, so the Sword Immortal Pavilion was disbanded. Quote, by the way, there are also the ancient Dragon Court and the ancient temple in the Tianyuan restricted area. The Dragon Emperor and the ancient temple master burned their lives and fought a battle with the Kangshe god above the sea. In the end, they were seriously injured and fled. They were also missing. The ancient dragon, the court and the ancient temple were destroyed overnight by the Kangming god clan. Speaking of this, Li Shuiyan was silent for a long time. Not only that, all the hidden families in the sea area and the 3 major divine sects have all had their disciples trained into slaves. Now the entire sea area is like a dead zone. And she can live to this day only because she keeps watch over her child, Lin Changfeng, who has been staying in the abyss. In addition, there is Master Sword Immortal's demon suppressing tower here, so those from the Kangming god clan dare not approach. Here. Li Shuiyan gritted his teeth gently, his beautiful eyes turned slightly red, and said in a trembling voice, Master Sword Immortal, those people from the god clan use me, the creatures of the northern spirit realm, as slaves for their wanton slaughter. Such behavior is no different from the devil. Although she had paved the way for Lin Changfeng since she was a child, and then did something to hurt Li Zishan, what she originally wanted was to marry Li Zishan to her own child, Lin Changfeng, and let Lin Changfeng protect her for the rest of her life. Everything was for the sake of her family, child. And she believed that if Feng'er was still there, facing the Kangming divine clan that was committing numerous atrocities, he would definitely lead a resistance, just like the original Sword Immortal, who expelled the sea demons for Tianyuan. Su Ming said nothing. He just looked down at Tianyuan City, which was in ruins. Then he fell off the back of the divine whale and stood on the abandoned street, looking at the statue above the square in the distance, with half of its body cut off. The statue of the former Sword Immortal. It still stands on the ruins today. Su Ming sensed that the entire Tianyuan Sea area was indeed like a dead area. Except for the sea beasts in the sea area, there was no living creature, and there was no aura of those from the Kangming divine clan. The Kangming divine clan did not find the ancient imperial soldiers here. After sealing the Tianyuan Sea, the Kangshe divine lord led his people to leave and go to Zhongzhou continent and Xuanbei continent and other Sifang continents. If you think about it, the creatures on those continents would have been there long ago. At the hands of the Kangming god clan, Li Shuiyan gritted her teeth and looked at the man in front of her with beautiful eyes. Who would have thought that Lord Sword Immortal, who originally thought he would ascend to the god realm, would now return to the Bailing realm? The reason why the Bailing realm was instantly defeated by the Kangming Protoss was because no one could lead those forces to resist the Protoss. But this Lord Sword Immortal is different. His name has long been spread throughout the 4 continents. He is the most revered Sword Immortal in white in the hearts of millions of living beings. When countless forces were brutally slaughtered by the Kangming god clan, the last hope in many people's hearts was this Master Sword Immortal. Su Ming also didn't expect that only 3 days had passed since he was in Shenyuan Yu's secret realm, and 3 months had passed outside. Yuli gave him 3 days at the beginning, but 3 months later, now he can't feel Yuli's aura in the Bailing realm. Su Ming walked slowly forward along the abandoned street. As he walked, he asked Li Shuiyan, who is the new emperor of the Kangming divine clan. Li Shuiyan shook his head, I have never seen it. I only know that this emperor also brought 3 gods to the lower realm. The Kangshe god is responsible for searching for the ancient imperial weapons for the emperor in the Tianyuan Sea. Now he has gone to Sifang continent. Quote, as for the other 2 gods, I heard that one of them used hundreds of millions of living beings as slaves in Zhongzhou continent. In just 1 month, he built a god city for himself for his cultivation. City of gods. Su Ming looked beyond Tianyuan and finally said with a smile, since ancient times, only alien cultivators would practice in this way. Hearing this, Li Shuiyan suddenly thought of something, and her pretty face was startled. Master Sword Immortal, you won't go to Shenzhen City. You know, the entire Bailing realm is now ruled by the Kangming divine clan, and even the Zhongzhou Saint clan is now just a slave of that god. It is rumored that after the Saint Empress Jiyu Qingwan ascended to the god realm, her temperament changed drastically. She has become a priest of the Kangming god clan and no longer cares about the life and death of the Saint clan in the lower realm, leaving them to fend for themselves. Moreover, among the three gods under that emperor, the one who built the city of gods in Zhongzhou continent is the most terrifying among the three. Not only are his methods extremely cruel, I heard that the demon giant Yu Tianmo on the Xuanbei continent Zun, just die in his hands and be killed by him himself. Even the heavenly demon lord was beheaded by this god himself. If Lord Sword Immortal went there alone, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Chapter 416 by Junyi, just like you, abandon me. Above the ruins, Su Ming did not respond to Li Shuiyan's words, but only glanced at the direction of the Zhongzhou mainland, and then asked in Li Shuiyan. If the seal is solved today, you still plan to stay here? Li Shuiyan's eyes were bitter. She looked up at Su Ming slightly. Mei Yan looked at the young Qingjun face in front of her. The corner of her eyes was red. Those faults he once made, always need someone to bear it. Quote. Listening to Li Shuiyan's meaning, it seems to know something that Lin Changfeng had done. Li Shuiyan murmured to himself, Feng Er has his destiny since he was a child, but he went the wrong way. It was also my mother's biggest fault. I can't interfere, I can only use this method to atone for him. Quote. Su Ming was surprised. Master Jianxian, the sin of my child, is also my sins. Li Shuiyan slowly knelt down in front of Su Ming, crying, now the wind is buried in Haiyuan, the gods slaughter the lower bounds, I am willing to be here, I am willing to be here. In Haiyuan, redeem the crime of century for him, and ask Master Jianxian to promise. Quote. Su Ming was silent for a long time. Finally turned around and walked forward slowly. Li Shuiyan looked at his back, and the tears in his eyes flickered. The wind wanted to be a way of killing, all of which was the responsibility of my mother who had not been able to raise. Quote. Master Swordsman, Shui Yin, thanks. Nympho. Li Shuiyan wants to use her for the rest of her life to atone for the rest of her life. This may be the last thing she can do for her children. Su Ming didn't say much. However, just when he was about to leave, Li Shuiyan suddenly looked up. Master Sword Fairy, a woman named Yuli came to Haiyuan before March. After hearing the words, Su Ming paid a pause and looked back. Li Shuiyan recalled. That woman stayed in Haiyuan for 10 days, as if someone was waiting for, but she left, that is, soon after she left, the emperor of the Kangxian prince led the three great gods. Lower. After listening to Li Shuiyan's words, Su Ming thought that when Yuli said for 3 days, it seemed that it should be something happened to the Shira divine realm, so the time for him would be so urgent. Later, he waited for him for 10 days. It is estimated that Yuli also found that the secret time and reality of the emperor's gods and gods were different. Then they left and returned to Shuluo Shenyu to deal with things. Su Ming nodded, then turned into a light spot in shape, and disappeared from the ruins. Li Shuiyan got up and looked at the place where Su Ming disappeared. Master Jianxian, everything you do for Tianyuan Lingling, everyone is in mind, and you can meet each other if you have one day. The breeze blew, her hair was flying, her cheeks, smiling and moving, the world is life, I will thank you. Nympho. In the northern wasteland, Shenyanzong. Su Ming's figure appeared in the air, but when he looked towards the Zongmen below, he found that the entire Zongmen was shrouded in a layer of spiritual fog, and the scenes in it could not even see it. When Su Ming dropped his body, it should have been the location of the Kaifeng, and finally fell on a dangerous peak. In front of him, he was the main pavilion where Bai Qingshan lived. In front of the attic, there is a cliff surrounded by a fog. At the edge of the cliff, a white-skirt woman, facing Su Ming, stands quietly. It seemed that Su Ming's arrival was not found until Su Ming approached, and the latter seemed to feel something, and Zhao's body moved slightly. Immediately after, the slightly cold voice came. After waiting for so long, are you really back? Su Ming looked at it. At this time, the white-skirt woman slowly twisted her head, revealing a mature and beautiful face, and the deep eyes. Bai Junyi. Why didn't Su Ming not expect that this woman with no spiritual atmosphere was Bai Junyi, who had been captured by the god body at first? However, how could Bai Junyi's eyes become like this, and the pupils even became weird purple? What's going on? Su Ming frowned. Bai Junyi stared at him, his eyes were particularly calm, and then he faded out of the saying, you have gone for so long, many people said, you are dead. Su Ming. Bai Junyi looked back at the attic behind, this is the residence of your master Bai Qingshan. Sure enough, the first thing you return to Zongmen is to come here. Su Ming felt a bit. In the Zongmen, except Bai Junyi in front of him, there was indeed no one's spiritual power. I am the only one here. Bai Juni guessed what Su Ming was thinking, looked up at him, and said indifferently, you don't want to know what happened during this time. She looked calm, her face was indifferent, she didn't wait for Su Ming to speak, and her palm waved. Behind him, the spiritual power suddenly surged, and then the three gray-robed men appeared out of thin air. Everyone had a vast and horrible spiritual atmosphere. After the three showed up, they punched Bai Juni's back. I have seen Bai Si Ming. Bai Juni raised his fingers, and the three looked at Su Ming, and his eyes flickered. It seems that the person that the big priest said is him. When Su Ming looked at it, only to find that the three gray robes behind Bai Juni turned out to be the three gods. The god of the Kangxian Protoss. Su Ming couldn't think of, how could Bai Juni go together with the people of the Kangxian Protoss? The scene changes. In the main hall of the first peak, Bai Juni knelt down in front of the tea seat, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of tea for Su Ming opposite him. However, seeing Su Ming's unmoved look, she slowly put down the teapot and said coldly, the northern spirit realm has been abandoned by the priest's hall. Now this lower realm is just an abandoned land. The people here, it has been completely abandoned by the gods a long time ago. She raised her head and stared into Su Ming's eyes, just like when you abandoned me. Su Ming was surprised. Although he had indeed taken away her divine body, when did he abandon this woman? What? You're speechless. Bai Juni sneered, raised the teacup and took a sip. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today, so should I thank you? Su Ming also stared at her. Have you been to Kangming God Realm? Bai Juni did not answer, but stretched out her hand to twitch the black hair beside her ear. Then she looked away from Su Ming and asked, have you been there? Does it have anything to do with you? Su Ming was silent. Why has this woman's personality changed so much? Also, when did he say he was going to abandon her? Chapter 417. Don't think I will forgive you if you do this. It can only be said that a lot of things should have happened during this period. Where are the others? Su Ming asked. Bai Juni glanced at him, want to know. Su Ming. Bai Juni had never talked to him like this before, and her attitude towards him now was completely different from before. Looking at the cold and indifferent woman in front of him, Su Ming found it difficult to connect her with the Bai Juni from before, but the aura on her body was exactly the same as before. Lin Changfeng is dead, Bai Juni suddenly asked. Su Ming smiled lightly, it seems that you have also been to Tianyuan Sea area. If it hadn't been for him, I wouldn't have had those things happen to you. I can only say that I didn't kill him with my own hands. This is the biggest regret in my heart. Bai Juni stood up slowly. Under her white skirt, she had a mature and plump proud figure. The figure is actually more attractive than before. She lowered her head and looked at Su Ming. A strange light flashed through her purple pupils, and her eyes were exceptionally calm, as if she was looking at a stranger. Call out. At the same time, spiritual power surged outside the main hall, and then numerous wind-breaking sounds were heard. One after another figures swept into the main hall like ghosts. After seeing Su Ming, these people looked startled. Bai Siming, I didn't expect you to really catch this reverse vein. The high priest really did not misjudge the person. He has been hiding from us for 3 months. I thought this guy was going to hide for the rest of his life, but I didn't expect that he actually came to our door. These people are all the divine guards of the Kangming Divine Clan's priest hall. Each one of them has at least the Emperor realm, and the strongest ones can even reach the peak of the Emperor realm. At the beginning, the emperors of the 9 temples failed to capture him. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Only one Thunder Emperor was left to return to the God realm. This traitor dares to resist the judgment of my God Clan Emperor. He is simply seeking death. Bai Siming, is there any news about the ancient imperial soldiers? When they came to the lower realm, in addition to being ordered to capture Su Ming, the counter lineage, what was more important was the ancient imperial weapon related to the immortal realm. It is said that it is called the Shenyuan Yu, and it is the only weapon that can open the immortal realm. Realm channel stuff. The high priest predicted that Shenyuan Yu would appear 3 months ago. However, they searched for it for 3 months, but there was no news. Not only that, when they arrived in the lower realm 3 months ago, they found that Su Ming, a counter-lineage man, had been hiding from them for 3 months. It was simply hateful. After hearing what these people said, Su Ming frowned, hide. A Kangming divine guard sneered and said, you are just a rebel in the lower realm. My heaven has arranged the path for you, but you dare to resist and kill my destiny son in the lower realm. You really don't know how to live or die. At this time, the three deities of the Kangming divine clan also walked into the hall. They glanced at Su Ming, and then looked at Bai Junyi at the same time. Bai Siming, the emperor is here. Emperor. Upon hearing the words of the three deities, all the Kangming divine guards' expressions froze, as if they were sensing it, and they simultaneously turned to look outside the hall. Under their gaze, they saw a young man in white clothes slowly walking in from outside the main hall. His pair of pale and slender palms were placed behind his back. The sound of subtle and crisp footsteps echoed in the main hall, making everyone know one dared to take a breath. This new emperor, named Yi Zan, is the apprentice of priest Qingyi. Not only is his cultivation level reaching the sky, but his talent is even more powerful than countless geniuses in the divine realm. He is the son of destiny in the divine realm who has been kissed by the great priest. Otherwise, the Kangming divine clans, how could the position of emperor fall into his hands? The man in white glanced at the hall indifferently, his eyes swept over Su Ming, and then looked at Bai Junyi, with a warm smile on his originally cold face. Jun Yi, I found a snow soul bead in the snow realm. It is very suitable for your current cultivation. When I return to the God realm, I will give it to you personally. Hear the words. Many Kangming divine guards looked at each other, and then many people coughed slightly. Of course they knew that the emperor fell in love with Bai Siming at the first sight when he saw her 3 months ago. Not only that, he also came here for her. He went to the lower realm and chased Bai Siming for 3 months. That is to say, Bai Siming is the high priest. Otherwise, if it were any other woman who was pursued by the emperor, she would have agreed long ago. Many of them couldn't figure it out. The emperor was young, handsome, and had great cultivation. He was now a famous figure in the Kangming divine realm. He had attracted countless women in the divine realm, but was Bai Siming so difficult to pursue? I heard that the emperor chased her for 3 months but failed to catch her. Tisk tisk, that is to say, the emperor was deeply affectionate. If it were any other man, he would have given up long ago. Yi Zan ignored Su Ming and asked Bai Junyi with concern, I heard that this underworld reverse vein has some tricks. He didn't hurt you, right? Bai Junyi glanced at Su Ming, then looked at Yi Zan, what are you doing here? Yi Zan smiled and said, of course I'm worried about you. This lower realm has been hiding for 3 months, and now it suddenly appears. I'm worried that he will be harmful to you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't be able to cause any trouble. The last words were spoken to Su Ming, and the vast and indifferent aura directly blocked the space around Su Ming. Yi Zan raised his finger casually and ordered to the 3 gods, abolish your cultivation and throw it into the spiritual prison. A reverse vein from the lower realm is really an eyesore for me. Hearing this, Bai Junyi turned to look at Su Ming. Although her pretty face was still calm as usual, her breathing was obviously a little faster than before. However, when I saw Su Ming glance at her, she took her teacup, and looked like a light and lighter to drink tea. Bai Junyi bit red lips lightly. People, do you think someone will help you? Quote. Su Ming laughed, his eyes stared at Bai Junyi, and the latter looked at him with his eyes, but in the end, he tilted his head unnaturally and said in the cold voice towards the 3 gods. The big sacrifice has a order. The ancient emperor soldiers were closely related to this person. First put him into the prison, wait back to the divine domain, and then rejudge. Nympho. The so-called spirit prison is a prisoner made with pure spiritual power, and the person who falls into the spirit prison, even if it is a strong man, can't use any spiritual power, and can only be slaughtered by others. The night came quickly. Today, the entire Shenyanzong is a spiritual prison. Those spiritual fogs that permeate the ancestors are prison fog that can imprison the spiritual power. Su Ming was imprisoned by the 3 gods of the Kangzong prince. Under the night sky, he stood at the peak and his face was indifferent. He here was imprisoned, of course, he deliberately, after all, Yuli had returned to the god of the gods, and Bailongjing was imprisoned because of Tiandao. It was impossible for him to leave the lower boundary. Go to God realm. Su Ming learned from the system that the entire lower boundary, except for a Bai Junyi, all those who have something to do with him have left the lower bounds. If they were not going to the Kangxian divine realm, it would be to go to the demon realm. As for Tang Qingyan and Snow Emperor, and women such as Feng Qingling and Hongyu, they should be taken away by Yuli. If he wants to find them, he must go to the gods first. Not many times, the breeze blows, and a fragrant wind comes. Bai Junyi appeared on the top of the peak. The white skirt is beautiful, cold and beautiful. The two gods who guarded Su Ming suddenly froze, and then hurriedly embraced their fists. I have seen Bai Si Ming. Bai Junyi talked lightly, and said indifferently, you retreat. The two looked at each other, then their bodies turned into light spots, hidden into darkness. Su Ming looked back at her, smiling slightly, you are really different from before. Bai Junyi stared at his eyes, is it possible for me to be deceived for the second time like before? Su Ming was silent. Then he said slowly, if I didn't guess wrong, 3 months ago, Yuli took Tang Qingyan away, did you just keep you in the lower bound? The moment of words. I saw Bai Junyi's body trembling suddenly, and suddenly her eyes became extremely cold, and her eyes were red. Abandoning a woman who once loved you deeply, do you think he is glorious, right? I once liked me. Su Ming shook his head and smiled, is it once? Su Ming. Bai Junyi drank coldly, and said with red eyes, who do you think you are? I admit that I really liked you before, but the moment you abandon me, I treat you, only hate. At this moment, Su Ming also understood. 3 months ago, Yuli didn't wait for him to leave the lower boundary, and he was afraid that without her asylum, the Kangxian Protoss would take Tang Qingyan and others, and took Tang Qingyan to the lower bounds together. Come down. Then Bai Junyi thought that Yuli took Tang Qingyan away from Su Ming's intention, and left her alone in the lower boundary because Su Ming had abandoned her. Slightly looked down at the delicate and mature cold cheeks in front of him, Su Ming was silent. This silly woman. He thought about it, and then sighed, so you thought, I have left the lower boundary. Then I now, why come back? Bai Junyi gritted his teeth, who knows what you come back. Su Ming took a step forward, approaching Bai Junyi a little. From his sight, he could see that Bai Junyi's eyes were still very cold, but because of his approach, a panic flashed slightly. He reached out and raised Bai Junyi's white chin, stared at her eyes, and said warmly, I come here, of course, find a silly woman. The man's extremely gentle eyes in front of the man, just like when he was with her, made her dream of dreams, and her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. In the end, Bai Junyi still took Su Ming's hand and sneered. Do you think I am still as deceiving as before? Su Ming sighed, 3 months ago, something happened. Yuli took away those people, and it was not what I wanted. Then what do you come back now? Don't you know that these people of the Kangli Protoss want your life? Bai Junyi tightly pinched, also, why don't you resist? I know those Kangxian gods, it's not your opponent at all, if you want to leave, they can't stop you. Quote. Su Ming did not answer. I just reached out again, gently stunned the green silk in her ear, and the movement was very gentle. If the people of the Kangxian Protoss sees this scene, I am afraid they will be shocked. Their emperor chased Bai Sis life for 3 months, and even the latter's hands failed to encounter it. However, in front of other men, the cold-like Bai Si Ming did not resist at all. Suddenly, what Bai Junyi thought of, she trembled slightly, her eyes stared at Su Ming deeply, and murmured in her mouth, so you come back to the lower boundary, for me impossible, how could you come back for me, how could you come back for me, you have already abandoned me at the beginning. Quote. In the end, she was full of tears in her eyes. Thinking of the despair and helplessness when the man was abandoned by the man. At that time, her heart was more painful and uncomfortable. The breeze is slightly cool. Bai Junyi reached out and wiped his tears. She turned around and didn't look at Su Ming, but just spoke. She didn't even notice it. Don't think you do this, I will forgive you. Chapter 418 Xuanzong Sight, Ancient Demon Fox. Looking at Bai Junyi's mature and plump figure, Su Ming sighed softly in his heart. Speaking of which, if he hadn't taken away this woman's divine body, maybe she wouldn't be like this. Suddenly, Su Ming slowly raised his head and stared at another mountain peak not far ahead. There were 3 figures sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if they were performing some kind of magic. Their spiritual power soared into the sky, tearing apart the spiritual mist on the sky. They were the 3 deities of the Kangming divine clan. In front of these 3 gods, Yi Zan, who was called the Emperor by Kangming Divine Guard, was also here. At this time, Bai Junyi frowned slightly, and then said, the Kangming Divine Clan sent them to the lower realm. In addition to looking for you and the ancient imperial soldiers, more importantly, they are the ancient Xuanzong who has been sealed in the lower realms since ancient times. After searching for such a long time, they were finally able to determine that the ruins of the ancient Xuanzong are at the Shenyanzong Tianfeng. Ancient Xuanzong. Su Ming murmured to himself. This name was very unfamiliar to him, but it felt familiar somehow. You should still remember the nine-tailed demon fox that came out of Tianfeng, right? Bai Junyi turned back to look at Su Ming. That was the ancient nine-tailed demon fox, and the ancient Xuanzong once cultivated a total of 2 ancient demon foxes. This nine-tailed demon fox, just one of them, has been taken away by Yuli. Yexuan and the others came to the lower realm to find another ancient demon fox and bring it back to the god realm under the orders of the great priest Kangyu. At this point, Bai Junyi glanced at Su Ming. They didn't expect you to show up today. While talking, on the mountain in front, the 3 great gods took action at the same time, and the majestic spiritual power distorted the space. After a while, the entire peak began to twist and deform, and deep in the distorted space, there was a Xuanzong ruins that had been hidden for countless years. Just exposed like that. It looked like an extremely ancient sect. The entire sect was extremely majestic. Above the sect space was a tightly closed bronze door. As long as you pass through this bronze gate, you can enter the Xuanzong ruins. The 3 great gods narrowed their eyes, and Yi Zan's figure swished directly through the twisted space and landed in front of the bronze door. Ancient Xuanzong ruins. Thinking of the high priest's order in his mind, Yi Zan didn't care much. He stared at the bronze door, stepped out with a step, violent spiritual power surged, and punched out with a punch. Boom! The low voice echoed for 9 days, and above the bronze gate, spiritual power spread like ripples. But the next second, under the shocked gazes of the 3 great gods, Yi Zan spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turned pale, and then his figure shot out directly. He steadied himself, his expression gloomy. This scene also made the Kangming divine guards below who were watching here full of disbelief, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The strength of the emperor was not even comparable to that of the 3 gods, and the bronze door was even stronger than him. Can't blast it. Let's take action together. The 3 great gods shouted coldly, and their figures turned into streams of light and shot up. Yi Zan nodded and rushed out again. The 4 of them took action at the same time. The terrifying spiritual power trembled as if even the world was overwhelmed. However, the 4 attacks hit the bronze. There were only some ripples on the door, and then the terrifying rebound force shook the 4 of them down. Yi Zan gritted his teeth suddenly, raised his head and stared at him, so hard. The 3 great gods also fell silent. The air was quiet for a long time. Yi Zan stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he had no choice but to stop. The high priest also said that the ancient Xuanzong was originally the overlord of the immortal god's domain. Of course, the ruins are not that easy to open. Since it's related to the immortal god realm, so it seems that the imperial weapon Shenyuan Yu is the key to opening the bronze gate. Hear the words. Yi Zan, the 3 great gods, and the Kangming divine guards that filled the entire sky, all looked at Su Ming in an instant. Boom! The terrifying spiritual pressure on the several great gods was as if it were material, and it instantly enveloped Su Ming. Yi Zan narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Su Ming. After I came to the lower world, I don't know how many people I sent to look for you. If I guess correctly, you disappeared during this time not only to avoid us but also to get the emperor. Bingshan Yueniu. Hand over the imperial soldiers, and I will leave you with a complete corpse so that you can explain to the high priest. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled slightly and said, You are just a lackey of the god clan, but you are very loyal. Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes twitched and his eyes suddenly darkened. Who are you scolding? Su Ming looked playfully. Do you want me to repeat it again? Yi Zan took a deep breath, and the majestic spiritual power surged around him, and waves of vast and powerful pressure swept away, even making the countless Kangming divine guards below find it difficult to breathe. Divine Realm. Su Ming had long known through the system that Yi Zan's cultivation was in the middle stage of the Divine Realm, and the other 3 were in the early stage of the Divine Realm. With such cultivation, he might be able to walk sideways in the general Divine Realm. The next second, I saw a red light passing by in the sky, and Yi Zan's figure suddenly rushed out. Only his shadow was left on the spot, and his true body appeared in front of Su Ming almost instantly. The majestic and powerful spiritual power surged out of his body. The fluctuation was many times more powerful than that of the great emperors of the 9 temples. He actually wanted to use spiritual pressure to make Su Ming kneel down in front of him. Vast spiritual power rippled around him, and Yi Zan's eyes flashed coldly. He raised the corner of his mouth. You are a countervein cultivator from the lower realm, and you are lucky to be able to reach the imperial realm, but you don't think that I am Xiao, a useless emperor like Feng, right? Boom. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and he gently clasped his palms, with a teasing and sarcastic smile on his face. A terrifying spiritual power like a storm immediately covered Su Ming. Then the palm of his hand was like an afterimage, pinching towards Su Ming's head. But just when he was about to squeeze it, bursts of strange flames burned under his palms. The flames could not only swallow up the spiritual power, but also spread along the palms to his body, causing his expression to change instantly. Feng Tianyan. The flames swept across, and Yi Zan's body was shaken violently, and then he suddenly backed up, spending a lot of spiritual power to melt away the strange flames on his body. This scene, falling into the eyes of the Kangming divine guards below, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They knew the Emperor's strength better than anyone else. Not to mention the lower realm, even in the divine realm, the Emperor could be on the divine list. Characters. And this Su Ming is just a descendant of the lower realm, how could he be the Emperor's opponent? Other side. Yi Zan took half a step back, the coldness in his eyes became more intense, and his expression was gloomy. Being able to refine the burning sky flame is indeed quite capable, but do you think you are qualified to be my opponent with the burning sky flame on your body? Quote. Su Ming slowly stepped forward, glanced at Yi Zan, and then looked at the three gods in the sky. A smile also appeared on his face. His eyes returned to Yi Zan and he said lightly, let's try it. Chapter 419 by Junyi, will be brave. Su Ming's calmness not only made Yi Zan's eyelids twitch slightly, but also the expressions of the three gods of the Kangming divine clan and those of the Kangming divine guards became uglier. They have 4 powerful men at the divine realm here, plus Bai Siming. This kid is already destined to die. Where does he get the courage? Yi Zan clenched his fist slightly, and red spiritual power roared out from his body. Then he suddenly stepped out, and his figure turned into a red light, tearing through the sky as fast as lightning. Desolation killing technique. The red light continued to grow in Su Ming's eyes, and Yi Zan's attack was a terrifying killing move. Boom. Cyan's spiritual power mixed with burning sky flame surged out of Su Ming's body and appeared on the surface of his body. A ferocious green dragon even emerged from behind him. The Supreme Dragon Transformation Technique. Burning Heaven Battle Body. 100% spiritual power increase. Aha. The next second, red light rushed over, and a fist wind containing violent spiritual power hit the place where Su Ming was standing. Bang. The spiritual power exploded, but Yi Zan's fist only shattered an afterimage. He turned around suddenly, unable to believe that he was not as fast as Su Ming. Roar. The ferocious green dragon looked up to the sky and roared, and the violent roar shook the sky. Then the green light condensed and turned into a green dragon burning with burning sky flames. It roared into the sky, with extremely violent power, under the gaze of all Kangming divine guards. Down, crashing into Yi Zan. At that moment, the momentum was earth-shattering. A terrifying spiritual storm swept across the world, and the expressions of everyone below changed drastically. In the storm, a slightly embarrassed figure suddenly shot out from the sky, tracing a distance of several thousand meters in midair before it stabilized its figure. And that person is none other than the new emperor of their Kangming divine clan, Yi Zan. He was a powerful person in the realm of gods, and he was the most valued disciple of priest Qingyi. How could he be repulsed by this lower realm countervain attack? All the Kangming divine guards did not dare to take a breath, and their eyes when looking at Su Ming became extremely shocked. This Nemeri really has some abilities. No wonder the Nine Heavens goddess from the divine pavilion spoke so highly of this person after visiting the lower realms. Seeing this scene in midair, the Kangshe god took a deep breath. Then he looked at the other 2 deities and said, let's take action together. If this reverse pulse is not eliminated, my heart will not be at ease. The words fell. The expressions of the 3 gods were indifferent, and with a flash of their bodies, they appeared beside Yi Zan at the same time. 4 vast auras that shook the world suddenly enveloped Su Ming. Seeing these 4 great gods taking action at the same time, all the Kangming divine guards felt a sense of peace that they had not seen for a long time. Even if Su Ming was a pervert, could he still fight 4 of them one by one? Yi Zan's face looked a little ugly, but he also knew that if he wanted to kill Su Ming today, unless the 4 of them took action together, it would be really difficult for him to do it on his own. Behead as soon as possible and get the imperial weapon. He didn't waste any words. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into red light and rushed out again. The three people beside him also took action, and every time they made a move, it was a terrifying killing move without reservation. 4 violent auras came violently. But this time, except for Yizan, the expressions of the other 3 gods changed slightly. They saw a spiritual sword shadow like a star, directly piercing through the space, and finally slashed hard on the 3 people who could not avoid it. Bang! The faces of the 3 people changed, and their bodies were shaken away by the spiritual sword shadow. When they stabilized their bodies, a deep sword mark appeared on the arms of the 3 people, and blood slowly dripped. The 3 gods looked at the injuries on their arms, their expressions changed, and then they all looked at the beautiful figure in the white dress behind Su Ming. I saw Bai Junyi, who was standing coldly. At this time, her beautiful eyes seemed to be shining with spiritual power like stars. The spiritual power spread from her body, causing the entire world to be filled with spiritual power. Trembling slightly. Bai Siming. The expressions of the 3 great gods changed slightly. Don't forget the high priest's order. If something goes wrong, even if we have 10 lives, it won't be enough. Bai Junyi didn't speak. The spiritual energy of the stars flowed out of her body. The white dress wrapped her exquisite and plump body. Her eyes looked into the air. She slowly took a step forward, and with her movements, she extended an incomparably moving graceful arc. The line made many Kangming divine guards look dumbfounded. They almost forgot that Bai Siming was a member of the High Priest, and even the status of Emperor Yexuan was inferior to her. In addition, she had awakened the spiritual power of the stars. Who here dared to offend her? Yizan stopped and looked at Bai Junyi in disbelief, and then looked at Su Ming. He didn't know what happened to Bai Junyi and Su Ming when he was in the lower realm. After all, Bai Junyi represented the High Priest at the moment, and she to do this. Does the High Priest have any new orders? Thinking of the High Priest, Yizan suddenly didn't dare to act rashly. The 3 great gods also fell silent. The white spiritual sword shadow in midair slowly transformed and turned into a long white sword, floating beside Bai Junyi. She raised her eyes and glanced at Yizan and the 3 gods, and said coldly, 4 against 1, this is the arrogance of your self-proclaimed gods. If you kill him and the Emperor's soldiers are lost, what do you think the High Priest will do? Several people looked at each other, and they did not rule out this possibility. After all, the ancient imperial soldiers had spirits. Once the master died, he would probably be lost to the space storm, and no one would be able to find him by then. Yizan touched his nose, slowly lowered his figure, and said, Junyi, what do you say? I will listen to you. 3 great god. Although this new emperor likes Bai Siming, it is well known, but where he just likes, he clearly traces. You know, Bai Siki's life is the person of a big priest, that is, the future candidate of the priest's palace. He is a new emperor. Essence. Bai Junyi looked at Su Ming, and saw Su Ming also looked at her, as if smiling at her. She suddenly hummed and glanced at Su Ming. The ancient demon fox on my head, I have my own seizure. Su Ming has promised to return to my realm with me, today. Yizan froze slightly, and in the vaguely, Su Ming glanced at it, then took a deep breath, and his body slowly converged. The 3 great gods also converged their spiritual power. In the priests, the strong in the early days of their god of respect must obey the sentiment of the master's temple. When they come to the lower bounds. Bai Siming represents the commander of the big sacrifice in the order of Bai Siming, and they have to obey. After a while, the 3 great gods and the gods of Kangzong retreated, and Yizan was still unwilling. He couldn't help saying, Junyi, even if the emperor is really on this boy, he does not need to accommodate him like this. I will find a way to open the Xuanzong site. Bai Junyi glanced at him coldly, have you finished speaking? Yizan. He smiled, okay, let's not say him anymore, then you tonight. He was interrupted by Bai Junyi without saying something. Bai Junyi. The life of Fengde punishment, I still have a thing to ask Su Ming separately, why, do you want to stay? Yizan glanced at Su Ming's teeth, and of course I wanted to stay with you. You must know how many times he wanted to get along with Bai Junyi in the past 3 months. How could he be angry with treatment? But in the face of Bai Junyi's cold eyes, he had to retreat first. When everyone left, Su Ming looked at Bai Junyi and said with a funny, what do you mean, am I the captive? Isn't it? Bai Junyi waved his hand and retracted the white sword suspended in the air. Then he carried his hands and said towards Su Ming, you have ancient emperors on your body, you should be able to find the demon fox from the ancient Xuanzong. I give you one night, tomorrow, I will take you back to God's realm. Su Ming stretched his waist and glanced at the beautiful man in front of him, but was swept coldly by Bai Junyi. He said, I don't know how to ask me alone. Quote. Bai Junyi didn't speak. Su Ming sighed. When did we become so rare? What do you say? Bai Junyi gently gritted his teeth and cursed, if you are in the heart, you should be poked by my sword. Su Ming. He didn't wait for him to speak, but heard Bai Junyi's voice coming, I will be stubborn, and I want to deal with the four gods alone, is there any injury? Chapter 420 Xingqian Dedication, Yinyu Tianyu. It was just a night, and of course it would not hurt Su Ming, but Su Ming was a little confused about what Bai Junyi said. You mean, the high priest of the Kangming divine clan, to let you take me back to the god realm? What did that old woman think? Hear the words. Bai Junyi glanced at Su Ming, if the high priest hears this, you will be doomed. Su Ming shrugged, tell the truth. By the way, Kang Yu should be from the same era as the immortal god king. She is already tens of thousands of years old, so she is not an old woman. I'm too lazy to care about you. Bai Junyi stopped talking to Su Ming and walked to the stone stairs in front of the Peak Master Pavilion and sat down. Her hair was like a waterfall of black hair hanging down, and her back was moving. As a result, Su Ming didn't come over for a long time, so she said angrily, won't you sit over here? A cold and sweet voice came over. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over and sat down next to Bai Junyi. He turned his head and looked at Bai Junyi, only to see that the coldness on this woman's face was much weaker than before, and she did not have the heroic spirit that had just been used to defeat the three great gods with one sword. Instead, there was an exceptionally rare softness. Su Ming didn't speak. Bai Junyi gently stroked a strand of hair beside his ear with his beautiful hand, and then said, the Kangming divine clan has always wanted to take the place of the immortal divine realm and dominate the 10 major divine realms. The high priestess this time planning is dangerous. At this point, she didn't want to mention it anymore. Su Ming was slightly startled. Bai Junyi obviously knew a lot about the Kangming divine clan now. She probably knew it from the high priest Kang Yu 3 months ago. However, Su Ming could also hear obvious worry from her voice. 3 months ago, because our Bai clan's ancestral palace was opened by outsiders, our family was punished by the gods. Except for me, even my grandfather was not spared. Su Ming was surprised, so you were brought back to the god realm by Kang Yu at that time. Bai Junyi nodded lightly, I know that the high priest took me back just because I still have the value that she needs, but I don't want to die in such an unknown way. I haven't found you yet, and I haven't asked you yet. Why did you leave me alone in the first place? She stared straight at Su Ming, but that look and the trace of sadness in her eyes made people's hearts ache. Su Ming sighed. Just when he was about to explain, Bai Junyi shook his head, you don't need to explain. She stood up from the stone stairs and pretended not to care and said, no matter what you think, it is no longer important to me now. Looking at Bai Junyi's pretty face, Su Ming became a little dazed for a moment. However, he still briefly talked about Shenyuan Yu. After listening to his words, Bai Junyi pursed her lips, suddenly turned back to look at him, and smiled, Su Ming, we know each other because of our hearts. When we return to the god realm, I will give you a gift. Hear the words. Looking at Bai Junyi's charming smile, for some reason, Su Ming suddenly felt a little distressed and had a bad premonition. What do you want to give me? Anyway, I won't give myself to you anymore. Bai Junyi hummed softly, even if I give it to you, you don't want it. Su Ming. Bai Junyi glanced at Su Ming one last time, then turned and left. Under the night, only her sweet voice came. With me here, Yizan and others dare not touch you. I will leave the ancient Xuanzong ruins to you. I will take you back to the god realm tomorrow. Su Ming looked at her cold back again. Of course he knew that his use of Bai Junyi might have deeply hurt this woman's heart. In addition, he suddenly disappeared with Shenyuan Yu for 3 months, which made Bai Junyi think that he had abandoned her. Although she had explained it, if it were another woman, she would have stabbed him the first time they met. How could she give it to her? A chance for him to explain. Other side. In a place where Su Ming could not see, Bai Junyi's eyes were slightly red, and she was looking at the dark sky with a trance. Until 2 lines of clear tears fell from her eyes, she did not notice it. She just stretched out her jade hand and gently placed it on the position of her heart. She didn't know how long it took, but she thought of Su Ming's tenderness towards her back then. A nostalgic smile appeared on her face unconsciously, and she murmured to herself in a voice that she could only hear. Su Ming, thank you for giving me the heart of the Snow Emperor, and thank you for making me fall in love with you. But I'm afraid I won't be able to stay with you in the future. Until Bai Junyi disappeared, Su Ming still felt a little strange. He always felt that Bai Junyi was hiding something from him. It stands to reason that since she has the heart of the Snow Emperor, and has now awakened the spiritual power of the stars, and has become the commander of the priest hall of the Kangming God clan, her future cultivation path should be smooth sailing. But why did she start from her? On his body, Su Ming still felt the smell of life passing away. He felt very strange just now. After saving her with the heart of the Snow Emperor, Bai Junyi should no longer have this feeling of life passing away. Although it was only for a moment, Su Ming really felt it just now. Su Ming searched the system in his mind. Ding! After testing by this system, the heroine Bai Junyi awakened the spiritual power of the stars and practiced the star sacrifice technique. This magical technique will consume a lot of her vitality. Star sacrifice technique. An ancient divine technique with no side effects, sacrificing the spiritual power of the stars and the cultivation of the whole body. She knew that after bringing the host back to the god realm, the Kangming God clan would be detrimental to the host, so she used this sacrificial technique to sacrifice herself. It was a pity that let the host escape from the Kangming God clan and return to the Shura God realm. After hearing the system's words, Su Ming suddenly fell silent. In fact, he had already made a guess when he heard the word star sacrifice technique. Should I say it or not, this woman is indeed quite stupid. Since he could deliberately let people like Yi Zhan take him back to the god realm, how could he not be prepared? But now that he knew Bai Junyi's plan, Su Ming certainly wouldn't sit idly by and ignore it. He felt somewhat sorry for this woman. At this moment, the Shenyuan Yu in Su Ming's body suddenly trembled slightly. He seemed to feel something, and suddenly he raised his head and looked at the bronze door in the twisted space on the sky. Ancient Xuanzong ruins. I heard from Yi Zhan and others that the bronze door could only be opened with the Shenyuan Yu. However, just when Su Ming was about to try it, the bronze door above his head was suddenly torn open with a crack in the middle. A fox head carefully poked its head out from the crack. Su Ming was stunned for a moment by the sudden appearance of the fox's head. Wait for him to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, he found that the ancient demon fox was staring directly at him, and then he just rushed out of the bronze door. It was a fox covered in silver fur, with silver fox ears and a fox tail, and a pair of silver demon eyes shining with a strange and charming brilliance. Ancient silver moon fox. Like the nine-tailed sky fox, they are both products of the ancient times. By the time Su Ming reacted, the silver fox had already swept down from the sky and turned into a bright silver shadow in front of him. Then, inside the light and shadow, a woman wearing a silver dress slowly emerged. The woman has silver hair and silver eyes. Under her thin silver dress, a large area of snow-white skin is vaguely exposed. Her plump and graceful figure, tall and sexy long legs, and charming face all give her a cold temperament. There is a kind of charming and enchanting. The sudden appearance of such a cool and charming mature beauty made even Su Ming stunned for half a second. The silver-haired woman opposite also stared at Su Ming, her charming face frowned slightly, and then she slowly came to Su Ming. The alluring fragrance that hit his nostrils gave Su Ming a sense of familiarity. Under his gaze, he saw the silver-haired woman slowly approaching him, her cold and charming peach blossom eyes staring closely at Su Ming's eyes. Then Changbi sniffed Su Ming, then raised her eyebrows and said, "Are you from the immortal god realm?" Su Ming also stared at her and asked quietly, "Who are you?" The silver-haired woman's expression paused, and then she showed a charming and seductive smile towards Su Ming. "Little brother, I am also from the immortal god realm. How about this? How about you take your sister to the god realm?" While speaking, she stretched out her jade hand and caressed Su Ming's face with her cold fingertips. "Also, you are not allowed to tell others about your meeting with me tonight, otherwise my sister will kill someone and silence you." After hearing this, Su Ming frowned. Although this silver-haired woman looked charming and enthusiastic, and seemed to be easy to get in touch with, Su Ming was not a fool. The spiritual aura of this woman was even more unfathomable than Yuladu. In Su Ming's opinion, her danger level is even close to that of Kang Yu, the high priest of the Kangming divine clan. Chapter 421 The God of God, the God's Villain. But seeing this woman did not have much hostility to herself at this moment, Su Ming thought about it, and then nodded gently. Seeing Su Ming's consent, the silver-haired woman raised her eyebrows and smiled, and her body turned into a silver fox again, and then rushed into Su Ming's space spiritual ring. Sister sleeps in your spiritual ring, don't you mind? Fortunately, Su Ming had already added a layer of shackles and prohibition to his space spiritual ring to hide the important things in the space spiritual ring. Unless he is willing, no one can notice it, and it is impossible to spy the outside world in the spirit ring, so Su Ming can rest assured. I just did not expect that this demon fox can survive in the space Lingji. There were records in the ancient monster god records that Yinyu Tianyu, who lived on the immortal and swallowed the moon, can even devour the space, use it to cultivate itself, but also shuttle in the space at will. Isn't it very simple to go to God? Unless she was suppressed in the lower bound. Su Ming was too lazy to think about what happened after the God of God. Compared with the lower realm, the God realm is the real core area of this world. Don't think that ordinary people will go to the God of the gods after they finish their calamities. Without the attractiveness of the God of God, anyone will only be torn into fragments in the space storm. He first won the Emperor Le Emperor. As a result, after Lady went to the God world, he was forcibly cut off. This seems to be it. One of the rules of heaven and earth, only when he also goes to the God of the gods can he regain Lady's body. Moreover, elders and others should be brought to the God of the gods by the upper world, but they do not know that they are in the Kangxian division or go to several other gods. Anyway, it is impossible for ordinary people to break through the space barrier. This has led to few monks who can practice from the lower realm to the gods from ancient times to the present. For the divine world, Su Ming knows very little. But he knows a little bit. Looking up at the sky, the dark eyes seemed to break through the void. A horrible emperor appeared from Su Ming. His eyes became purple emperor pupils. A shadow, worship him. This is the emperor's pupils derived from the blood. In ancient times, these emperor pupils belonged to only one person, Emperor Shura. At this moment, Su Ming did not think that his life was impossible. He was abandoned in the lower world since he was a child. Although he was talented, he was a villain. It wasn't until Yuli found him that he knew that as the young master of the Shura Protoss, he had the top identity at the top of this fantasy world from his birth, but because of some rules set by the immortal divine realm, he was sent to the baby when he was sent to the baby. In the lower boundary, after the 6th reincarnation, it broke the lower world. If this is the experience of Shura divine realm for his young master, Su Ming wants to say that it is not necessary. But since this step has reached this step, he originally belonged to him, and he would naturally take it back. The grievances with the Kangyu Protoss must be cleared well. A handful of your palms. The dark golden light gathered. There were countless black light on his hand that emerged, condensed into a weird dark pattern, intertwined and entangled, and then in the tattoo, the Emperor Soldier's Shen Yuan condensed a little bit. Laugh. The original red ancient Emperor soldiers at this moment were in Su Ming's hands, but it seemed to have a strand of dark spirit. Some kinds of red golden seals above were slowly melting and removing. Emperor soldiers Shen Yuan, before being created by the immortal king as a spiritual puppet and gave him the wife on earth, Su Ming prefers to call it under the dark spirit. Originally, the small Shen Yuan, at the speed visible to the naked eye, quickly expanded from the size of the spirit. But for a moment, it changed into a gloomy cold light, the monster cold halberd. The body of the halberd's body had a dark spirit, and even the weight even expanded hundreds of thousands of pounds in an instant. Holding the halberd's body, a martyr's cold killing swept down. Su Ming held it and could clearly feel the somewhat shocking emotions in the magic halberd. It seems that this magic halberd is used as a spiritual puppet in such a long years. It is somewhat grudges, and those resentment turns into the heinous magic of the halberd at this moment. This is a real demon soldier. Su Ming glanced ahead, swept gently, the magic was empty, and the dark spirit above the halberd blade directly divided the mountain peak in front of two halves. Come out. Such prestige is called Wushuang Emperor. Su Ming is more satisfied with this magic halberd. With such weight, it is no longer a word to collapse the void. The average person does not say that it has picked it up, but it is touched gently. I am afraid that you have to shatter your bones. Perhaps it was because the killing of the killing in the halberd was too heavy, and the magical monophymal, the immortal king would seal the real magic halberd, and turned into a god's without any lethality. From the moment he got Shen Yuanzhang, Su Ming knew the existence of killing the magic halberd, or it may be because of his villain's identity, which was in line with this demon soldier. At this moment, in his hands, Su Ming was able to feel the cheers of this demon soldier, and even sent him a very kind sense to him. It is indeed a former murderer. Such wisdom is extraordinary. Ding, congratulations to the host to release the seal of Shenyuan, obtaining the ancient demon soldiers, and the collection of emperor soldiers has completed 50%. Hearing the sound of the system, Su Ming called the attribute interface at this moment. Host, Su Ming. Race, human race. Bloodline physique, bloodline of the god of Shira received from awakening. Emperor Eyes of Shira, system reward, nightmare demon eyes, sign in reward. Ancient sword immortal body, sign in reward, immortal nether body, received from villain points exchange, heaven nightmare tyrant body, obtained from the exchange of villain points, ancient divine brilliance body, sign in reward, innate principle source body, sign in reward, supreme dragon body, obtained from practicing the supreme dragon transformation technique, burning heaven battle body, proceeded from refining Tianding. Cultivation level, peak of the emperor realm, each time an ancient divine body is opened, the cultivation level can be increased by 200%. Possess ancient imperial weapons, burning heaven cauldron, emperor slaying judgment sword, demon taming ancient tower, martial emperor seal, Shenyuan Yu god killing demon halberd, ancient heaven and earth mirror fragments 2/10. Identity, young master of the Shira imperial clan, villain of the god realm. Contracted spirit beast, none. On the identity column, Su Ming once again saw the word villain. The villain of the divine world. So does this mean that there are so-called sons of destiny and daughters of destiny in the god realm, and they can't get along with him, a villain? Although the god realm has experienced hundreds of millions of years of evolution and is now divided into 10 major divine realms, it is only one divine realm, connected to many vast worlds and countless small worlds. Lower realms such as the northern spiritual realm are different from the real divine realm. Compared with the world, it is like dust. The sons of destiny trained in the lower world are just tools they use on the battlefield of the gods to conquer all races for the gods. To put it nicely, this kind of battlefield of the gods is just a killing game to seize the territory. The truly top-notch geniuses in the divine domain, the real sons of destiny, always sit high and overlook those below. They fight and don't even bother to come to a place like the lower world. So now that he has returned to God's domain, he is still a villain. Su Ming knew very well that he would definitely face the son of destiny in the god realm. There might even be a so-called daughter of destiny among the marriage contracts made by the Shira imperial clan for him. Chapter 422 Immortality, Longevity, end of the lower realm chapter. Su Ming quickly recovered his thoughts. All of this had to wait until the god realm to know. At this moment, he even divided the power of the Kangal gods. I only know that the palace of the Kangxian priest master is in charge of the entire magic domain. Under the palace of the sacrifice, there must be the rest of the priests. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked at the position of Tianfeng. If it was not remembered just now, in the three gods of the Kangxian Protoss, the one named Kang blood god just went to the bottom of Tianfeng peak. The Mang flashed in the eyes. The figure disappeared from the peak. Tianfeng peak bottom. The blood god respected, who was cultivated in the picker, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of his eyes, there was a cold light and dark halberd tip with a cold light. The blood god stunned for a moment, and followed the hand that held the magic halberd, and saw Su Ming, who did not know when he would appear in front of him. Do you dare to do your deity? Su Ming's eyes were light. In the next second, the halberd tip of the dark spirit was stunned, and the blood of the blood god was so worn by the magic halberd, nailed to the boulder, without any resistance. Blood, dripping the ground along the tip of the halberd. The air is heard. The blood god's face changed madly, looking at Su Ming's calm and indifferent look. A sudden incredible idea appeared in his mind. You. Hush. Su Ming motioned him to quiet, then smiled slightly. I ask, you answer. The blood god's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He didn't understand why only Su Ming, who was only the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, was terrifying enough to make him trembling at this moment. This guy, he has been pretending. Intersection. Unexpectedly, the expression on the face of the blood, Su Ming asked, who was rescued by the dragon emperor of the ancient dragon. Oh, by the way, it is the one you almost killed with the master of the ancient temple in Tianyuan Sea. After hearing the words, I didn't want to speak in a hurry when I didn't want to think about it. I know the two people you said, of course, it is impossible for them to escape from my hands, but when the deity is to kill them, the demon realm of the demon realm. The owner of the pavilion rescued them, and there were two women, like the daughter of the two old guys, and was taken away by the owner of the demon. Quote. Demon god realm. Su Ming frowned. The blood god respects his teeth. The status of the demon pavilion in the demon domain is not comparable to the palace of the priests of Archangel Protoss. Little god. Su Ming laughed, pulled the magic halberd out of the blood god, and then patted his face with blood. You also know that you are just a little god. Quote. The blood god is furious, you humiliate me. Alas. The cold halberd cut through the air, and at the neck of the blood god, a shocking blood appeared at the neck of the blood god. Su Ming thought for a moment, and then asked. After a while, from the mouth of the blood god, I knew many things about the divine domain. Among the forces of Kangxian God realm, in addition to governing the entire sacrifice hall of the entire divine realm, there are also immortal families, Changshengxianmen, Wushuang Emperor, Hongwangxian, Moro's divine religion. These are almost the power standing at the top of the God of God. And this is just a domain of the Kangxian divine realm. There are also other divisions that can also compare with these forces. Among them, the top 10 god domains are respected by real immortal forces and overlooking all nationality. Each of these forces, even some of them have long inherited millions of years, and what they know about the blood gods. The last battle of the Shifang god realm was 80,000 years ago. I don't know how much the lower boundary of the immortal and longevity family. I only know that for tens of thousands of years, all the lower bounds have been spent in the killing. The blood flow is half the sky. The endless lower boundaries turned into a powder in the war. After all, in the eyes of all the gods, the lower realm of the lower realm is just their slaves, like an ant, and of course they are used as the cannon fodder of war. This is the domineering power of the God of God. In a war, it was more than 100 million life. As for the division of the cultivation of the God of God about the realm of God, it is a bit different from Su Ming knowing. In a place like God realm, there are not uncommon for the power of the gods. There are also many characters like the blood of the blood of the blood. To put it bluntly, they are the existence of the true big people of the Kangxian Protoss. Even the Emperor Yizan was just to get a nice name of the Emperor from the Punishment Temple. The true identity of Yizan was the person of the Xingqian Pavilion. Lin Changfeng and Xiaofeng, who are similar to the destiny of the lower bounds, went to the God of the gods, although they would be guided by the Sacrifice Master's Hall or even the Big Sacrifice, but because of the identity of the lower world, they were in the eyes of those people in the gods. The second-class person is the tools and cannon fodder on the battlefield of the Protoss. Among the gods, people who have their identities and status are all immortal family. The existence of Changshengxianmen is good. But almost all the things that are related to the interests of the gods are determined by these immortal forces. Although the realm of God is a strong watershed. However, after millions of years of derivation, the divine domain has already derived another watershed in the gods of God. Those who are similar to the gods such as the blood god and Yizan are collectively referred to as the earth in the divine realm. In addition to those high demands of the immortal forces because the practice method does not meet the immortal forces, their combat effectiveness is also the God of God. The worst existence in the realm. Those who are true in the realm of God are called Tianzun, and only by the existence of the God list of the gods can it be regarded as Tianzun. In other words, now there is no such statement such as the God of God, and there are two realms in the realm of God. Among the Shifang God realm, each god domain has its own list of gods. On the top of each god list, there are only 100 rankings from high to low. If you want to appear on the god list, you must defeat that one of the hundreds. There are only 100 Tianzun in one side. Dizun is not worthy of the latter's shoes in front of Tianzun. As for the owner of the pavilion in the Kangshe Shenzun, Su Ming asked, the latter ranked 9th on the god list of the demon domain, and it was the 9th Tianzun of the demon realm. And his so-called auntie, on the 7th ranking of the god list of Shira, the 7th Tianzun of Shira gods today. In other words, those immortal forces and longevity families who dominate the gods of Kangxian have never taken a small northern spirit realm with his lower realm in the eyes. Tianzun, no one has shot Su Ming. After seeing Su Ming's words, he was a little silent, and the blood god shook his head and smiled. Don't look at many people say that Yizan is qualified to appear on the Kangxian god list, but only we know that with his current cultivation the god list is that he may not be able to squeeze into the top 100, even if the last place in the god list can crush him by hand. Quote. Also, Su Ming was surprised. Of course. The blood god glanced at Su Ming, proudly. There are only 100 gods, but there are thousands of the earth list. Quote. Seeing Su Minggu's strange eyes swept over, the blood god respected immediately felt insulted. You think the earth list is so easy to advance? So I went to the lower bounds to Yao Wuyang, and what did I have cultivated the city, and wanted to satisfy my vanity. Su Ming laughed. It is just to complete the task of the sacrifice town arrangement. The god of God is not cultivated by me. It was repaired by the old man of Kangyuan. Hearing here, Su Ming understands it completely. Kangxian Shenju, on the bright side, is the general domain of the sacrifice master's temple. In fact, the real god domain is one of the immortal family and the Changsheng immortal. Slaves, including those in the lower bounds, have the top talent for their cultivation. This sacrifice master's temple is similar to a manager of the gods, and the blood god respected these people, but it was in this agency to do things for those adults. I originally thought that I had peeped into the true appearance of the god realm. I did not expect that it was just the tip of the iceberg revealed by the gods. You let me go. Kang Shui Shenzun said, today, I won't tell others. Since you want to go to the god world, we will take you too. He was not stupid. Through Su Ming's question, he had guessing that Su Ming was likely to want to go to the god of God through them. He is just doing things for those immortal family and Changshengxian. There is no need to lose his life for this. But then thinking about what Kangshe God also said, but once your lower realm, once you go to the divine world, there is no identity and no background, and you will be wanted. Quote. You don't know how noble and arrogant those who have the longevity immortal and the immortal family. As long as they go from the lower bounds, life and death are only between them. Su Ming retracted the magic halberd and asked curiously, then you talk to me about the Shuiro Emperor. The Emperor of the Shira. The blood of the blood stared suddenly. You are crazy, the Shira god realm is not the same as the god realm of God. In the Shira god realm, the Shuiro Emperor is an absolute master. What are the immortal family? In front of the Shira Emperor, he had to bow his head to be a man, but that hegemony, but no one dared to offend them. Quote. You ask this, wouldn't you want to run to Shira divine domain secretly? No. Then you are looking for death. How proud and domineering the Shiro Emperor is, outsiders have not been allowed. If you go, you will be a dead end, and the same is true of Tianzun. Having said that, the blood god respected looked at Su Ming again. I advise you not to fight the idea of the Emperor of the Rogue. I just heard that the young master of the Emperor will be returned, and then there will be 10,000 in the Shira god realm. The clan comes to congratulate. I do know how many immortal family and the big man of the Changshengxian tribe, who want to marry your daughter and princess. If you are a daughter, you can think about it. Quote. Chapter 423 The Emperor of Tianshuang. Pick up my husband, Wei nationality. The Beiling Jing was completely abandoned by the Kangxian Protoss. However, several of them and even the state of Zhongzhou had countless surviving creatures. Originally, everyone thought that they would be killed by slaves of the priests. After all, according to the brutality of the Protoss, they cannot have a chance to live. But in the fear of countless people, he heard that the white sword fairy that had flocked 3 months ago, because of his compassion, he returned to the lower bound. Not only broke the seal of the Protoss to Tianyuan, but the sword fairy was only one person and went to Xuanbei mainland. That is, this day, the Protoss ended the brutal killing of the lower bounds, and even withdrew all the gods of the Kangxian god. From the timeline, everyone knew very well that the sword fairy of Bai saved them, but after that day, everyone had no news that the swordsman of the white swordsman was. Although I did not see the war of swordsters in white and the priests, countless monks who escaped in the dead were crying, and in the direction of Xuanbei continent, they worshipped. There are also many people who repaired the statue of Baiyao Zhanshian in the Tianyuan Sea after the Protoss withdrawn. Finally, in the entire subordinate land, in various mainland cities, re-engraved his statue, and thanked him for being a living spirit for the lower bounds. Everything you do. Some people also discovered that from that day, in front of the statue of the sword fairy in Tianyuan City, the ancient whale and the underwater beast in the sea rushed out of the sea, circling around the statue, as if sending a farewell sword fairy, and again. Like the reluctance to Zhanshian. There is also a mature beauty, standing quietly under the statue every day, giving countless people who come to Tianyuan to worship the sword fairy, and told the deeds of the magnificent shore in the white swordsman. Of course, Su Ming would not know these things. The experience of the sixth reincarnation did not have much interest in what the lower borders to save. Now, he has been on the way to the gods with Bai Juni and others. White Guangwa was shrouded in the sky, Bai Juni waved his hand, and the broken stone in his hand rose up, directly on the sky, opened a space passage. Behind the space channel is an ancient temple that shines in the lower realm like a star. This is the stars to attract the hall. Bai Juni was afraid that Su Ming was unclear, so he explained, from the lower realm to the god realm, the breaking world of the sacrifice is needed, and then there will be a stars to attract the temple to be responsible, but this kind of crossing the two boundaries the way of the square surface will attract space storms. You will be closer to me later, don't run around. Quote. Su Ming smiled slightly, I have always been close to you. Bai Juni glanced at him, poor mouth. Yi Zan couldn't stand on the side, his eyes were gloomy, and Bai Juni was his daughter-in-law. Now the world's reverse pulse dies, and dare to look at the woman he sees. Act recklessly. Say less nonsense, you think you can live when you go to God. Yi Zan sneered and ridiculed. Su Ming ignored him, but asked with a smile at Bai Juni, if the people of the Shira Emperor came to ask your priest's palace, do you say that the old woman in Kangyu would agree to marry you? Bai Juni. After the response came, her face suddenly became cold and said towards Su Ming cold, I will marry you, I don't need to worry about you. This bastard King Egg. Intersection. He always worried about him, but he was thinking about marrying herself. Who she was going to marry was not about this bastard. Bai Juni was unhappy, lost in heartache, and glanced at Su Ming coldly, turned his head and stopped taking care of him. Su Ming knew she was misunderstood. But he didn't wait for him to speak, but Yi Zan next to him couldn't help laughing. I think you haven't woke up yet, you should also want to say that the young master of the Shira Emperor wants to come to our sacrifice teacher. Do you want to laugh at me? Quote. The three people on the other side were a bit unbearable. Next to the blood god, the middle-aged man named Kangyuan god was ridiculed and joked. You do'n't know if you do'n't understand anything at this world. Do you know how does the Shira Emperor exist in the vast world of God? The top identity, how noble. Quote 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 quote. I have always come to mention relatives, and even the immortal old man who wants to accept him as a real disciple, and you have to marry his daughter to him. If you just now, you are very ridiculous. Su Ming glanced at, is it ridiculous? Kangyuan god has another Kang Luo god's respect, what do you say? The blood god also wanted to laugh, but when he saw Su Ming's bland eyes, he suddenly remembered the encounter last night, and he couldn't laugh. At this time, the stars above the head were completely condensed behind the space channel. The countless Kangxian Shenwei surrounding was first turned into a flowing light and entered the stars. Let's go, we need to go through Wushuang Shancheng first. Bai Juni said, and then she entered the space channel with Su Ming. Soon several people disappeared into the space channel, and this space channel opened from the sky was completely closed. The temple of Xingqian is particularly open. Su Ming is in it. You can see the white space shuttle throughout the body. At the foot is full of turbulent time and space of Wagwang, and they are being promoted by the Temple of Star. Go the center position. Su Ming looked at the countless lower bounds that passed by time and space, and finally retracted his eyes back to the beauty in front of him. Bai Juni turned his back to him, and said lightly, the palace of the sacrifice is in the central area of the Kangxian divine realm, where almost all the ancient Taoism has existed, as well as the 10,000 nationality, and it is in charge of many lower bounds. Su Ming nodded, you want to tell me these? You and I come from the lower bounds. If there is no identity background in the gods, it is difficult to survive. Also, this area we are now, that is, the position of the stars to attract the temple, is just the most edge of the divine domain. Only by relying on the lead of the star hall can we go to the central area. If you don't pay attention, you will be taken away from the temple to take the lead, and will be instantly crushed into a powder by the power of the outside world. This is why you need to set the attracting temple. So, if you want to leave the Kangxian divine realm and go to other divine territories, you need to use the broken world stone to start the most central temple to attract the temple. Remember. At the same time, Bai Juni put the broken world stone in Su Ming. She stared at Su Ming's eyes and smiled slightly. Su Ming, will you think of me in the future? Su Ming held her cold little hand. What kind of stupid words? Bai Juni did not break away from him this time, but just shook his head gently. the most silly thing I do in my life is to like your bastard. Speaking of the end, she glanced at Su Ming with a gritter and said in a bad mouth, in the next life, don't let me meet you anymore. The dazzling bright light came from. The central area of Kangxian Shenyu realm is called Kangxian Boundary. There are endless and powerful Taoism here. There are countless giant forces. The immortal family and the Changsheng immortal people are almost all at the top of the food chain of the gods. And these forces, the ancient forces that have survived on the site alone, are countless, and they all return to their control. Countless ancient forces are wrong, and the gap between levels and classes is deeply rooted. In such a place, there is no shortage of so-called Tianzhao. Kangxianji, Wushuang Shancheng. As a fairy city that stands for the longest time in the Kangxian divine realm, it is almost immortal to the long river of time. And this immortal family is called Wushuang. The endless territory of the Jori divine realm has become the first immortal family in Kangxian God. In the center of Shancheng, a magnificent and quaint temple. The temple that had been silent for thousands of years, but today I do know why. Several prestigious fames of the Wushuang family have shocked countless boundaries. Above it. This scene shocks the whole world. Later, the people in Shancheng saw that above the unmanned temple, the space was torn, and the vast emperors came. A young woman wearing a snow phoenix robe, which was so beautiful, appeared on the sky. That unique fairy face made countless people in Shancheng watching. Behind the emperor's robe woman, there is a cold and majestic ice snow emperor dragon. Each emperor dragon stands with a Tianzun. Boom. This scene is shocking. The three gods of the Wushuang family held their fists in the emperor's robe woman. It turned out to be the emperor of the Tianshuang tribe. Hearing the words, the woman of the emperor's robe said nothing, but she was carrying both hands and looked indifferent to the distance from the distance, that is, the position of the stars to attract the temple. It's so silent. After a long time, in the sky, she came from the cold and indifferent voice. Pick up my husband. Wei. Chapter 424 The Immortal Clan, Kang Yu. At the same time as the Emperor Tianshuang appeared above Wushuangxian City. The most central area. Above the starry sky loft. The bright stars flow, and the gods of the priests slowly look up at the sky. She is dressed in a long white skirt and the green silk is loose. Although the hair blocks the semi-fairy face, the cold and peerless posture seems to make the whole world be there in the whole world and earth. She became dull in front of her. Sister Kangyu, do you really want to go to the Emperor of the Rogue? A female sacrifice standing behind her couldn't help but speak. She couldn't figure out that even if the young master of the Shu Rogu was about to return to experience, she could not go to the Yueyu to go in person. The gift of the teacher's palace is okay. You know, since the Kangyu punishment has taken over the palace of the sacrifice, in just a few thousand years, it has been rectified with a thunderbolt to rectify the Kangxian divine realm, which has been in the current situation. Each of her means is enough to make people trembling, and she hasn't left the punished palace for thousands of years. Even if the Shuiro Emperor is unparalleled, a young master calendar can return to the back. Intersection. At this time, Kangyu glanced back at the female sacrifice. Her face looked calm and indifferent as always, and her eyes seemed to have stars flickering, which was particularly deep and heartbroken. You retreat, Kangyu ordered. The female sacrifice did not guess the mind of the big sacrifice at all, and retreated quietly. Tens of thousands of years have passed. At this time, maybe you forget what my name is, right? My once favorite king of God. Kangyu looked back at the sky stars in the sky, murmured to close his eyes. Although the words were still calm, if he was heard by those outside, he may instantly set off a stormy wave in the God world. The painful and despair of 10,000 years, do you know how I spent? I used to trust you so much, but you are so ruthless. The corner of the eyes seemed to have some cold tears, but as Kangyu opened her eyes again, the tears disappeared quickly and replaced it with a thorough chill. Finally waiting for the moment you returned to the realm of God, this day, I waited for 10,000 years. Her voice also returned to calmness, and the whole person calmed down again. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed, and she has long been used to the painful pain in her heart. In today's realm of God, no one knows that the west of the great sacrifice of the Kangli Protoss is a person who should die tens of thousands of years ago. Kangyu did not understand why he should have died, and finally miraculously survived from the soul-adding bone-cutting magic pit. This 1,000 years. The most appeared in her mind was the scene when she was with that man. At that time, she was the most favored princess of the Chengshengxian tribe. The most fantasy in her mind was that she was wearing a phoenix crown, congratulatory from all worlds, and marrying that man. At that time, he unified the immortal divine realm, was handsome, unparalleled, but at a glance, she deeply liked it. I thought it would help him to fight all the worlds, establish an immortal divine realm, and even sacrifice the future of their long-lived immortals, break the entire Chengshengxian tribe, and steal the heaven to the Tiandao to him to help him cultivate the magic way. Achieve immortal. Unfortunately, the villain is always a villain. Kang Yu hated himself at that time. Why didn't he see his true face early? After the establishment of the immortal divine realm, the man who used to be the meticulous to her finally became the immortal king who was respected by the people of the Shifang god realm. How did it come? That was to lie to her to steal the longevity of the Chengshengxian tribe, and to practice the magic way. From beginning to end, he was a villain. But in the end, the immortal king personally went to the Chengshengxian people and found her father and said she would marry her. Kang Yu had already loved that man and loved his bones, how could he disagree? In the end, I knew that it was just her own stupidity. She knew the many secrets of the immortal king, and how could the man allow her to live? Newlywed night. After all, she paid the price for her stupidity. I thought about it, and waited for the night of the cave room that the man had only waited for hundreds of years. As a result, the last waiting came, but the cultivation was lost, and the god was captured. Then, the magic pits were thrown into the magic pits, the darkness and the boundless pain, every minute and every second tortured her soul. At this moment, Kang Yu finally understood that the man said that he liked her and said that he wanted to marry her. He was lied to her. From the beginning, he was using her and never liked her. Fortunately, she finally survived from cutting magic pits, but at this moment, she has long become the immortal anti-demon who stole the immortal gods. Fang Shenyu everyone abandoned the insulting rebellion. Kang Yu scolded himself in his heart countless times, and was deceived by that man more than once. He knew that he was the villain of the divine world and the common enemy of the entire god world, but sheltered him, also helped him to abuse, and stole him to practice. Should I call you Su Ming now? Or the immortal king? You may have dreamed of it. I thought that those who had died in the pit had already appeared in front of you alive. Kang Yu's eyes are gradually becoming indifferent. Now she is the great sacrifice of the Kangxian Protoss. It is no longer the longevity princess who will be deceived by others. She abandoned her once, naive and innocent. As the princess of the Chengsheng immortal family, she ruined the future of the immortal family. She reduced her family into a laughingstock of the gods, and left her father and mother to lose her face. Finally, she died. From the beginning of survival, she was prepared to revenge. 1 year ago, the immortal divine was invaded by foreign ethnic groups. When the immortal king was against the foreigners, she was severely injured. No one knows. The so-called retreat of the immortal king of the king is just an excuse to hide his sneak attack. In the real, he has already used the heaven to the ancient heaven to peel his body, devoted himself to one side, and cultivated the rebirth of rebirth. Intersection. If Kang Yu remembers correctly, he was a brother of Taishianmen in the lower world. Because of the reasons of the ancient world, he should have the luck of heaven and earth, and became the son of the destiny of the next world. How can you make him like his wish? Not only did she secretly tampering with the world, but also let the immortal king devoted himself to the body of the lower boundary of the lower realm, and became a villain who was betrayed by the betrayal. She wanted to let the man experience the pain of life and even the world. Unfortunately, in this life of brother Shen Yanzong, I do not know why there was a mistake. But it doesn't matter. Kang Yu smiled coldly. Even if you return to God's realm again, what's then? I will go to the Shu Luo Emperor as a priest of the Kangxian priest. On the day of the wedding night, I will abolish everything about you, so that you can only stay with me in this life haha. Kang Yu looks towards the faraway stars. The eyes are calm and deep. But under this calm, a smile that suddenly appeared on her beautiful cheeks, although it was extremely moving, it was also cold. Chapter 425 We welcome the young master back to our clan. Unparalleled Fairy City. When the brilliance of the star reception hall was transmitted from the edge of the god realm and happened to be transmitted to the teleportation formation above the Wushuang temple, almost all the disciples of the Wushuang family cast their gaze over it immediately. Is that someone from the priest's hall? The 3 elders of the Wushuang family were silent because just now, the 3 of them received news from the high priest. The high priest told them that the person by Siming brought back to the god realm this time was none other than the young master who the Shira imperial clan had gone out to experience. The young master of the Shira imperial clan. The three of them looked at each other. No wonder the empress of the Tianshuang clan came to take her husband back to her clan. She was engaged to the young master of the Shira imperial clan, and that was her fiancé. Although their Wushuang family is somewhat famous in the Kangming god realm, there is still a long way to go before they can become a truly immortal family, let alone compare with top families like the Shira imperial clan. This young master cannot be neglected in the slightest. Without even thinking, the three of them knew what to do. Other side. Coming out of the teleportation array above the Wushuang temple, what appeared in front of Su Ming were the ancient sacred mountains floating in the air, with rays of light reaching into the sky and spiritual power rising. As for the place with the strongest spiritual power in the distance, it should be the Kangming divine realm. The most central area is Kangming-ji. The stars flowed there, and the terrifying spiritual light seemed to cover the entire sky. Even the sun and moon appeared in the same sky, as if day and night alternated forever. Moreover, the wisp of spiritual pressure seeping out of it would probably be something that even a true heavenly master would have to stop outside. Is this the foundation of the god clan? Su Ming murmured to himself. Then his eyes swept towards the bottom of the Wushuang temple. Bai Junyi next to her saw the formation in front of the Wushuang temple. She frowned slightly and quietly took a step forward. She stared coldly at the three elders of the Wushuang family. Su Ming is the person that the high priest wants. You Wushuang city, what does this mean? The three gods Yi Zan, Kang Shui, Kang Yuan and Kang Luo came out of the teleportation formation. Several people were also startled by the formation in front of them. Then, as if they thought of something, they turned around and laughed at Su Ming. Boy, most of the slaves sent to the god realm from the Bailing realm have become the training cauldrons for the disciples of the Wushuang family. You have destroyed the rules of the northern spirit realm and caused the Wushuang family to lose the training cauldrons of the lower realm. Do you think what will happen to you? Call out. Several people flew down, clasped their fists respectfully toward the three elders of the Wushuang family, and said, We have met the three Wushuang heavenly lords. We were ordered to capture Su Ming, the counter-lineage of the lower world. We have brought him back to the god's domain and handed them over to the three heavenly lords and the Wushuang family. Dispose of it. Several people spoke, but no response was received for a long time. They were puzzled and looked up, only to find that not far away, standing coldly, with hands behind her back, a stunning woman wearing a snow phoenix emperor robe. The face of the Lord Kangshe changed greatly, Tian Empress Tianshuang. Although the Tianshuang clan does not belong to the Kangming divine domain, it is also a top divine clan under the jurisdiction of the Shira divine domain. The Tianshuang Empress is said to have a close relationship with the powerful Empress of the Shira imperial clan, and there are even rumors that she is the latter's direct disciple. For this reason, the young master of the Shira imperial clan has a close relationship with him as soon as he is born. She is engaged as an adult. Why did she come to Wushuang Fairy City? And brought so many people? Yi Zan also looked at the Tianshuang Empress with some confusion. The latter's temperament was cold, noble, and extremely mature and charming. He couldn't help but stare at her for a moment, and his eyes were staring deeply at the back unconsciously. Who? However, on the other side, he found a pair of eyes staring directly at him, and the Empress Tianshuang glanced at them. Boom. The next second, the terrifying emperor's power is coming. Yi Zan's eyes exploded without warning, and blood splattered into the sky. He hurriedly covered his eyes, fell to his knees, and screamed loudly. Listening to Yi Zan's screams, and then looking at his miserable appearance, the faces of the three Kangshe gods changed wildly. They did not dare to hesitate at all. They hurriedly looked away from Empress Tianshuang. There was even a hint of deep fear in their eyes. Empress Tianshuang is indeed unrivaled. The whole world suddenly became quiet. Until Empress Tianshuang's slender eyelashes blinked slightly, her lake-like eyes fell on Su Ming. Emperor's power was withdrawn. Only then did everyone dare to breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Empress Tianshuang glanced at Bai Junyi beside Su Ming, and then lowered her eyes slightly to block the flash of complicated expressions in her eyes. Your mother, let me pick you up. She said this to Su Ming. As the words fell, those heavenly lords in the sky who came with Empress Tianshuang bowed their heads respectfully and clasped their fists toward Su Ming. We are here to welcome the young master back to our clan. Welcome the young master back to the clan. The vast sound resounded throughout the 9 heavens, and throughout Wushuang Immortal City. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and speechless. They stared blankly at the young man in white, unable to believe that that young man was actually the young master of the Shira imperial clan. That person is the most noble person in the entire Shira divine realm, superior to the immortal family and even the immortal clan. At this moment, the young disciples of the Wushuang family, especially the female disciples, looked at Su Ming one by one, and their eyes suddenly became extremely warm and respectful. They stared at him and refused to look away. And when the vast sound in midair fell, not only was Su Ming slightly startled, but even Bai Junyi didn't react. She looked at Su Ming blankly. "You." Su Ming smiled, gently grabbed her little hand, and handed the boundary-breaking stone to her. "I like what you gave me very much, but without this, you can't leave the Kangming realm." Su Ming Bai Junyi gritted his teeth and his eyes instantly turned red. "You liar." She took the boundary-breaking stone and punched Su Ming hard on the chest. This liar made her worry about him for so long, and was planning to use the star sacrifice technique to allow him to escape from the Kangming realm and practice. As a result, this bastard, he is an out-and-out liar. Su Ming sighed. He actually didn't expect that the Shira imperial clan would actually send someone to pick him up. "I'm afraid you won't be able to use your star sacrifice technique," Su Ming said with a smile as he stretched out his hand to twitch the green hair beside Bai Junyi's ear. "You know everything." Bai Junyi was surprised. "I don't know what you have on you. Back then we were." Before she finished speaking, Bai Junyi stretched out her hand to stop him. Her cheeks were slightly red and she glared at Su Ming fiercely. "Liar, you lied to me again." Su Ming smiled and shook his head. But suddenly he seemed to feel some kind of gaze looking directly at him. He raised his eyes slightly, and then saw the cold eyes of Empress Tianxuang staring at him and Bai Junyi. From the latter's eyes, Su Ming could clearly see a surge of complex emotions, but she hid it well and did not reveal it. The old Wushuang family, the previous head of the Wushuang family, met young Master Su. Among the 3 elders in Wushuang City, the old man in dark robes on the left cautiously clasped his fists towards Su Ming and spoke, and then pointed to the 2 people beside him hastily. "These are the 2 elders of my Wushuang family, the 3 elders, welcome young Master Su to our Wushuang City." His attitude was submissive, and while speaking, he secretly observed the young master's face, for fear that something he said would cause him to be dissatisfied. After all, if something really happened, Kangming Divine Realm would not offend the overlord of Shira Divine Realm just because of his peerless immortal city. Seeing that the 3 elders were so respectful to this young man in white, no one in Wushuang City dared to disbelieve this young man's identity. Shira Imperial Clan, young Master Su. At this moment, the 3 Kangshe god lords on the side had already turned pale without a trace of blood. Their lips were trembling. Looking at the young man with a calm face and dressed in white, their legs could not stop trembling, and they almost I can't help but kneel down. Chapter 426 Kang Yu, I have the final say over the people in the priest's hall. At this moment, no one would doubt Su Ming's identity. Even the Empress of the Tianxuang clan came to pick him up in person, so is there any need to doubt her? It was rumored that the young master of the Shira imperial clan had a vision from the sky when he was born. He was the only born supreme being in the Shira imperial clan for thousands of years. However, for unknown reasons, he was sent away to undergo training by Empress Shira. Originally, the Wushuang family just wanted to deal with a reverse vein in the lower world. Who knew that such a thing would happen? When the 3 old heavenly lords saw that Su Ming ignored them, the expressions of the young heavenly lords from the Wushuang tribe behind them couldn't help but change, and their faces turned slightly pale. If Su Ming wanted to settle accounts with them in the lower world. Thinking of this, many people broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Why didn't the high priest tell them before and waited until everyone had arrived in Wushuang City before telling them? Not to mention their Wushuang City, even the real immortal family and the immortal clan, none of them dared to offend the Shira imperial clan easily. This misunderstanding is huge today. More importantly, the Shira Empress only has one heir. Su Ming is not only the young master of the Shira imperial clan, but also the next monarch who will rule the Shira imperial clan in the future. At that time, one can imagine what kind of overwhelming power he will have in his hands. At the same time, he will also be a figure standing at the pinnacle of the entire god realm. With a few clicks, he can change the world and even change the world, and even affect the future for eternity. The three elders felt a chill running down their backs. They had offended such a big shot. If Su Ming was a vengeful person, then the future of their Wushuang family would be really gloomy. Young Master Su has had a long journey. If you don't mind, you can go to my Wushuang temple to rest for a while. I will prepare the best divine fruit spirit wine in the God realm for you, so that I, Wushuang City, can fulfill my duty as a landlord. The smiles on the three old faces became deeper, and their words also had a hint of respect. After finishing speaking, one of the old heavenly lords glanced coldly at the three Kangshe gods. With a wave of his palm, vast spiritual power swept through them. Plop! The three Kangshe gods looked pale and knelt directly in front of Su Ming. Their faces were full of fear and they kowtowed heavily without thinking. Young Master Su, the three of us have offended many people when we were in the lower realm. I hope you, Master Su, will spare our lives. At this moment in the God realm, I am afraid that there are not many people with a more noble status than this young master, and for earthly lords like them who do not have much status even though they are backed by the priest's hall, if they offend such a person, they may die in the future. I don't know how I died. The voices of the three people trembled. For the first time, they truly felt the fear brought to them by the overwhelming power. Especially the Lord Kangshe. Now that he recalls what he said to Su Ming in the lower realm, he now seems so ridiculous. It turns out that people never took these clowns seriously from the beginning to the end. Young master, spare your life, I am blind because I am blind and cannot see Mount Tai. Bang! The Lord Kangshe slapped his own eyeballs hard, and the blood flowed wildly, but he let the blood flow and kept kowtowing to Su Ming. The other two people gritted their teeth when they saw this, and then one of them removed one of his arms and legs to apologize to Su Ming. This scene really shocked many people. Su Ming looked at the three of them, then looked away calmly, then looked into the air and smiled slightly. Since the high priest is here, why not show up and see him? Faint laughter slowly spread from midair. Many people suddenly looked into the air, their eyes a little dazed. Could it be that the mysterious high priest of the priest hall also came to Wushuang City? In the entire Wushuang City, I am afraid that only 3 heavenly lords have seen the high priest. Everyone else, let alone the high priest, is not even qualified to know the name of the high priest. She was the most powerful woman in their Kangming divine realm. In just a few thousand years, to rectify the once divided Kangming divine realm, even the immortal family and the immortal clan had to show courtesy. How many super powerful people from the immortal family want to go to the priest hall just to see Fangs? Unfortunately, so far, except for the high priest who has taken the initiative to summon her, I have not heard of anyone else actually seeing her. Buzz. On the sky, spiritual power trembled and stars emerged. Star runes fell from the sky one after another, lingering in the sky for a long time. Then in everyone's eyes, the stars converged, and a graceful divine shadow shrouded in the brilliance of the stars slowly emerged. That figure was dressed in a plain white dress, but her body exuded the brilliance of stars like jade. Her appearance gradually became clearer in Su Ming's eyes, and her pair of starry eyes were as bright and gorgeous as the Milky Way. And when she appeared in the sky, everyone below could feel that the flow of spiritual energy around them became extremely slow. It was a real rule of heaven and earth, an ability that even Tianzun had not mastered. Except for Su Ming, everyone else could not see the divine shadow in the stars clearly, but it did not prevent the divine shadow from giving them an indescribable sense of beauty. That kind of beauty might make the heaven and earth eclipse it, or not enough to describe it. Countless people are immersed in this beauty and cannot return to their senses for a long time. Even though he had seen this Kang Yu in the lower realm, Su Ming was a little stunned at this moment. This woman was like a star goddess. I am afraid that many people in the God realm were fascinated by her. She was said to be the most beautiful woman in the God realm. Isn't that an exaggeration? The only drawback is that I have lived tens of thousands of years and am too old. The entire Wushuang city became extremely quiet because of Kang Yu's appearance, and everyone in the Wushuang family, including the 3 elders, hurriedly bowed their heads and knelt down. I've seen the high priest. Under the trembling and absent-minded gazes, Kang Yu's divine figure finally slowly came to Su Ming from the sky. She did not speak, but stared at Su Ming quietly with her starry eyes. This scene. It also makes the atmosphere of the whole world weird. Bai Junyi was a little uneasy, but Kang Yu raised her finger, and a star spiritual power enveloped her, and separated her from Su Ming. High priest. Bai Junyi's pretty face turned pale. Kang Yu ignored her and just stared at Su Ming. The young face of the young man in front of her was almost exactly the same as that of the high-spirited young god king back then, but with a little more youthfulness and childishness. Seeing Su Ming looking at Bai Junyi, Kang Yu said calmly, "She is the commander of my priest's hall. If you like her, you might as well send someone to my priest's hall to propose marriage after you return to the Asura god's domain." Su Ming smiled lightly, "There's no need to go to such trouble, right? I have the final say over the people in the priest's hall." Kang Yu said calmly, "If young Master Su is too slow, I can't guarantee that she will be married off to my rebellious slave in the god realm, so that she can only be a slave woman for the rest of her life." After saying this, Su Ming of course realized that this woman was just provocative. But Su Ming couldn't understand that even if he was from the lower realm, he could only break the shackles of the northern spirit realm. There was no need for Kang Yu, the high priest of the god clan, to hate him so much, right? At this time, Kang Yu's voice was heard again. "Young Master Su has returned to the god realm. Since all races in the Shira god realm are celebrating together, the Kangming god clan will no longer entertain you. When the time comes, I will visit you and give you a big gift." Chapter 427 Emperor Tianshuang, "It's a little older than you. Call out." In the silent starry sky, suddenly a huge world-breaking dragon of 100 feet came across the starry sky. Su Ming stood on the back of the world-breaking dragon, and there seemed to be ripples of spiritual power around him. The ripples spread, and starlight streaked across in front of him, gorgeous and picturesque. Soon, the world-breaking dragon shuttled through the starry sky, and after passing through several teleportation formations leading to the temple, it descended into the Shira god realm of the 10 Directions god realm, and headed towards the billions of Shira god mountains suspended in midair in the center. "We are almost reaching Shira heaven. It is the largest sacred mountain in the center of Shira divine domain, and it is also where the Su family of the imperial clan is located." Behind her, Empress Tianshuang said, "Because of some things, your mother cannot leave Shira Tian for the time being." Su Ming frowned. "What happened?" Empress Tianshuang shook her head, "It's not a big deal." She obviously didn't want to talk more about this matter, so she changed the subject and said, "Yuli returned to God's realm 3 months ago and brought several women with him. Now they are sent to various sects and sects to practice. They should all be your friends." Su Ming nodded, "We can be considered friends. There are 2 girls among them, one is named Mu Qingyan and the other is Feng Qingling. They are currently training in our Tianshuang tribe. Their talents are not weaker than mine. In just 3 months, they have become empresses. No wonder Yuli will bring them back. Do you want to see them?" Quote. Su Ming, Mu Qingyan and Feng Qingling, she recalled in her mind the appearance of the 2 girls pestering him, especially Feng Qingling. This little girl had awakened the spiritual power of the stars, and was still a proper little sick girl. Thinking of this, Su Ming said seriously, "It's better to go see my mother first." Empress Tianshuang continued, "What about Tang Qingyan and Snow Emperor?" Su Ming. After coughing slightly, Su Ming asked, "Are they also in the Asura heaven?" "No." Empress Tianshuang said softly, "One is from the ancient immortal sect in the Taiku heaven and is the candidate for the new goddess of the ancient immortal sect. They are all the top forces in our Shira divine realm. If you want to see them, you can go as the young master of the Shira imperial clan." Hearing this, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was originally worried about whether there would be any danger when the 2 women came to the god realm, but it seemed that Yuli had already made arrangements for him. Yuli is right. You have so many confidants in the lower world, so your life is very comfortable. While speaking, Empress Tianshuang turned to look at Su Ming. Just then, Su Ming also raised his eyes and looked at her. He smiled slightly and said, "I can't say it's comfortable. If you also go to the lower world for a walk, you will understand a lot of things." Hear the words. Empress Tianshuang lowered her eyes slightly. She had a straightforward and cold personality. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally said it to Su Ming, "Did Yuli tell you that when you were young, your mother asked me to make an engagement with you?" Although she was the cold and domineering Empress Tianshuang in the eyes of outsiders, when she said these words in front of Su Ming, her cold cheeks still turned red in a rare way, and then she involuntarily looked away, unable to see her in her eyes. The emotion of the moment. And Su Ming heard this. The expression on his face froze. "Are you kidding me? I hope it's a joke too. Wait a minute, how old are you this year?" Empress Tianshuang exhaled slightly, "I'm only a little older than you." Tell me clearly, how big is a bigger one? Is it necessary to say it so clearly? It's necessary. Empress Tianshuang stopped talking and did not look at Su Ming. As long as age was mentioned, it was almost a taboo for women. How could she let Su Ming know, especially since this man was still her young fiancé? Seeing this, Su Ming said speechlessly, "You won't live for hundreds of years, right?" Empress Tianshuang still didn't speak. Su Ming then probed, "That means how many thousand years old?" This time, he could clearly see an imperceptible panic flashing through Empress Tianshuang's eyes, but she quickly hid it and shook her head coldly, "None of that." Su Ming's face darkened. "It seems that's it." Silence fell between the two. At this time, the world-breaking dragon has approached the center of the Shira divine realm. Billions of sacred mountains are shrouded in glowing light, and terrifying mountain-protecting formations are forming, just like the sun and the moon. And where the divine light reaches the sky is the center of the Shira sky, where the Su family of the imperial clan it's there. I am afraid that most people would find it hard to calm down when seeing such a magnificent and vast scene for the first time. Su Ming also let out a sigh of relief. Each of the suspended sacred mountains in front of us is almost a clan land, and it even forms a world of its own. The ray of coercion seeping out of it is enough to scare away even the truly powerful Tianzun. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Empress Tianshuang hesitated slightly and said, "Perhaps you don't know that your mother is your only child. She sent you to the lower world when you were a child. She did not abandon you, but to protect you. As for the reason, she will understand it when you see her." "Tell you." Su Ming nodded. "Also, as the future heir of the Shira imperial clan, you have been missing for 20 years. During these 20 years, the great elder of the imperial clan has been very restless. He used your disappearance as an excuse to secretly cultivate a candidate for the imperial clan. Although this person is not a natural supreme like you, his talent is not weak. More importantly, he is not as ambitious as the great elder. Very forbearing. With such forbearance, in just a few years, he secretly attracted countless elders of the Su family to his camp. Although they are all insignificant people, if you don't return to the Su family, maybe those who have the most say in the Su family will be won over by him." Quote. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. A person who knows how to tolerate. No matter how you look at it, he looks a bit like a child of luck. "What's his name?" Su Juyuan. Su Ming asked, "Then does he have any childhood sweetheart, or a lover who has been in love for many years, who was forcibly betrothed to me, the young master of the Su family?" Empress Tianshuang. She shook her head, "Why do you ask these questions?" "Nothing." Su Ming waved his hand. "What is his current level of cultivation?" The first level of Tianzun is ranked 99th on the list of gods of Shira divine domain. He is a young Tianzun who is well known in the entire divine realm. Tianzun level. Su Ming muttered. There are 9 levels of Tianzun in total. The first level of Tianzun is just the weakest among the strong ones. However, Su Juyuan was able to defeat the strong person of the third level of Tianzun who was originally ranked 99th on the god list. From this, we can see that his strength should be at the peak of the 3 levels of Tianzun. Fight across levels. It is indeed a standard match for the destined male protagonist. But then Su Ming laughed. What a young deity, now that he has broken the shackles of the lower world and returned to the divine world. Without the constraints of heaven, who else in this world can hinder the speed of his cultivation as a villain? In addition, he currently possesses 5 ancient imperial weapons and many ancient combat bodies. He estimates that his true combat power should be in the 5th realm of Tianzun. Through the system, he also learned about Empress Tianshuang's cultivation. The peak of Tianzun's 7th realm. This woman is at least in the top 50 on the Shira god list. Also, your mother sealed your supreme cultivation after you were born. You were born to be supreme. When you come back this time, she should be able to unlock the supreme seal on you, and your cultivation will undergo earth-shaking changes. At that time, you will be the real young master of the Su family of the imperial clan. Chapter 428 Reincarnation Magic Gaze. Shira Tian, Emperor's Mountain. The majestic mountain in front of me is dotted into the palace of Shendao. Under the light of Xian, it is a magnificent temple suspended from the surroundings of Shenshen. Where the broken dragon passes. All kinds of fairy waterfalls drooping the sky, one of which is connected to a mountain range. Under the spiritual fog that covers the sky, countless huge ancient spirit beasts shuttle. The spiritual power throughout the heavens and the earth is even rich to the degree of liquefaction. In this environment, I am afraid that even a stupid person can cultivate to the level of breaking through the emperor. And Su Ming knows that these in front of them were just the corner of the Shuiro Emperor's iceberg. Really, in the place in the lower realm, the spiritual power is scarce and the resources are exhausted. Compared with the God world, it is just two very different worlds. It is no wonder that the people in the lower world are born as a slave to the power of the gods. Essence. Arrive. The voice of the Emperor Tianshuang came. Then Broken World Dragon passed through several spiritual power, and finally stopped in front of a magnificent vast mountain. The space in front of him suddenly opened. Xiao Shuang, have you brought him back? There was an extra gentle woman's voice. The Emperor Tianshuang nodded, and then waved his hand. Su Ming suddenly had a glowing light under his feet. In this deep light, the scene in front of him became illusion, and finally he was transmitted into the mountains alone. Under the feet are the gods of the gods, and those who appear in front of Su Ming are a deep ancient palace. He stepped forward slowly and pushed the gate of the palace. The moment the door opened, the whole palace seemed to bloom extra soft Wanghua. In front of Su Ming's eyes, the spiritual power condensed, and a shadow came out like this. Her long green silk dish, her eyes stared at Su Ming deeply at Su Ming. The eyes were reddish, but the corners of the lips appeared unconsciously with a gentle smile. The whole person had a graceful and luxurious temperament. Ming-er. The woman's eyes appeared in water. While Su Ming looked at her, she trembled slightly, Yu's hand stretched out, gently touched Su Ming's face, and then tears dripped, murmured to herself. My Ming-er mother is sorry for you. Su Ming stared at the woman in front of him, and his body suddenly became a little stiff. After all, the memory in his childhood had long been blurred, but at this moment, he could still feel the warmth revealed in his heart. Although he was adopted by Bai Qingshan since he was a child, for a while, Bai Qingshan treated him like treating his biological child, but after all, Bai Qingshan was just his master. The woman in front of me was different, and she was flowing the same blood as her. Perhaps this is the feeling of blood veins. Ming-er, you have grown up. After a while, the woman in front of her calmed down. She looked at Su Ming carefully and did not let go of any corner. Until the end, there was a comfortable smile on the cheeks. Xiao Su Ming. She reached out and rubbed Su Ming's hair again. Su Ming vomited and stared at her. I want to know the reason. Hearing that Su Qingqiu sighed in her heart, she knew that this matter could no longer be hidden from Su Ming, otherwise Su Ming would definitely have something to do with her and even affect their mother and son. Now, this daughter-in-law, who was unparalleled in the eyes of outsiders, stood at the peak of the power of the entire God world, showed a gentle smile that had never been revealed in front of others. She held her hand and appeared in her hands. Look at this, you will understand. She handed Yujian to Su Ming. Su Ming took the jade slips and opened slowly. Reincarnation magic. Su Ming's pupils shrank. Then I looked at it. It turned out that in this jade and simple, all the real reincarnation bodies of the divine realm have been called by the reincarnation bodies from ancient times to the present. Now, he is the 7th generation reincarnation body, because he is born with Supreme, and the 6th generation reincarnation body, each of which is born with Supreme but only rarely knows this kind of thing. Su Qingqiu had just participated in the War of Shifang Shenyu's 6th generation reincarnation. She knows that from the development of the Shifang God realm to the present, she has passed hundreds of thousands of years. After each generation of reincarnation, after growing up, she has killed the magic head of the god of the gods. The 6th generation reincarnation body has only appeared for decades, and it has attracted many top power for Shifang Shenyu to block. That war was a disaster. Moreover, each generation of reincarnation magic, except that he will be enemy with the entire realm of gods, all the close people around him will finally rebel up. The emergence of the reincarnation body is the unknown of the god of God. In the future, almost all the devils of all the world's rivalry are unfortunate. When Su Ming was born, it was the legendary Supreme. Supreme body is the reincarnation body that is spurred. But Su Qingqiu is not an ordinary person. She is a person who has participated in the 6th generation of reincarnation. Naturally, she is very clear and knows the final end of all reincarnation. At that moment, she panicked. Fortunately, Su Ming was just born at that time, and no one else knew the identity of his reincarnation body. In order to protect Su Ming and prevent his reincarnation body identity from being leaked, Su Qingqiu had to seal his natural supreme body. But just sealing the supreme body is not enough. In the end, Su Qingqiu was cruel and went to the lower realm controlled by their Shira god realm. He found a little witch from the lower realm who had the luck of being a natural villain in a natural Taoist body. He forcibly deprived the little witch of her Taoist body and extracted a trace of the villain power of the lower realm. Luck was used to cover up Su Ming's innate supreme luck. Finally, Su Ming was secretly sent to the northern spiritual realm, allowing the villain's luck in the lower realm to block his innate supreme luck. If he does this, Su Ming may be suppressed by the heavens in the lower world, but only in this way can he grow up safely and prevent his true identity from being discovered by those in the 10 Directions God realm. Otherwise, Su Ming will be reincarnated with the 6th generation. Just like a demon body, he was rounded up and killed by countless powerful men in the god's domain before he grew up. Seeing this, Su Ming completely understood why Su Qingqiu sent him to the lower world in the first place. However, he raised his head in confusion. You extracted the Taoist body of a villain from the lower world to cover it up for me, but what about her? Run away. Su Qingqiu shook his head. Even I can't deduce her traces now, but thinking about it, she is a witch from the lower world and has lost her Tao body. She shouldn't live long. Su Ming put away the jade slips. Exhale inwardly. As a villain, of course he knows what kind of ending this plot will lead to. If nothing else happens, there must be an accident. Chapter 429 I can rest assured if they help you. Originally, my mother was worried that you would be suppressed by the fate of heaven in the lower realm and unable to return to the divine realm. However, after Yuli came back, she told me what happened to you in the lower realm, and my mother was very pleased. Su Qingqiu looked at Su Ming with a smile. From her eyes, you could see the rare tenderness. Who said she didn't feel distressed after being separated from her child for so many years? Su Ming said nothing. According to the original plot, he will indeed die in the lower world. By the way, mother, look at your current cultivation level. Su Qingqiu reached out and rubbed Su Ming's head. A divine light seemed to flash in his eyes, instantly recognizing Su Ming's cultivation level. The pinnacle of the imperial realm. This is the state that she achieved by sealing Su Ming's natural supreme body and letting him go to the lower realm to practice from scratch. Generally speaking, no matter how talented people are in the lower realm, they can only cultivate to the holy realm at most. However, Su Ming was able to rely on himself to reach this point in his cultivation in the lower realm and break the shackles of heaven set by the Kangming god clan in the lower realm. This could no longer be described as a genius. You are worthy of being my son, Su Qingqiu. I will unlock the seal of the supreme body for you. Young gods, royal family monsters, all can only look up to my son. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently tapped Su Ming's forehead. Buzz. Su Ming looked strange. He only felt a majestic sea-like spiritual power pouring out of Su Qingqiu's jade fingers and pouring into his body. Deep inside his body, it seemed as if he had fallen into deathly silence from the beginning. Something in the deep sleep, under the pull of this spiritual power, woke up bit by bit. A faint golden light shrouded Su Ming. His body remained motionless, but the original spiritual veins in his body suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. If his previous spiritual veins could store a pool of spiritual power, then at this moment, the spiritual power that his spiritual veins can store is as vast as the ocean. This is a qualitative change, derived from his natural supreme body. Supreme spiritual vein. Su Ming was a little surprised. His cultivation level rose to the level of Heavenly Lord in an instant. He had just awakened the supreme spiritual vein, and coupled with his already terrifying cultivation speed at this moment, if he was allowed to practice for a while longer, he would be able to break through to the level of Heavenly Lord. What's the problem? Su Qingqiu looked at Su Ming with a gentle look on her face. She suddenly became a little nervous. She spoke in the softest and trembling voice, "Ming can you call me mother?" Su Ming exhaled. That feeling of blood connection made it impossible for him to say no, and now he knew that Su Qingqiu sent him to the lower world when he was a child, not to abandon him, but to protect him. There was silence for a long time. Su Ming then spoke softly. "Mother." When Su Qingqiu heard this long-lost cry, her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears fell from her eyes. She had been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. After a while, tears turned into laughter. Su Ming still had many puzzles. Since you wanted to send me away in the first place, why didn't you choose the lower realm controlled by the Shira god realm instead of sending me to the Kangming god realm? Su Qingqiu touched Su Ming's head tenderly. Don't you already know? Mom once rounded up the 6th generation of the Samsara demonic body with the top experts from the Shifang divine realm. Although the 6th generation of the Samsara demonic body fell, he had one thing that he kept. Su Ming was confused. Su Qingqiu made a move with his jade hand and was pulled by the spiritual power. The spiritual power in Su Ming's body buzzed and vibrated. Then the space in front of him trembled. The god-killing demonic halberd suddenly appeared out of thin air. The vast killing energy shook the void. The jade hand held the halberd. The demonic halberd that was originally capable of killing the sky, the dark spiritual power of the halberd seeped out little by little. Did you know that this demonic weapon was once the weapon of the 6th generation Samsara demon body? With its help, at least hundreds of princes and princes from the god's domain died at the hands of that Samsara demon body. The prince of the divine domain. You only know that Tianzun has 9 realms, but you don't know that after the 9 realms of Tianzun and before becoming immortal, there is the realm of the supreme feudal lord and king in the god's domain. Nowadays, every ruler in the god's realm has the lowest level of cultivation. In this realm, the heavenly lord is nothing in front of him. Su Qingqiu sighed. It's just that tens of thousands of years ago, with the death of the god king of the immortal god realm, and in addition to the previous roundup of the 6th generation reincarnation body, many strong men in the king realm died. Now, in the 10 directions god realm, the strong ones in the king realm are almost extinct. Mom didn't pick you up in person because she attacked the king's realm not long ago. Although she barely succeeded, it left irreversible effects on her body. Only in this Shura heavenly palace can we suppress it with the help of the spiritual power of the heavenly palace. Hear this. Su Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. The king's realm. In other words, the once famous immortal god king may have only reached the peak of the king realm through cultivation. If he truly became immortal through cultivation, he would not die. At this moment, Su Ming also understood Su Qingqiu's thoughts. He was sent to the northern spiritual realm in the hope that he would have a chance to retrieve the 6th generation reincarnated demon soldier, the god-killing demonic halberd. However, Su Qingqiu may not know that after the original god-killing demon halberd was surrounded and killed by the 6th generation reincarnation body, because the killing aura was too strong, the evil aura was sealed long ago and was refined into the Shenyuan Yu. In other words, he has a system. Only then can the seal be unlocked and the god-killing demonic halberd reappear in the world. The god-killing devil halberd is the weapon of the previous reincarnation body. Too much evil will inevitably affect the mind. Mom just hopes that it can be a helper for you in the future, but before your reincarnation demon body is completely exposed, try not to use it. Su Qingqiu ordered. She could have taken it step by step and slowly hit the king's realm, so that she wouldn't have left many hidden dangers to her body by rushing to the king's realm. But naturally, she was rushing to the king's realm with such urgency, for Su Ming's sake. Because she knew very well what would happen once Su Ming's reincarnation demon body was exposed. But it was different now. He had succeeded in attacking the king's sealing realm, and Su Ming had grown up. She only needs to cultivate in the Shura heavenly palace for a few more days, and then she will be released. In this era when the king is extinct, she wants to see who dares to touch her child. Moreover, she had already planned the future for Su Ming. Thinking of this, Su Qingqiu smiled slightly and stared at Su Ming. Ming-er, Xiaoshuang should have told you on the way here that she is engaged to you. When it came to this, Su Ming was somewhat speechless. She is not the only one. When you were born, my mother also made several marriage contracts for you. Each of those women was the most outstanding girl from an ancient family in the Asura divine realm. The reason why the previous generations of reincarnation demons failed is because they were all alone. When these girls become your wives in the future, their families will only be on your side. With them assisting you, no matter how big this divine realm is, then it will be nothing more than something in your palm. Only can mom truly feel at ease. Hear this. Su Ming was slightly startled. Only then did he understand why Su Qingqiu made so many engagements for him when he was born. It turned out that they were all paving the way for his future. But after being a villain for so long, Su Ming knew very well that this kind of engagement would usually lead to something wrong, either leading to the heroine of destiny or the son of destiny. After all, the standard configuration of a villain's fiancé is usually related to the so-called son of luck. And now that he has returned to the god realm, the little witch whose Taoist body was taken away by Su Qingqiu will probably appear soon. Chapter 430 The Immortal Battlefield Promise, Yu Yuli. In the end, Su Ming chatted with Su Qingqiu for a long time in this palace, and the relationship between mother and son became much closer. Su Ming also knew that Su Qingqiu would have to stay in the palace for at least half a month before the hidden dangers left by the attack on the king's realm could be completely eliminated. She also didn't let Su Ming stay with her. He just called Empress Tianshuang into the palace and asked her to take care of Su Ming on his behalf during this period, and let Su Ming live on the inner island of Shira Mountain first. When she comes out of seclusion, she will announce the identity of Su Ming, the young master of the Shira imperial clan, and the news that he will take over the Shira imperial clan in the future. The Shira imperial clan governs the Shira god realm, and there are more than tens of thousands of subordinate races under it. In the Shira god realm, there are also the immortal family, the immortal clan, and the ancient forces from all sides. However, all these forces are not visible on the surface. He respects the Shira imperial clan and obeys their orders. Moreover, the Asura Empress Su Qingqiu's iron-blooded tactics made all the races that once lived in the Asura god's domain tremble with fear. Almost half of the races in the entire Asura god's domain became vassals of the Su family of the imperial clan. Such overwhelming power can be called the pinnacle of the god realm. Leave Shira Shrine. Su Ming followed Empress Tianshuang to the inner divine island. Wherever you pass, you can sense a lot of extremely terrifying auras on the road, which are the auras that seep out from the elders of the imperial clan or foreign clans who live on various sacred mountains while practicing. Each divine island is almost a world of its own, with a unique protective formation that not only prevents outsiders from prying into it, but also transforms the spiritual power that permeates the sky into a more pure form. In other words, the further you go to the divine island inside Shira Tian, the more advanced the guardian spirit array will be, and the spiritual power that can be transformed into cultivation will become richer, and the cultivation speed will naturally be faster. On the inner divine island, only those with direct bloodline of the imperial clan or those who have made great contributions to the imperial clan can live here. The speed of cultivation here is 10,000 times that of the external divine island. Empress Tianshuang explained to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and looked up. What appears in front of you is a huge sacred mountain covered by vast spiritual mist, constantly exhaling rich spiritual power, and attracting the brilliance of heaven and earth. Looking along his line of sight, in this sacred mountain, the spiritual power is like chaos, and under the cover of the spiritual mist, there are palaces rising and falling. Empress Tianshuang took Su Ming into the protective formation of this sacred mountain, and then slowly descended and entered the sacred island. The brilliance flows before my eyes. Immediately, the scene in front of Su Ming changed. This divine island was indeed a small world of its own. At this moment, in front of him was a vast world with no end. Mountains crisscrossed the land. On each peak, there was an ancient and huge the training hall. In the farthest place, there are mountains, and waterfalls like the Milky Way are hanging down from the sky in the distance, just like a fairyland. Under those training halls, there are huge platforms. On each platform, there are elders of the imperial clan teaching their disciples to practice. From time to time, spiritual power rises into the sky with great power. Let's go, I'll take you to where you live first. Empress Tianshuang glanced at the training halls in the distance in front of her, her red lips curled slightly. These are places where the elders of the imperial clan usually bring their disciples to practice. It's nothing unusual. You live here too. Su Ming was curious. Empress Tianshuang shook her head. Then he turned to look at Su Ming, and his eyes swept across Su Ming's youthful and handsome face. He didn't know what he was thinking of, his cheeks turned slightly red, and then he quickly looked away and said softly, "Of course I don't live here. But in the future, that won't necessarily be the case." What's the meaning? I don't know, I guess. Empress Tianshuang snorted coldly and walked forward first. But how did Su Ming feel? He blushed when he saw this woman. No, she is an old woman who is thousands of years old. She has never seen any scene before. Why does she blush after just 2 words? Looking at her cold, tall and beautiful back, Su Ming gradually came to his senses. Wasn't this woman taking their engagement seriously? Was she really planning to marry him? Following Empress Tianshuang along the way, they passed through many training halls, and the arrival of Su Ming and Empress Tianshuang directly caused quite a stir on the entire inner island. Many members of the Su family know that Su Qingqiu sent her children out for training since childhood, but few people know that they were sent to the lower world. Not long ago, they even sent Yuli to pick up the young master to return to the family, but later he failed. Know what happened? Yuli didn't bring the young master back, but instead brought back a few irrelevant and strange women. This time, Empress Tianshuang was sent to pick up the young master, but no one knew which divine realm she went to. Now that Empress Tianshuang has returned to her clan, isn't the handsome young man in white next to her the young master of their imperial clan? As the largest imperial clan in the Shira divine realm, the Su family occupies countless top divine islands and celestial mountains in the Shira heaven. There are various subordinate races among them. The following relationships can be said to be intricate. But one thing is that Su Qingqiu, the empress of the Su family, is now the only main lineage of the entire Su family. Although under Su Qingqiu, there are half of the main lineage elders and 3 major branch lines, but the main lineage is the main lineage. Your Majesty, Su Qingqiu has absolute authority over the entire Su family of the imperial clan. Her only heir is naturally the future heir to the main line of the Su family of the imperial clan, the young master of the imperial clan. With such an identity as the second generation of the imperial clan, everyone knew that even if Su Ming was useless, he was someone no one dared to provoke. To put it bluntly, even if this young master is a bully who bullies men and women, and he is domineering throughout the entire God's domain, no one dares to control him. Although among the other branches of the Su family, there is no shortage of geniuses with extraordinary talents rising up, but the day Su Qingqiu achieved the position of Empress, she had already set a rule for the imperial family, and all branches were not allowed to participate in the imperial family struggle for authority. Although many branch elders opposed it at that time, in the end those who opposed it died or disappeared. From then on, no one dared to oppose Su Qingqiu. However, Su Ming had been sent away by Su Qingqiu since he was born and had been missing for nearly 20 years. During these 20 years, the chief elder of the imperial clan in the main line had some criticisms and even adopted an adopted son from the branch line. Divided into main veins. In this way, the adopted son with half the status of the main line will have the opportunity to compete for the power of the imperial clan. At that moment, the news of Su Ming's return to the clan spread like wildfire, like a pebble dropped into the sea, causing thousands of waves in an instant. Many of the imperial clan elders in the training hall wanted to report the news immediately to those who were in retreat. The great elder who made an impact on his cultivation. On the way to his residence, Su Ming asked Empress Tianshuang, "Yuli should have returned a long time ago. Is she not here?" Su Ming also wanted to ask Yuli about the situation of Tang Qingyan and Snow Emperor. The God realm was not as good as the lower realm. If possible, he would naturally want both women to stay by his side. Mentioning Yuli, Empress Tianshuang looked a little weird, but she finally said, "Didn't Sister Qingqiu tell you that after Yuli came back, the Gu family, the immortal overlord from the outside world, came to propose marriage? Gu Tianba, the new head of the Gu family who conquered countless demon clans from outside the territory, wanted to marry her. She is worried about this matter. In fact, with Gu Tianba's background and power, he is worthy of Yuli, but she doesn't agree. Sister Qingqiu also persuaded her, saying that she has been alone for so many years, and her marriage was delayed due to fighting for the imperial clan earlier. Now that the Gu family of the immortal overlord is proposing marriage, she is a good match, so let her consider it." After listening, Su Ming's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene that night when Yuli awakened the Shira imperial clan's bloodline for him, even though he only extracted his soul and shared it with Yuli's soul. But he naturally understands the real feeling. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Yuli claims to be my aunt, so is there any blood relationship between her and my mother?" Hear the words. Empress Tianshuang glanced at Su Ming strangely. Sister Qingqiu's surname is Su, and she is a member of the Su family of the imperial clan. Yuli's surname is Yu, and she is a former member of the Yu clan. Of course they are not related by blood, but Sister Qingqiu originally recognized Yuli as her wife. Her sister just taught her how to practice the imperial clan's skills. Why do you ask? Nothing, just ask. Su Ming felt relieved. I see. Chapter 431 Yuli. Tonight, I want to live in you. After a while, an ancient palace stretching for hundreds of miles appeared in front, and behind it was a large Milky Way waterfall falling from the sky of the sacred mountain. Empress Tianshuang took Su Ming to a quiet palace building connected to a waterfall and surrounded by clear lakes. This is the Divine Heart Temple. It is built on a god-level spiritual vein on the Divine Island. It is the place with the strongest spiritual power on the entire inner island, and it will also be your future residence. It's very quiet here. There are imperial heavenly guards guarding the place outside. No one dares to come. Empress Tianshuang was about to introduce her to Su Ming when she suddenly froze. Follow her line of sight. In front of the Divine Heart Hall, there is a bamboo pavilion near the center of the lake. At this moment, two women are sitting face to face in the bamboo pavilion. There was a crystal chessboard placed on the stone table in front of them. The two women were playing chess and chatting at the same time. Occasionally, their beauty blossomed. Such a touching sight not only stunned Empress Tianshuang, but also Su Ming. Of the two women, the one with her long hair tied up looked more mature and charming. Su Ming knew it was Yuli. He had never seen another woman with black hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a green skirt, and an ancient mark between her eyebrows. Yuli. Yi Xin. Empress Tianshuang couldn't help but said, "Why are you here?" Hear the words. In the bamboo pavilion, the eyes of the two women suddenly came over. With just one glance, he saw Su Ming. Yuli narrowed her beautiful eyes, looked at Su Ming from top to bottom, and then curled her lips and said, "Of course I'm waiting for some guy with no conscience." Empress Tianshuang glanced at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't know that taking the Shen Yuan Yu would take 3 months, so he certainly didn't do it on purpose. "Have you met your mother?" Yuli stared at Su Ming and asked again. Su Ming nodded. Yuli sighed, "Then you should also know why your mother sent you away in the first place. Don't think too much about some things. Your mother is just worried about you." Su Ming followed Empress Tianshuang into the stone pavilion. Yuli hugged his arm and pulled Su Ming to sit next to her. He stopped playing chess and looked deeply at Su Ming's handsome face. "You brat, you've got some skills. I said I would give you 3 days, but you ended up running away for 3 months." The jade hand pinched Su Ming hard to vent her dissatisfaction, but the moment she saw Su Ming, Yuli's eyes had already become extremely gentle. Su Ming had no choice but to say, "It took some time to capture the ancient imperial soldiers. I didn't do it on purpose." Ancient imperial soldiers. After hearing Su Ming's words, the woman in a green skirt who had been sitting opposite Yuli and had been silent spoke up and looked at Su Ming with complicated and shocked eyes. Introduced by Yuli. Only then did Su Ming find out the identity of the woman in the green skirt. Yi Xin, the senior sister of the Yi Ling clan in the Shira divine realm, Yuli's good sister, can also be said to be her best friend. As for Yuli coming to the God's Heart Palace, she was waiting for Su Ming on the one hand, and on the other hand she was hiding from the immortal overlord new head of the Jiyu family, Jiyu Tianba. He had been annoying her for several months, so she simply turned a blind eye. I ran to Su Ming's residence. It was quiet. After learning that Su Ming was the young master of the Shira imperial clan, Yi Xin's pretty face moved slightly, then a smile appeared on her face. She saluted Su Ming and said, "Yi Xin, from the Yiling clan, has met the young master." The Yiling clan is just a subsidiary race of the Su family of the imperial clan. Su Ming's status is naturally the most noble in front of them. Even if she has a good relationship with Yuli, she still needs to be polite. Moreover, Yi Xin just heard Su Ming say the words, "ancient imperial weapons," which are the ultimate treasures that only powerful men in the feudal realm are qualified to control. As far as she knows, there is only one in the Shira god's domain. The control is in the hands of Empress Shira. In addition, she knew Yuli's temper best. When had she ever seen her in such close contact with a man? The moment she saw Su Ming, Yuli's eyes changed. If she hadn't been the young master's aunt, Yi Xin is a little doubtful. On the other side, seeing Yi Xin saluting Su Ming, Yuli was amused. In terms of seniority, he still has to call you aunt. Su Ming. He couldn't pronounce this name anyway. Su Ming smiled flatly at Yi Xin and said to Yuli, "Auntie, I have something to ask you." Yuli rolled her eyes at him. "Is it about those women?" After saying that, she stood up and gave up her position. "Xiaoshuang, you finish this game of chess with Yi Xin for me." Empress Tianshuang nodded and sat down at Yuli's original seat. "You know my chess skills, don't blame me if you lose." Yuli smiled softly, then took Su Ming's arm and led him towards the palace building behind the lake. In the bamboo pavilion, Yi Xin glanced at the backs of Yuli and Su Ming leaving, and couldn't help but smile. Since the Jiyu family came to propose marriage, I haven't seen Yuli smile for a long time. This young master is actually quite green. Jun, compared with many young talents outside. Empress Tianshuang nodded, and then asked narrowly, What, you are interested in it? Yi Xin's beautiful eyes stared deeply at the place where Su Ming left, and slowly looked away. Stop making fun of me. Temple of God's Heart. As soon as the attic door was pushed open, a strong aura of spiritual power hit his face. But just walked into the outer hall. Yuli quickly locked the palace door. Su Ming looked towards her. But he saw a pair of cold, beautiful eyes as gentle as water, staring straight at him. Su Ming discovered that when Yuli was in the lower realm, her hair was either tied up or scattered on her shoulders. When did she get up like today? Auntie, the atmosphere is a bit weird. Yuli softly exhaled. I wake you up, the blood in the lower bound, do you not tell your mother? Su Ming shook his head. This kind of thing is not easy to say. After all, he can't tell others that way of awakening. Yuli nodded, and then smiled at Su Ming. What you want to know, I will tell you, but tonight, I will live in you. Su Ming, live in me. How do you live? Su Mingzong glanced at the place where the inner hall was layered. Stay on it. Still live below. Nympho. At the same time. On another god mountain inside Shiration. Countless magnificent palaces are located, and various simple courtyards have been settled in groups. There are many ancient trees. The shadow formed can even cover the sun and the moon. In the hall, in the ancient temple. The young master Wei, the Qingqiu has not yet exported the customs. The young master, I use the soul to view its talents, the breath is hidden, and the blood vessels are muddy. It must be the most pure blood of the emperor. Why send him back now? A white-haired old man said. He is one of the oldest ethnic groups of the emperor today, the main vein of Su Qingqiu, and a person with a very right to speak in the listers. Strong and terrible. 20 years ago, the supremacy of my young man was born. If only the talent of cultivation, which Tianzhao could compare with the young master of our emperor, now the young master returns, it is a good thing, but the elder side, it may be possible, 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 it may be possible. Quite a little bit. Quote. Another old man next to admires that although he is not the main pulse of Su Qingqiu, he is just a veteran, but he knows that the emperor's honor is glorious, and the truth is damaged. It can be considered a good thing. Hearing here, another old man suddenly said, when it comes to the pulse of elder, I used to hear a rumor that was not very good from the elder. After the young master was born, I did not know why. Body, what do you want to cover this young master? Hearing, the people present changed slightly. This incident was a secret in the family. Almost only the main veins knew, but in the past few years, I don't know why, the elder veins seem to be intentional or unintentionally, and these rumors are released. Another old man shook his head and said, the news I got was that the lower world which is said to be born in the Tao, but it was prepared to receive the key cultivation of the god of the gods. As a result, it was snatched by Qingqiu. After digging out the body, she did not die, but she disappeared. I heard that it was exiled. Finally, the people who were abandoned by the gods were adopted from the place of exile. Later, the elders seemed to have been to abandon the gods. Now, on the abandoned god, I can occasionally hear her news. Chapter 432. Are you so unwilling to get close to your aunt? God's Hall. Through some explanation of Yuli, Su Ming also knew that Tang Qingyan and Shuihuang women did not have any danger. Now they are practicing the top Tongzongmen in Shira's divine realm, so he really rest assured. Elder Ghost and the Devil Emperor, listening to Yuli, said that they and the Dragon Emperor went to the demon domain. And Lu Hanyan and Yi Beimei disappeared mysteriously from the lower realm. Yuli estimated that they also came to the divine world, but did not know which divine realm went to. As for the side of the demon domain, it is not very flat recently. The demon ancestor Shishi practiced the customs 3 years ago. In just 3 years, the thunder method of the demon ancestor deterred the entire demon domain. The first is the 8 major demon gods who defeated the demon pavilion and abolished the position of several demon gods. She herself was on the throne of the power of the entire demon domain from the blood bones of countless corpses. The cold and cruel means are trembling. When it comes to the name of Shishi, Su Ming's mind could not help but think of the memories of the martial arts seal. 9,000 years later, she did not expect that she became the demon ancestor of the demon realm. From Yuli mouth, Su Ming also knew that there was no so-called subordinate destiny son around that Shishi. 9,000 years ago, she did come to the god realm with a son of a lower bound destiny. Unfortunately, the relationship between the two was not good. joined two hostile camps of the demon domain. In the subsequent dispute between the demon gods, the son of the fate of the lower world was defeated in Shishi, and she was cut off by her. From then on, she disappeared. In other words, after Su Tianxi's death, the former demon emperor Shishi did not be with the son of the lower bound destiny. Instead, because of what happened, it became the enemy of life and death. Somehow, Su Ming suddenly had a hunch. I am afraid that Su Tianxi is a matter of reincarnation. After learning that he was the truth of the magic body of the divine world, Su Ming already knew that the magic body of the divine realm was true, and the reincarnation body in the lower world was true. It's just that the magic body of the god realm has hundreds of thousands of times, and a total of 7 generations reincarnate. If Su Ming did not guess wrong, the 6th generation reincarnation magic body was surrounded by the god world. Rules: the 7th generation chose the lower boundary as the rebirth point. However, the rules of the heavenly path of the gods and the lower bounds are not the same. Therefore, after the reincarnation of the magic body of the reincarnation, although the reincarnation body of the lower realm can avoid the gods of the gods, the lower realm will also focus on it. The reincarnation body will be reborn. Therefore, as long as it is not dying in the divine world, in fact, no matter how rebirth and birth of the reincarnation body in the lower world, but it is the same person, the 7th generation reincarnation magic. Before thousands of years, the 7th generation reincarnation magic body was actually born, and it was born as a brother of Taixianmen in the lower world. 3,000 years later, he was reborn into the demon Su Tianxi. Only then did you contact the divine realm again, and then there would be the birth of Su Ming. The reincarnation body that has precipitated for thousands of years in the lower boundary, eventually made Su Ming a real 7th generation reincarnation magic. Therefore, no matter how many times the reincarnation in the lower boundary, it has always been the same person, the 7th generation reincarnation magic body. But this time is not the same. Su Ming itself is the god of the gods. The 7th generation reincarnation magic is finally reborn to him, indicating that the reincarnation magic body wants to bet on him. Gaming he can subvert the god realm. Heaven. The price is that as long as Su Ming dies, the 7th generation reincarnation magic body will not be reborn in the lower bound, and it will reincarnate into the 8th generation reincarnation magic body, which will be another very different person. Su Ming also realized. It turned out that he was dead, and the 7th generation reincarnation magic will disappear completely. No wonder his brother Shen Yanzong gave birth to the 6th generation in the lower realm. In fact, according to the plot of this fantasy world, he should have died in the hands of the son of the destiny of the next world, but every time he died, the reincarnation was reincarnation, and the reincarnation was reincarnation. The magic body will reset the timeline and let him reborn. But this kind of rebirth is definitely not unlimited. I am afraid that if Su Ming did not have a system, he would really die in this life, and the 7th generation reincarnation magic body was really buried on him. Maybe in the future of tens of thousands of years, the 8th generation reincarnation magic will appear. When Su Ming was thinking about things, Yuli kept staring at him. She held her cheek in her hand, and she looked at Su Ming without blinking. I don't know why. At this time, she looked at Su Ming, and I always felt that the more beautiful, especially Su Ming's angular and cold face. This feeling seems to have started after helping him to cultivate that night. Yuli's red lips vomited a scent of aroma. Suddenly a faint red blushing was turned on the beautiful cheeks, and then there was a dazzling at the bottom of her eyes. Of course, she knew that some things should not be done, especially Su Ming or sister Qingqiu. But at this time, she felt that she couldn't control herself anymore. In the face of others, she is cold and frost. In front of Su Ming, she does not want to reveal that cold side. What if Su Ming thinks she will not hurt people? She just doesn't hurt others. For Su Ming, she hurts. Thinking about it, Yuli slowly stretched out his jade hand, and gently stroked from Su Ming's face with warm fingertips. Opposite. Su Ming was full of black lines, coughing lightly. I have something on my face. Yuli's palm froze slightly, then she glanced at Su Ming, blushed and said, don't get me wrong, I just want to see your cultivation. Tianzun first level, not bad, you can go to the Shira god list. Su Ming always felt that something was not right when he was staying with Yuli now. Moreover, seeing Yuli's mature, plump and attractive body so close to him, he could always smell the fragrance of Yuli's body. Finally, Su Ming was arranged by Yuli to live in a quiet inner room on the second floor of the Divine Heart Palace, which was quiet and elegant without losing the grandeur. She herself lived in the room opposite Su Ming. Although the entire Divine Heart Palace belonged to Su Ming and Su Ming had the final say, Yuli now seemed to treat herself as a mistress, not only making arrangements for Su Ming after taking care of everything, he was very considerate and prepared a lot of clothes for the young master of the imperial clan. Finally, she hugged Su Ming's arm and asked him, "Is my aunt nice to you?" Seeing that Su Ming was silent, Yuli curled her red lips and snorted angrily, "Why, you are so unwilling to get close to my aunt. Don't forget how you tormented my aunt when you were a child, you little white-eyed wolf." Su Ming really didn't have much memory of what happened when he was a child, and he couldn't remember that he had such an aunt, but Yuli's attitude towards him was indeed a little different from when he was in the lower world. These seem to have changed after helping him practice. So, the so-called soul cultivation is actually no different from reality, right? Anyway, Su Ming thought it was quite true. By the way, didn't I bring back a little girl named Mu and Feng from the lower world? These two little girls are not simple. Yuli suddenly said seriously, especially that Feng Qingling, because her spiritual power has always been unstable. An elder in the clan used an ancient soul illuminator to check her. What do you think he found? Before Su Ming could speak, she continued, that little girl has awakened the extremely rare star spiritual power at such a young age, and there are two ancient souls in her body. One of them has countless ancient souls. Thousands of years ago, the aura of Empress Juyu. Empress Juyu. Su Ming knew that Feng Qingling was the reincarnation of the Nine Heavens' mysterious queen, and he also knew that she had the blood of the ancient Phoenix clan, but why did the Nine Nether Empress suddenly appear? Empress Juyu was a woman who once dominated an era. I once heard your mother say that her real name is Feng, she is from the Feng clan, and she is also a disciple of the immortal god king. She is considered to be half of the immortal clan. It is said that she passed away during her childhood. It was extremely miserable, and finally he was accepted as a disciple by the original immortal god king in a certain sect in the lower realm, and this was how the Nine Nether Empress became famous in the divine realm. Quote, ever since Feng Qingling detected a trace of Empress Juyu's aura, all the old monsters in the clan who have not been born for many years have been eyeing her, and many of them want to accept her as their disciple. Even the great elders value him very much and asked Su Juyuan to contact them. In the past few months, Su Juyuan has been running to the Tianshuang tribe a lot. He is a tolerant person, but his method of coaxing girls is quite clever. For those two, this little girl introduced a lot of geographical customs of the gods. At this point, Yuli poked Su Ming and joked, if you come back later, maybe your two junior sisters will recognize others as senior brothers. Chapter 433 Demon Blood, Compensate the Witch. Among the Shifang Shenju, Shira God realm is regarded as one of the extremely vast and prosperous gods. Internal domain, Shira Tian. Mid-domain, Shuling Tian. Outer domain, Repair the Sky. Like all the gods, the Shira divine realm is naturally divided into internal domains, medium and outer domains, and the levels of various races are extremely strict. The internal domain is the Emperor's Mountains. Here the Emperor Su family has the sustainable authority. Almost the entire Shiration is controlled by the Emperor Su family. And those other races affiliated to the Emperor, among which are more powerful, such as the races such as the Tianshuang tribe, are in the middle of the center, and the inner domain with all other races. Although the medium domain is not as good as the internal domain, and there is no Shira God mountain that can be cultivated by these race disciples, there are countless territories here, whether it is the mainland or the ocean, the cultivation resources are equally rich. The middle domain is headed by the 7 major spirit clan, and the Tianshuang tribe is one of them. Under the 7 spiritual clan, there are also 99 royal clan, under the royal family, and thousands of middle domain affiliated races. The full name of the Tianshuang tribe is the Tianshuang Ling family. The other 6 major spirit clans are the same as the Tianshuang family. They are all affiliated to the Emperor Su family. For example, the site of the Frost tribe today is to become the vassal of the Emperor. After being allowed by the Emperor, one party is divided from the large territory of the medium domain, named Tianshuang realm, as the territory of their race. The site divided by the 7 great Ling clan is named after the boundary. Each boundary can be divided into millions of miles, and the site divided by the 99th royal family can only be named in the state. Can divide 100,000 miles. As for the external domain, it is a more complicated world of one party. The outer domain is more vast than that of the middle domain. It is the immortal family and the longevity immortal of the entire Shira god. It is also the place where hundreds of millions of gods live together. The Shenling of the ancient fairy gate and the snow emperor the Tang Qingyan today is located in the outer domain. One is in the Taiku heavenly world, one in the distant northern Xinjiang, and all of which are the first gradient forces ranked first in Shira. The immortal overbags who came to Shira Tian Shangye were the immortal family, Jiyu people who had been standing in Shira's god of tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the Emperor Tianshuang said to Su Ming that Jiyu Tianba and Yuli, the new family of Jiyu Jia, were considered to be a household. After all, one is the person of the Emperor's Su family, and the other is the new owner of the immortal family of the outer region. The status of the two is matched. There is also the master of Yi Ling, who has just seen Su Ming. Women are so familiar, this person is naturally not simple. At this point, Su Ming also probably understands the power structure and division of the Shira divine realm. I have to say that this is hundreds of times more complicated than a small lower bound. In the middle of the domain, there are 7 major spirit clan, 99 royal clan. Wait for you to take the position of the young master of the emperor, these forces will be governed in the future. Yuli took Su Ming away from the temple of God, and divided all parties in the divine domain to Su Ming in detail, and finally stared at Su Ming's profoundly. When you announce your identity, whether it is the 7 great spirit or the royal power, as long as you have a woman you see, they have to obediently send you. How about it? Don't like it? Quote. Su Ming. He looked at Yuli with a positive face, I am the kind of person. Yuli blinked, nodded gently, like. She leaned up, you talk about it yourself, how many women did you provoke? That's all accidents. Yuli glanced at him, and suddenly thought of something, saying, yes, do you have a woman with intimate relationships in the lower realm, called Hongyu? Su Ming was surprised, what's wrong with her? You really don't know her falsely. I have the blood of the demon clan on her, indicating that her ancestors have a high probability that the former god of the gods was exiled to various lower bounds during the war, and her one pulse, exiled to Bailongjing. Quote. 3 months ago, she returned to the god of the gods, and perhaps inadvertently awakened the memory of her ancestors, and ran to Mingzhou in the outer region alone. There is a gathered place that has remained from the ancient battlefield. All parties in the outer regions are mixed with forces. She has done it, and she is still charming and moving. I still may, I guess. Speaking of which, Yuli deliberately glanced at Su Ming and sighed, it's a pity, such a good furnace constitution. Su Ming's mind remembered the scene when Hongyu was with him. In any case, although Hongyu was also a villain, he really liked him sincerely. I have never regarded her as a furnace. Su Ming shook his head and said, raising his palm to see a red mark hidden under the skin of his wrist. Still, it means that Hongyu should have nothing to do. If there is no change in the mark of Hongyu, Su Ming would not be as calm as it is now. Subsequently, while leaving the Temple of God's Heart, Yuli also pointed out that the waterfalls hanging from the sky far away in the distant mountains of Shenshen said, seeing those waterfalls, there are no waterfalls behind the waterfall. The older generation is retreating in it. To this day, one with the longest retreat time should be 19,000 years. Quote. These seniors are the real heritage of my emperor's family. 19,000 years. Su Ming looked up, and his eyes flickered. Skymo magic pupil. At this moment, in his eyes, the distant galaxy waterfalls appear like the ancient and mysterious light symbols appeared, and then his sight penetrated the waterfall. After seeing each waterfall, faintly seeing a shadow plate sitting in it, they all have no spiritual fluctuations, and everyone seems to be in a deep sleep. However, through the pupils, Su Ming can see the turbulent spirit that surrounds these old figures. Every spiritual power is as deep and vast as the sea. Essence. Su Ming estimates. Among them, the lowest cultivation is the minimum. I am afraid that they are the strong people of Fenghu. Even Su Ming was a little surprised. It is no wonder that the emperor of the Shira can have such a status in the divine domain. This is just a god mountain. Such a heritage is indeed a bit scary. While just peeping at Su Ming, behind a certain waterfall, an old white eyebrow opened his eyes suddenly and contacted Su Ming's magic pupils. Perhaps he noticed the most positive emperor's blood on Su Ming. Although he was surprised. However, he nodded slightly, and then closed his eyes again. Su Ming recovered the magic pupil. Yuli glanced at him strangely. Some of these older generations, some of them could not even spy her, what could Su Ming go out now? Su Ming smiled and didn't speak. I just thought about it, and asked with Yuli. At first my mother won the body of a woman in the lower world. You should know this. Hearing the words, Yuli stared at Su Ming. What do you ask this? As a villain, this kind of plot Su Mingbi knew that the woman was captured. If she could live, who she hated the most, it must be herself. After all, Su Qingqiu would not take the Tao of others if it wasn't for him. If Su Ming returned to his childhood, he would definitely not play any digging flow. This kind of witch template character with a natural body, it must be to stay with him to develop a stream. But Su Qingqiu also to protect him. Now the revenge has been formed, as long as the woman did not die, sooner or later, he would find him revenge. I just want to know, do she survive? Su Ming sighed softly. Yuli silent. Looking at Su Ming's appearance, she thought that Su Ming was soft-hearted and wanted to find the witch back to compensate her. Your mother has reminded me not let me tell you this. Let's go, you just come to the divine realm. I asked Xiaoshuang and Yi Xin to take you to the middle domain. By the way, go to the two little sisters of your two little sisters. Chapter 434. She is more interested in such a husband. At the same time, Su Ming returned to the Shura divine realm. In another vast and desolate divine realm, the land of abandoned gods. In the deepest part of this divine realm, between heaven and earth, many ancient and abandoned temples stand. The abandoned temple in the deepest part seems to have passed through the clouds and touched the sky. The entire sky was shrouded in dark and rich spiritual power. On top of this abandoned temple, 5 figures in mysterious robes stood with their hands behind their backs. Dark spiritual power surged around them, and the space continued to vibrate. Each of these 5 people has a faint vertical line between their eyebrows, faintly exuding an aura that is incompatible with this world. Abandon the God Clan. In fact, there are not many rumors about the abandoned God Clan in the entire God realm, but most people only know that this is a race that has resisted the order of the 10 major God realm gods since ancient times, and it can also be regarded as an organization. They are existences spurned by countless gods because they have been committed to breaking the practice of enslaving the lower world and cultivating furnaces for cultivation like the Kangming gods. People from the lower world are also the creatures of this world. Why can they only be slaves of the gods from the moment they are born? So up to now, the abandoned God Clan has been resisting this order of the God Clan. They have also rescued countless lower realms, so they have offended many God Clan, and in the end they can only live in exile in this long abandoned land of the abandoned God. Not long after, behind the 5 figures, an ancient ferocious beast slowly fell down, and then a beautiful figure in black got off the beast's back. This is a girl who doesn't look too old. She has an extremely beautiful face, skin like snow, and a tall figure. Under the black clothes, she has attractive and concave curves, and her willow eyebrows look even more heroic. Her bright eyes are cold and stern, faintly exuding a strong sense of oppression. In the 7th realm of Tianzun, Nier's cultivation has improved a lot this time. Although it is not as good as those of the older generation, it is much better than those descendants of the divine sect and immortal family. Nier, there is news about what you asked Uncle Wu to inquire about. Hear the words. The woman in black suddenly squeezed her jade hand gently, her calm and deep beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of light, and deep hatred surged in her eyes. After a moment of silence, he exhaled, "Is it he's back?" 5 people nodded. Young master of the Shura imperial clan, Su Ming. There is news that he has returned to Shura divine realm. That family is not a good person, especially Su Ming. At a young age, he was full of evil spirits. If not for this, Su Qingqiu would not have done that kind of thing to Nier for him. Several people spoke. In the mind of the woman in black, the scene when her bones and body were taken away was still vivid in her mind. She was still so young at that time, and her family in the lower world was slaughtered by the gods because of this incident. Together with her parents, he also died miserably in the Sea of Fire. And all of this was done by people from the main lineage of the Su family of the imperial clan. Those people only listened to Su Qingqiu's words. Therefore, her biggest enemy in this life. Su Ming, Su Qingqiu, you two, mother and son, were so cruel. You brutally attacked such an innocent little girl and slaughtered her whole family. She will avenge this revenge. When the young master of the imperial clan returns, according to the customs of the divine realm, thousands of clans will definitely come to congratulate him. When your 5 uncles take action, it won't be a problem to stop Su Qingqiu. However, you have to rely on yourself to deal with Su Ming and regain the Dao body, said a middle-aged man with dark eyes. I know that my 5 uncles have helped me a lot. They taught me how to practice since I was a child, raised me up as an adult, and helped me understand many truths in the world. Nier is already very grateful to you. The woman in black clasped her jade hands and said coldly, as for Su Ming, his family harmed my parents and massacred my people. I will avenge myself with my own hands. I also want him to try the despair of having his body taken away and his bones dug out, in pain. Naturally, Su Ming didn't know about this scene that happened in the faraway land of abandoned gods. But before following Empress Tianshuang and Yi Xin to the Central Territory, he asked Yuli some information about the family of the girl whose Taoist body was taken away by his mother. Finally, I was surprised to learn. It turned out that the girl was brought back by people from the Great Elder's lineage, and was snatched away by Su Qingqiu. After Su Qingqiu took the Dao body, he sent her back to the lower realm, and then sent people to the lower realm to send her cultivation resources. When they arrived, they discovered that the girl's family had been slaughtered and the girl was missing. In other words, Su Qingqiu did not kill the girl, nor did he touch anyone in her family. He even planned to send people to her family to send some top-notch cultivation resources that were not available in the lower world. Unfortunately, the girl's family was dead and the girl didn't know whereabouts. She sent people to investigate, but couldn't find anything. After hearing this, Su Ming understood immediately. It seemed that this matter had something to do with the so-called Great Elder. It's even very possible it was he who sent people to destroy the girl's entire clan, but deliberately let the girl go. As for the reason for doing this, of course it was to suppress him as the emperor's son, so that the successor he cultivated over there could take the position of the emperor's son of the Shura imperial clan. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. This old dog has a pretty good idea, but this time, he messed with the wrong person. Zhongyu, go to the space transmission channel in the middle domain. A group of imperial heavenly guards flew over. One of them was wearing dark clothes and looked quite young and handsome. He waved his hand and countless heavenly guards stopped. Then he glanced at Su Ming, and then stared deeply at Empress Tianshuang and Yi Xin. He glanced at it and smiled slightly. People from the Tianshuang tribe and Yiling tribe can naturally go to the Central Territory. As for this person, Yi Xin said, this is the young master of the imperial clan who just returned today. It's normal that you don't know him. Ling Shuang and I were ordered to take him to the Central Territory. Young master. The man's face changed, and then his eyes darkened, but my lineage has not received the news. Besides, among the current imperial clan, besides young master Su Juyuan, who else dares to call him young master? At this time, Empress Tianshuang sent a message to Su Ming. The guy in front of you is a genius from the lineage of the great elders of the imperial clan. His name is Su Ju. He is somewhat famous in the clan and can be considered a member of Su Juyuan. It seems that they are interested in you returning to the clan. I feel quite dissatisfied. Su Ming looked over. To be honest, he was a little tired of this kind of plot. This guy was obviously ordered to come to test him. After glancing at the person opposite, Su Ming raised his finger and said, I won't talk nonsense to a dead person. What did you say? Su Ju's face suddenly became angry. But as soon as his voice fell, Su Ming's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Su Ju's expression changed, the imperial spirit surged in his eyes, and the majestic power in his body suddenly burst out, and his spiritual power instantly covered his whole body. He was going to slap Su Ming with his palm. Click. However, just when all the power from his body swept out, Su Ming's palm penetrated the space directly, ignoring the imperial spirit defense all over his body, and captured his throat in his hand like a cold eagle claw. Then he lifted him up slightly with his palms and looked at him indifferently. No matter how much the latter struggled, he couldn't shake his hand at all. How do you have the right to talk to me? Su Ming smiled at the man. The words fell at the same time. Boom! Su Ju's body suddenly burned with strange flames. The flames were particularly domineering. They not only burned Su Ju's spiritual veins, but also swallowed up all his spiritual power. At this moment, Su Ju finally became frightened, because he deeply understood how terrifying this upright young master in front of him was. Mid-air, countless imperial clan heavenly guards were dumbfounded. Su Ju was the young genius second only to Su Juyuan among the imperial clan. However, in the hands of this young master, he was like an ant, without the slightest strength to resist. Is this the young master of their imperial clan? Cold and unruly, domineering and unparalleled. Countless heavenly guards were silent, looking at the figure in white. At this moment, they felt huge pressure on this young master, which was something they had never felt on Su Juyuan. As for Empress Tianshuang and Yi Xin, their beautiful eyes blinked slightly as they stared at Su Ming, with a hint of splendor in their eyes. Especially Empress Tianshuang, she has never seen Su Ming take action since she came into contact with Su Ming. She thought that her future husband was a person as gentle as jade with a peaceful personality. She didn't expect that he had such a domineering and cold side. To be honest, she was more interested in such a husband. Chapter 435 Yi Xin. Ling Shuang is so good, I don't know how many people like her. Burning the flames came from the refining of the ancient emperor. In addition, Su Ming's spiritual power increased at this moment. In just a few seconds, the spirit veins in the Soviet decision were burned. After solving the Su decision, among the objectives opposite, several people close to the elder veins were pale. They were instructed by Su Juyuan's young master. They came to test this Su Ming and gave this new young master a horse. But who knows, this young master means so thunder and overbearing. Not to mention the test now, they dare not even look at Su Ming, for fear that the next Su Ju. After the episode, Tianwei did not dare to stop, and several people went to Zhongyu again. As for a few people in the elderly, they hurried back to the report. The new young master is not easy to mess with. Nympho. Mid-domain, Tianshuang realm. Lingshuang city. The huge transmission of the center bloomed. As Su Ming came out of the transmission of the spirit array, there was a bustling prosperous street. Around the transmission of spiritual arrays, countless patrol guards wearing armor and strong breath, respectfully kneeling down. I have seen a little master. When Su Ming saw this, he looked back at the two women behind him. Yi Xin smiled and groaned. Ling Shuang has a marriage contract with you. The Tianshuang tribe naturally tends to be your young master. They know the news you come back, it is not surprising. Su Ming Wang Shang Tianshuang, this is your real name. At this time, those armored guards also bowed their knees towards the Emperor Tianshuang. Tianshuang guard, I have seen the Emperor. Continue patrol. The patrol guard was withdrawn from the order from the Emperor Tianshuang. The three walked in Tianshuang city and went towards the Tianshuang family. However, along the way, every time I walked through, those residents living in the city were rushing to worship the Emperor Tianshuang Qiqi, and the face looked all respectful from the heart. Yi Xin explained to Su Ming. The first time you came, I don't know the situation of the Tianshuang family. Once, they were just a race in the lower realm. They were slavered by the original evil sects. In the end, Ling Shuang came forward alone. At that time, the whole lower realm was controlled by evil sects. As the hundreds of millions of beings were in despair, Ling Shuang stood out. The body also led the Tianshuang people to defeat the evil sects, so that these people had the last quiet soil. So, Ling Shuang is the savior of their Tianshuang clan. It is the emperor of Tianshuang, who is worshipped by countless sons. This city, are named after the name of Ling Shuang. Yi Xin stared at Su Ming and urged the narrow road. If you dare to be bad for her or hurt her, these people of the Tianshuang tribe will not let you go. After listening to Yi Xin's words, Su Ming looked at the Emperor Tianshuang not far from him, and the latter had been talking quietly from the time of Lingshuang city. However, through Yi Xin's description, Su Ming can feel that when a race is on the verge of despair, as the last hope of the hundreds of millions of beings in the lower world, everyone is regarded as the savior. The pressure. That kind of pressure may not even be able to bear even a man. I tell you, Ling Shuang is so excellent. Naturally, there are a lot of people who like her in the divine realm. What immortal sons and fairy people, if you have not had a marriage contract with you, she may have been chased by other men. Go. Yi Xin. The Emperor Tianshuang looked back, and Mei glanced at Yi Xin. When he looked back, he glanced at Su Ming inadvertently. Those are all things that are virtual. Quote. Su Ming nodded, and then looked at Tianshuang's beautiful back, and he smiled slightly. I have to say, this woman is indeed excellent. Nympho. Tianshuang clan residences in Lingshuang city. For example, the elders of the Frost clan today, and dozens of people, were all predecessors of the direct blood of the Emperor of Tianshuang. In the temple of the family, The old man and several ethnic groups are discussing things. The news came from Ling Shuang, and the young lord returned, and it was about to visit our Tianshuang family. I suspected that the purpose of this young master was because of the marriage with Ling Shuang. A family of veterans took the lead. Hearing, everyone's complexion was different, and the elderly person in the middle of the people thought about it for a long time before they said, although the young master's identity is noble, he is just a young man after all. In the clan, obviously she was quite resistant at first. Another family shaking their heads, we all know the nature of Ling Shuang. If it wasn't for the emperor, even if the evil sect was defeated and the lower world collapsed, we could only wait for death. So, even for the sake of gratitude, she will promise this marriage, but we still don't know the character of the young master. If it is a murderous man, then wouldn't we push the spirit cream into the fire pit? The old people sighed. This is the end, and it is useless to say more. After all, the young master is young and has such a distinguished status. The temptation around him will definitely not be less. After getting married, it's not a big deal, don't live in the house. Quote, 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 quote. But can he promise? A family of veterans refuted. Another clan elder pondered, I am also thinking that as the young master of the imperial clan, he should have some means. If this young master is a young hero with thunderous skills, then Su Juyuan and others will be nothing more than clowns and Ling Shuang in front of him. If you follow him, you will achieve something good. The old patriarch also nodded. Indeed, we have to think twice about everything. The elders of the imperial clan are not vegetarians. They can sit in the position of the young master of the god clan, but they still dare not refute, which shows that this young master has some tricks. In the final analysis, we are all worried that Ling Shuang will be wronged after getting married. Her temperament is not coquettish and clingy, and she is not comparable to her other charming women. If the young master is tired of her, her days in the imperial clan but it will be extremely difficult. We have watched Ling Shuang come all the way. We all know how difficult her journey was in the past. She has shouldered such a big burden all by herself. Now she is marrying the imperial clan, it is also for our Tianshuang. The people of the clan. Oh, this child has suffered so much because it's all useless to us. I hope this young master can treat Ling Shuang sincerely. Old patriarch, there is one more thing. Su Juyuan has been very diligent in our Ling Shuang city recently. He even came to the clan today, right in the spiritual courtyard, and secretly said that he wants to win us over to the great elder's lineage. The elder of the Black Robe tribe on the far left said, in the imperial clan nowadays, Su Juyuan's voice is quite high. He came to the clan, on the one hand, for the two girls named Feng, and on the other hand, he probably wanted to win over Ling Shuang. Quote. The old patriarch said, I have seen Su Juyuan. He is scheming and forbearing. But now that the real young master has returned, he is a replacement. It is not that easy to take the young master's position. Let's meet the young master first. Ling Shuang and the others will return to the family residence soon. Once we meet, everything will be decided. Chapter 436 The Strong of Fenghu Jing, Follow the Lord's Dispatch. Tianshuang Mansion. When Su Ming followed the Emperor Tianshuang and Yi Xin entered this simple building complex, there was a sudden sound of the wind in front of him, and then dozens of figures plundered, and finally stopped in front of the Emperor Tianshuang. Ling Shuang, are you back? What she was talking about was a woman wearing a black dress with long hair hanging to her waist, and she had a dark dagger around her waist. Although her beautiful face was not as beautiful as the Emperor Tianshuang, she also had a flavor. The Emperor of Tianshuang smiled lightly and said to Su Ming, this is Ling Xin, the elder of the Tianshuang family, the elders of the Tianshuang family. These people behind her are also elders of the Lingyuan Academy. Then she introduced the opposite woman, Yiling's Yi Xin. You have seen it before. As for this, it is the young master of our emperor today, Su Ming. Hearing the name of Shao Lord, the dozens of people and women in black suddenly looked curious. Since Yila returned to the emperor 3 months ago, they have not heard the name. I have seen a little master. Several people respectful the ceremony. As the young master of the emperor, what is the status of Su Ming's status? They are always difficult to see it. It can be said that as long as the young master comes to Zhongyu, the 7 Lings, the 99 Rou, which race will dare not obey his orders? As for the elders in the clan, and those who are old, they have to speak behind this young master. Now seeing the young master's style, such an unparalleled temperament has made a few people respectful, and his face is smooth. Then the woman in black hesitated and looked at Tianshuang Emperor. Su Juyuan's young master is also here, and the Mu girl is practicing the ancient spirit role in the Lingyuan. Hearing, the Emperor Tianshuang glanced in. Among the emperor, there is always only one young master. When did Su Juyuan become the young master in your mouth? Ling Xin was shocked, and Huo Ran, who was pretty and tall, knelt down towards Su Ming, hoeing heavily. Ling Xin said the wrong words, please give less punishment. Looking at just because of a wrong sentence, he kneeling in front of himself to admit his mistakes. At this moment, Su Ming really felt the power, he really felt the identity of the emperor's young master. As for the Lingyuan of the Tianshuang tribe, it was the place where the disciples of the Tianshuang tribe were practiced, and it was the core school of spiritual power in the entire Tianshuang family. Su Ming's palm waved lightly, and a spiritual power held up the Lingxin who was kneeling in front of him. Just when he looked at him, he only saw his indifferent sight. Lingxin sweaty. With the hand of the young master, she knew that the cultivation of the realm of this day may not be in the eyes of the young master. Sudden. At this time, the elders behind her seemed to feel something, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. I saw the space there directly tearing away. Behind the space, there was a huge nihilistic mountain. The nothingness came out in the sky. When the two monarchs were like Emperor Wei, they swept the whole world below. Ah! It is the two strong men who were in the mountains of nothingness. How did they come? Yi Xin shocked. You must know that even in the emperor, the strong man in the Feng Hujing also had a very high status because they were particularly extraordinarily rare. A strong man with a strong seal is enough to dominate the side in the gods. Their 7 spiritual clan, each race can only have one that can touch the existence of Fenghu realm. Humanity. As long as it is not touched by the destroyer or the order of the emperor, these strong people will never show up. But now the two emperors are strong, how could they not shock? After the 2 purple coat men appeared, they did not make any moves, but just glanced at the few people below, then lowered their bodies, looked at Su Ming, put it on the arm on the chest, and put it on Su Ming. With a smile, it is indeed the purest blood of the emperor. In this age, Shouwei can't even see it. What do you call the two? Su Ming looked at it. The two smiled and hugged the fist towards Su Ming. Zhou Jun, Luo, I have seen the Lord. Yi Xinchao looked at Su Ming with a complicated face. The two strong people in Fenghu have even surpassed many emperor elders. Although there may be a reason for Su Qingqiu, the two of them came in person. I am afraid that it is not just to admit that Su Ming's identity is as simple. Really. The next second she heard the two said. The young master inspects the central domain. I am willing to serve the young master. The dozens of elders of the Yixin and Tianshuang clan suffocated suddenly. These two strong men who were here turned out to obey Su Ming. Intersection. Originally, with the identity of the emperor and young master, Su Ming could send all the races of the central division and all the strong men in these races. Now the emperor also sent 2 strong men to be sent to him. Who else can compare in the entire god domain? Nympho. Hall in the mansion. The elders of the Tianshuang tribe, as well as the elders who just discussed with him just now. At this moment, all the old man stood under the inner hall honestly. The head of the temple. Su Ming was wearing a white clothes and stood quietly. He looked at the old man below. The people below also looked at him secretly. From the Emperor Tianshuang's understanding of Su Ming, the shock of the elderly chiefs is not less than others. After all, from the age of Su Ming, his age should be similar to the younger generation of the emperor and their Tianshuang tribe. But the cultivation of this young master is enough to compare with the older generation of the emperor and elder who ranked on the Shira god list. The strength is even more unpredictable. There is no resistance to hand. Many people admit, this young master, the method of thunder, and so immortal. As long as he does not fall, in the future, he will definitely become the top monarch of the famous Shifang god realm. Ling Shuang's marrying him can help him in charge of the Shira emperor. Thinking about it, it is not a good thing for Ling Shuang. Nowadays, there is only this young master in the entire Shira god, Frost. The old man stood at the 2 strong men who stood behind Su Ming, Zhou Jun and Luo, who wiped a cold sweat on his forehead. If the best room in the family, if the young master wants to drink, I will let the Ling Shuang send you the best immortal in the family. Between you and Ling Shuang you can also talk about it and get tired. The rest of the ethnic groups are attached. Now that the young master is here, what Su Juyuan is a jumping clown. Although his elder veins can be counted as half the main vein, he can come up with a few strong men. More than 90% of the emperor's Feng Hujing was in the hands of Su Qingqiu and the young master in front of Su Qingqiu. The elders engage in those movements, but they have taken their own humiliation. An old man glanced at the shadow standing at His Royal Highness with Yu Guang. He took a deep breath in his heart. This young master was the fiancé of Ling Shuang. Now this marriage is probably no one in the family will disagree. Moreover, he found that after the Wei ethnic group this time, there were significant changes in the whole person. Her eyes, almost half of the time, fell on the young master. They are those who come here. How can I not understand what this means? Since ancient times, heroes love beauty. Beauty also loves heroes. I am afraid that it won't be long after, the Emperor Tianshuang, who is indispensable in the eyes of all Tianshuang tribe, will fall in love. Chapter 437 If I were senior brother, I wouldn't like you either. Tianshuang Lingyuan. Internal half. Countless cultivation halls are in groups, and from time to time, there are people who pass by, and all parties in the exercise halls are disciples of Tianshuang clan. And those who teach these disciples have the elders of the Tianshuang clan, as well as the elders sent by the Emperor Qing. At this moment, the most striking thing here is the gold-winged god bird in the center of the spirit courtyard, world. God Beast Flame Bird. It is said that the elders of the Emperor personally took the shot and filed as a god beast from the first day of the gods and beasts, and finally gave him the adopted son Su Juyuan as a mount. Heavenly bird here shows that its master, Su Juyuan, the young master of the Emperor's elder. Naturally here. In a pavilion below. The girl pavilion was sturdy, and the jade hand was holding an ancient spiritual scroll. Her eyes stared at it, her eyes were slightly somewhat stunned, and after a long time, she looked up and looked at the man in black sitting behind the pavilion behind him. You mean, this god-level spiritual trick is given to me? The girl said towards the man in black. Why, Mu girl doesn't believe it. The man's voice came, and he smiled gently. Although the Tianshuang Ling family is the affiliated race of my emperor, it is not so easy to take out the god-level spiritual tricks. If you believe in me, you can practice with peace of mind. Quote. Mu Qingyan Lu Mei frowned. During this time, she naturally knew the identity of the person in front of her. The adopted son of the elder of the Emperor Shira, Su Juyuan, the young master. It can be said that his identity is extremely distinguished, and there are few people who can compare his identity among the emperor. In this way, when treating her in Feng Qingling, she has a good temperament. In addition, he often comes to the Tianshu Lingali in the past 2 months, and occasionally guides the two to practice. At the beginning, even if he doubted what kind of purpose he had, but for a long time, he didn't ask the two to do anything, and Mu Qingyan slowly let go of his wail in his heart. She shook her head. You have helped us a lot, I can't want this thing. Hearing that the man in black shrugged, Mu girl is still so on me. You rolled the tactics when I was going out and I was obtained by accident. It was my own stuff. Emperor Shira generally does not allow outsiders to cultivate. This is the rules of the emperor, and Mu Qingyan also knows. She vomited and walked over to put the spirit roll on the stone platform. Su Gongzi took care of us during this time, but I still can't accept this thing. She is not stupid. The precious thing of the god-level spiritual trick is that even Su Juyuan is a young master of the emperor, and it is impossible for him to give out freely, unless he has any purpose. On the other side, the man in black saw this, but he froze, and then sighed with a quiet voice. It seems that Mu is still not assured of me. For so long, my character Mu can't understand. This Mu Qingyan was a little embarrassed. On the one hand, when Su Juyuan came here in his life, he really helped them a lot and did not ask for returns, but at this moment suddenly said this sentence but surprised her in her heart. Essence. After thinking about it, Mu Qingyan asked, Su Gongzi, my brother's affairs. Su Juyuan shook his head. I have inquired, there is no news, but I don't need to be discouraged. I will continue to send someone to ask you. Speaking of which, his pair of dark eyes stared at Mu Qingyan's exquisite and beautiful face, laughing at. But I am curious. I often hear the deeds of this brother from your mouth, but I feel that you should reflect on it seriously. Is your brother really good to you, or you have always used you and Feng girl? Quote. If you were really good to you, you have been missing for so long, how can there be no news of him? I see, he may have left you with the girl Feng behind. Hearing this, Mu Qingyan trembled lightly, and then she was silent. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the indifference to her during that time. By the way, How about Feng? Why didn't you see her come out today? Su Juyuan glanced towards the soul courtyard outside, asking him casually. He also lifted the teapot on the stone platform and gave it to the opposite side. Yan poured a cup of tea. Mu Qingyan glanced at the teacup and didn't drink, but just replied, when she was practicing in the morning, she suddenly kicked me out. She stayed in the yard alone. I didn't know what she was doing, but I just felt the breath on her body. A little different. Quote. Su Juyuan's eyes flashed slightly, and then worriedly said, I have never been able to do anything about cultivation. I go to see her. After speaking, get up and push the outside door of the front spirit courtyard. In the courtyard, I saw a petite and exquisite girl in front of the platform, a beautiful girl in a white skirt, holding her cheeks, sitting quietly on the ladder. Her eyebrows were curved, and a pair of fengmu stared at the void. The whole person looked particularly quiet. The beauty tear mole at the corner of her eyes, but she added a bit of a mature seductive charm to her. Rao was Su Juyuan, who had seen many top beauties in the gods, and couldn't help but watch, and had a touch of stunning in his eyes. Although at a young age, it is enough to see how this girl will be in the future. It is indeed a woman with the ancient soul of the Juyu Emperor. Such a woman is worthy of his Su Juyuan. Girl Feng. Su Juyuan smiled warmly. However, before he finished speaking, Feng Qingling in the courtyard suddenly raised her head, frowned slightly, and gave him a cold look. Su Juyuan was stunned and sensed the extremely cold and unapproachable aura on Feng Qingling's body. He immediately realized that the ancient soul in Feng Qingling's body must be faintly awakening again, affecting her character. But he didn't know that this time which one is awake. The Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress. Still, Empress Juyu. Miss Feng, I'm just afraid that something went wrong in your practice, so you came here suddenly. Su Juyuan said as softly as possible. He seemed gentle and approachable, and it was usually easy for the girls who came into contact with him to like him. Feng Qingling glanced at him one more time, still holding her pretty white chin with her little hand, and said boredly, How are you doing, inquiring about my senior brother? This Su Juyuan touched his nose, then smiled slightly and said, If it is the lower realm of my Shira divine realm, it is easier to find out, but the lower realms of other divine realms are not easy. Don't worry, I have sent many people there, and it will be very easy. There will be news soon. Really? Feng Qingling glanced at him. Su Juyuan nodded, since I promised Miss Feng, I will of course keep my word. However, Miss Feng has been practicing in the Tianshuang clan for so long, and the hidden spiritual dangers in her body have still not been eliminated. Why don't you come with me to the Imperial clan's sacred mountain now? The elders of the Imperial clan will personally take action to suppress it for you. Su Ming has returned to the divine realm. He has already inquired about the news and asked Su Ju to test it and block Su Ming's way to the central realm. Therefore, Feng Qingling must not let the two girls know at this moment, otherwise how could the two girls follow him? Is he leaving? He doesn't have much time. That Su Ming has returned to his clan. If Feng Qingling doesn't go with him today, I'm afraid he will have to take her away by force and take her away first. Feng Qingling did not speak, but Mu Qingyan, who walked into the spiritual courtyard behind, thought for a moment and said to Feng Qingling, Senior brother, there is no news now, and the spiritual power in your body is becoming more and more unstable. Since Mr. Su can help, why don't you go to the sacred mountain with him? Feng Qingling glanced over and smiled, You can go and do it. Mu Qingyan was startled, What do you mean? Feng Qingling smiled and said, If you like it, then you can go with him. Hearing this, Mu Qingyan's pretty face became angry, and she gritted her teeth and said, Feng, what are you talking about? Are you in a hurry? Feng Qingling curled her lips, If I were senior brother, I wouldn't like you either. Chapter 438. Feng Qingling, do you want to go with him? After hearing the words of the two women, Su Juyuan's expression changed slightly, but he soon regained his composure. With a gentle smile still on his face, he walked towards the courtyard with his hands behind his back and came to the front of Feng Qingling. It seems that Miss Feng still doesn't trust me. He shook his head and smiled. Although he sighed, his voice always made people feel like a spring breeze. Coupled with his rather handsome face and such demeanor, if he were an ordinary person, it's really easy to like him. Feng Qingling shook her head and said, I won't go. Su Juyuan didn't say anything, but looked at Mu Qingyan, Where's Miss Mu? Mu Qingyan also has an ancient soul in her body. Although it is not as good as Empress Juyu, it is still of some value if used properly. I'm not going either. I want to wait here for news about my senior brother. Mu Qingyan refused. Hear the words. Su Juyuan breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and shook his head, but just when he was about to speak again, a person suddenly rushed in from outside the spiritual courtyard and shouted, "Young Master Juyuan is so kind and persuasive, all for your own good. But you two refused repeatedly, it's so shameless." The person who spoke was a young disciple from Su Juyuan's lineage. Like Su Ju, he was considered Su Juyuan's follower. After he finished speaking, he saw that Su Juyuan was just standing there with his hands behind his hands without saying anything. He immediately understood what his young master meant. He looked at Feng Qingling and the two girls with cold eyes, and the vast spiritual power in his body swept out, directly facing him. "Take the two women and catch them. I don't have as good a temper as the young master." He smiled coldly and took decisive action to snatch the two women away. Ahem. Su Juyuan coughed lightly, with an unhappy look on his face. "Su Lin, you are still so reckless and didn't take what I said seriously, are you? Young master, these two people don't know good from evil, and you are doing it for their own good." The young man named Su Lin stopped and said angrily. Su Juyuan waved his hand. "Okay, step back." Su Lin resigned from the courtyard unwillingly. Su Juyuan apologized to the two girls. "My brother's personality is like this. He is reckless in everything he does, but his heart is good. You were left in the Tianshuang tribe by Yuli. Has anyone ever taken care of your normal cultivation? You. With all due respect, since that Yuli doesn't like you, people from her lineage won't be very friendly to you. The Tianshuang clan is an example. You also know that staying in the Tianshuang clan will not have any impact on your future cultivation. If we don't help, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble." Feng Qingling blinked and looked at Mu Qingyan. "Do you think he is right?" Mu Qingyan glanced at her coldly. "I don't know." "Then do you want to go with him?" Feng Qingling, I'm warning you, I only have senior brother in my heart. If you continue to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will kill you. Mu Qingyan's pretty face was filled with shame and anger, and murderous intent surged in her eyes. Don't be anxious, I'm just asking. Feng Qingling held her cheeks, her big watery eyes flashing, and finally she pouted and looked at Su Juyuan. You go, when will my senior brother be here? Come again if I have any news. Her childhood experience had long told her that except for her senior brother, anyone else in this world who was kind to her for no reason had an ulterior motive. Although she is still young, she is not stupid. Su Juyuan's eyes visibly fluctuated. He gently clasped his hands behind his back. Finally, he took a deep breath to calm down. He turned to look at Mu Qingyan, shook his head and smiled. It turns out that Miss Mu already has someone she likes. It seems like, I'm just being sentimental. Feng Qingling was surprised and looked at the two of them with a look on her face. She pointed at Mu Qingyan and asked Su Juyuan in surprise, so you like her? Then you should have told me earlier. My senior brother only likes me in his heart, not at all. If you like this person named Mu, chase her away quickly so that my senior brother won't see her as an eyesore. The words fell. Mu Qingyan couldn't bear it anymore, and a blast of ice spiritual power suddenly blasted towards Feng Qingling. Feng Qingling waved her hand, and the starry sky appeared in front of her, freezing all the ice spiritual power in the starry sky. She pouted, you can't beat me. Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth, why do you say that senior brother doesn't like me? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Su Juyuan raised his hand to stop him with his spiritual power. He smiled helplessly, Miss Mu, Miss Feng is joking with you. Why should you take it seriously? Besides, my fair lady, you are a gentleman, otherwise I wouldn't go to the Tianshuang clan frequently in the past 2 months. Ran away. He took the initiative to give a reason why he often ran to the Tianshuang tribe. After all, Mu Qingyan also had the appearance of an empress. She was so delicate at a young age. She would definitely be a great beauty who would conquer the country in the future. I am afraid that any man would like her. Feng Qingling smiled slightly, her eyes playful. Mu Qingyan fell silent. She had thought about the reason why Su Juyuan came to the Tianshuang clan and often approached them, but she never expected that this person would say it so straightforwardly. Catching Feng Qingling's teasing look, she gave him a cold glare, then shook her head at Su Juyuan and said, I only have my senior brother in my heart. If nothing happens in the future, Mr. Su should come here less often. Su Juyuan. At this time, even he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart, and the smile on his face faded slightly. What is his status? There were countless women out there who wanted to curry favor with him, but they had no chance. As a result, these two women from the lower world ignored him, the future young master of the imperial clan, so much. Who is that Su Ming? You grew up in the lower world, can you compare with him? Su Juyuan tried to restrain the anger in his heart, then turned around, looked up at the sky, and sighed, actually, Mu girl looks like a girl I used to know before, so I saw Mu girl's number one first. At a glance, you will feel particularly kind. Quote. Holding his slightly lonely back, Mu Qingyan was silent. That's it, I won't bother. Su Juyuan smiled lightly, it's just this time it brought a wine outside the altar. It is inevitable that you don't drink it. Can you drink a drink before leaving? Feng Qingling didn't want to shake his head, I won't drink. Speaking of Mu Qingyan, but she will let her drink with you, and give her a share. Mu Qingyan, she has all the murderous hearts, and this surname Feng is extremely abominable. Feng Qing sneered in his heart. In her life, she will only drink with her brother. In other times, as long as the brother is not around, she will not drink it. Anyway, when my brother is there, some brother protects her. She is drunk, I am drunk, so I can be ashamed. Then, Mu Qingyan also rejected Su Juyuan. Now, Rao was Su Juyuan's good temper, and his eyes couldn't help but become gloomy. He was rejected twice by the same woman. What to pretend to be high? Intersection. He never believed that there is still a corner of prying in this world. If you can't open it, that is not hard enough, and the means have not yet been in place. Both women, neither he will let go. After going out of the hospital, Su Juyuan looked at the space in front of him and said coldly. In space, there was a ripple fluctuation of spiritual power, which was a half-step ceiling strong man who secretly protected Su Juyuan in the secret protection of Su Juyuan. He once also dealt with many of the things that are unbelievable. However, the space fluctuated a bit, and then completely fell into silence. Su Juyuan did not receive feedback from the space. He frowned and said coldly, Yan Lao, you didn't hear me. The space was quiet for a while. After a while, a light laugh came from the space. He shouldn't hear what you said. Chapter 439 Shira Emperor Pupil. A faint voice echoed in the air. Hearing this voice, Su Juyuan froze immediately, then turned around suddenly and looked towards the courtyard behind. I saw a young figure appearing behind Feng Qingling at some point on the stone steps. When the sun shone down, his shadow and Feng Qingling's shadow slowly overlapped. Feng Qingling was also stunned and looked back blankly, her eyes blank. A slender hand slowly reached out and gently rubbed her little head. She was at a loss and even forgot to resist. She just looked over blankly and let the man stroke her head. Mu Qingyan was also stunned. On the other side, Su Juyuan's expression changed. He stared at him and said in a deep voice, "You are so pretentious. Do you know that breaking into the Tianshuang clan's spiritual academy without permission is a capital crime?" "Oh, you don't know me." Su Ming looked up and smiled slightly. "Call out." At this time, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind coming from outside the courtyard. Su Lin, who had been driven out by Su Juyuan just now, and several strong men from the imperial clan rushed over quickly with a look of evil on his face. "Who are you? You dare to invade the Tianshuang spirit clan. You know that this is the territory under the jurisdiction of our imperial clan. You are seeking death." A strong man from the imperial clan next to Su Lin shouted angrily, and vast spiritual power surged out of his hand. He stepped out, his body moved, and he shot directly to catch Su Ming. Su Ming glanced over, but had no intention of taking action. Just when the man rushed over, the space behind him suddenly rippled, and then a figure wearing a dark purple robe appeared beside him, stretched out his big hand, and pressed hard. Buzz! This strong man from the imperial clan rushed over, his spiritual veins shattered violently, and his figure immediately solidified. Although his appearance seemed intact at the moment, as long as he sensed it a little, he would know that his body had already been ravaged by spiritual power. Once empty, all the internal organs were crushed to pieces. Su Lin and the group of imperial clan experts were stunned, but when they saw the face of the purple-robed figure clearly, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. The next moment, everyone lowered their heads. "I've met Elder Zhou. Zhou Jun, one of the two nobles of the Void Mountain, an elder of the imperial clan who protects the mountain, has a mysterious and unpredictable cultivation. It is said that in his hands, he once killed a strong man from the outside world. Thinking back to the news that had almost spread throughout the clan in the past few months, Su Lin and others immediately realized that among the entire imperial clan, apart from Su Qingqiu, there was only one person who could mobilize the two Wushan mountains to take action. Without thinking, they glanced at Su Juyuan, and then a large group of them knelt down towards Su Ming on the stone steps, and their trembling voices echoed in the air. "I've met the young master. We welcome the young master back to our clan." Under the stone steps, a group of strong men from the imperial clan brought by Su Juyuan had already knelt down. In the distance, there were disciples and elders from the Tianshuang spirit clan, all covered in darkness. They also knelt down from a distance, with their heads lowered. Many people dare not even take a breath. In the spiritual courtyard, Su Juyuan couldn't help but change his face because of Zhou Jun's appearance, but he soon calmed down and looked up at Su Ming. When he saw Su Ming's unparalleled young face, he hid it in his sleeves. The two palms in the middle suddenly clenched tightly. Then he looked into the air again, as if he was looking for something. Su Ming held Feng Qingling's hair on her forehead with one hand and smiled at Su Juyuan. "Are you looking for him?" Su Juyuan's pupils suddenly shrank. He hurriedly raised his head and followed Su Ming's line of sight, only to see that Mr. Yan, who had never made any mistakes when doing things for him, a peak expert in the middle of the feudal realm, was dying at the moment and was killed by another person. A man in purple robe casually pinched his neck and threw him out of the space. Su Juyuan took a deep breath. He suddenly laughed, his shoulders shaking slightly, and his always gentle and approachable eyes slowly fell on Su Ming, and then his eyes swept over Feng Qingling and Mu Qingyan. "After all, it was just one move away from me. I didn't expect that I was about to take you down, but such an annoying guy came out." As the voice fell, a deep spiritual power rose up in his pair of pupils. Then he looked at Su Ming with a calm face, shook his head and said with a smile, "You shouldn't come back. You can safely transition to the lower world. Live your life, isn't it? To be honest, I hated you 20 years ago. How could you have something that no one else can touch as soon as you were born? I was not convinced, so I told myself at that time that I, Su Juyuan, am no worse than you." Boom. At the last moment when he finished speaking, spiritual power suddenly surged out of his pupils, and his pupils seemed to burn with the deep and dark imperial flames. Shira Emperor Eyes. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, the Shira imperial clan has experienced the supreme magical power left behind by countless top powerhouses. With one pupil, all souls surrender. As for Su Juyuan's Shira Emperor pupil, he has already reached the 9th level, which is the pinnacle of cultivation. If he takes one more step up, he can advance to become the Shira Emperor pupil. In the entire history of the Shira imperial clan, there are only a few people who have cultivated the Shira imperial eyes. Su Juyuan will be the only person of this generation in the imperial clan who has cultivated the imperial eyes. Apart from him, who else is there? He is qualified to sit as the young master of the God clan. Su Ming. Ridiculous. He is a person from the lower realm who has been cultivating in the lower realm for 20 years. He probably doesn't even know what the Emperor's Eye is. Boom. The terrible gloomy spiritual power surged out of Su Juyuan's body, and then turned into countless spiritual power Cheng Hong wrapped around him. All the spiritual power turned into a dull long dragon. The inscription. "See you." Su Ming raised his hand and stopped Zhou Jun and Luo Luo's two strong men. He himself looked at Su Juyuan calmly. Boom. The countless dark and long dragons wrapped around Su Juyuan suddenly shouted in the sky, then turned into violent flowing, shuttled into the space, and appeared in front of Su Ming in a blink of an eye. Among his pupils, there are ancient and dark runes that appear vaguely, and it seems that there is no gentleness just now, but it seems a little embarrassed. Next second, the spiritual power exploded, and the violent violence swept the sky. Su Juyuan said indifferently, "Sorry, you lost." As his voice fell, in the dust, Su Ming patted the dust on his clothes and laughed, "I am defeated." Su Juyuan's face was pumped fiercely, and suddenly stared at you. The moment, however, he saw a pair of darkest king pupils that were more deeper and mysterious than his Kuiro Hitomi, which was also the absolute suppression of his blood on his blood. It also flows red blood. That's Emperor Shira Emperor Hitomi. Intersection. Not only Su Juyuan, but even the two strong people of Zhou Jun and Luo Luo, at this moment, they were shocked and looked at Su Ming with complex faces. Chapter 440 Feng Qingling, Brother is not allowed. There is no doubt that the first contact with Su Juyuan was defeated. However, in the end, Su Ming failed to kill him. Su Juyuan, who knew that he had lost, immediately lowered his posture and looked down at Su Ming to admit his mistakes, which was equivalent to acknowledging the position of the young master of the Emperor Su Ming. In the end, there was also the strong man of Feng Hujing, who was the elder, and took Su Juyuan and others from the Tianshuang tribe. Nympho. Night. The quiet courtyard. Su Ming sat in the bamboo pavilion, while drinking tea leisurely, watching the ancient volumes of the emperor's information sent by Ling Shuang to him. In the back room, a busy little figure was to sort the beds for him, and also found 2 pillows intimately put it next to one. Opposite Su Ming, Mu Qingyan saw that his elder brother just looked at the ancient role attentive, and didn't care about herself. She was a little grievance and couldn't disturb her brother. She could only stay aside. After a while, seeing that the elder brother still ignored herself, Mu Qingyan couldn't help it. She said weakly, "Brother, isn't Feng Qingling talking about something in your ear?" "Really, I have always had only a master in my heart." Su Ming glanced at her and raised her hand to stop. "Talk less, let me read the book quietly." Mu Qingyan cried quickly. There is a gap between her and the elder brother. With the mix of the surname Feng, the brother will definitely not believe her. I'm afraid that the elder brother hated her again, and Mu Qingyan didn't dare to speak anymore, but just saw the brother's teacup empty, hurriedly picked up the teapot, added to the master, and then sat aside obediently. It's quiet for a while. Feng Qingling trotted from the outside, her face was slightly reddish, and when she came in, she ignored Mu's face, sticking to Su Ming, rubbing his shoulders and holding his legs, and asked him sweetly, "Brother, the bed has been paved. You must be tired today, when will we rest?" Quote. Hearing. Mu Qingyan Wei Ran gritted his teeth, raised his eyes and swept over, his eyes were cold. Su Ming put down the ancient roll and glanced at the girl beside her. Feng Qingling blinked his big eyes, nodded naturally. When my brother said in the lower realm, he would marry Linger in the future. Of course, we must live in one. Su Ming. That is to see you still flickering. Are you still serious? Besides, how old is your little girl movie? Feng Qingling suddenly passed, ignoring the existence of Mu Qingyan again, and the 2 small hands held his brother's neck and blowing towards him softly. Linger is an adult, so my brother is not allowed. Su Ming. The unique fragrance on the girl came up, and her innocent but full of affectionate watery eyes, she stared at it so much, making Su Ming a little stunned. Unconsciously. Feng Qingling seems to have really grown a lot. The original and naive little face was because of the beauty mole in the corner of the eyes and the growth of this time, which added a trace of pure and charming. At a young age, it was so seductive. In the future, what should she do when she matures, and what should she do? Brother, Linger said, I have to be with you for a lifetime. Feng Qingling said with softly, his eyes were full of longing and love. During her speech, she seemed to see the scene of her future when she became a deer. In Feng Guanjia, she held her brother's hand and walked into the wedding room that belonged to them in the swaying candlelight. At that time, she had been mature and moving, and she was more charming than her master Hongyu, so that the brother could not see it only at a glance. She fantasized, looking forward to it. The next second was fierce by Su Ming. The pain was sober. Feng Qingling covered his head, grieving his mouth. Brother is a liar, not counting words. Su Ming. He glanced at him. Before the cultivation has not been practiced, I think there is nothing. I have any. I am afraid that my brother will not recognize the account. Feng Qingling's mouth. Since the brother said that he likes Linger, he can only be with Linger. You still have the ability, and now even the words of brother dare to bump. Su Ming was funny. This little girl pretended simply when she was in the lower realm. I did not expect that her character is exposed now, and she is also a small illness. Nympho. In a blink of an eye, it has passed for several days. In the past few days, Su Ming stayed in the Tianshuang tribe, and stabilized the spiritual power of Feng Qing's spirit. One more thing happened. The ancient demon fox that Su Ming brought back from the lower boundary, suddenly came out of his own night, smiled at Su Ming's mysteriously, and then entered the space to disappear. And Su Ming also went to see Yuli and asked about the news of the 9-tailed fox. After all, the little fox on the lower world was taken away by Yuli. As a result, Yuli's answer surprised Su Ming. She said that the nine-tailed fox was originally the ancient spirit pet cultivated by a certain affiliated Protoss in the immortal world. Later, I do know how her descendants have flowed to the ancient Xuanzong. Now the nine-tailed fox that wakes up now. It is the first generation of the ancient demon fox reincarnation. As soon as she returned to the divine world, the rules of the immortal gods came to the little fox, and the immortal division was pulled, and even Yuli could not be found, because this incident involved the immortal realm, so when he met Li did not mention it with Su Ming. Lingshuang City. The simple streets of people come and go. Yuli, who was originally mature and cold, was now wearing a married woman's bun, like a little girl who had just fallen in love. She was holding Su Ming's arm and walking with him among the people coming and going, with a charming face. Her smile proved that she was in a good mood at this time. "Auntie, isn't it good that you let me sneak out with you like this every time?" Su Ming glanced at the surprised glances of passers-by around him and said helplessly. "There is no way, a beauty like Yuli will always be the center of attention no matter where she goes." In the past few days, knowing that he lived in the Tianshuang clan, Yuli would hide his whereabouts and run over every day, and even asked him to sneak out of the Tianshuang clan's residence. The pretense was that he wanted to introduce to him the regional customs of the God clan in detail. In fact, take him to Lingshuang City for a secret tryst. The regional customs were not introduced much, but the scenery on her body was seen a lot. It's like stealing something. The key is that Su Ming can't refuse yet. Hearing Su Ming's words, Yuli glanced at him coldly. "How many times have I told you that you are not allowed to call me aunt when you are alone outside? And don't you also know that your mother and I are not related by blood? So really speaking, I am not your aunt." "Su Ming," he tentatively asked, "then Aunt Yuli." Spit. Sure enough, after being spat on hard, Yuli couldn't help but stretched out her jade hand to pinch him, and finally asked him in a cold tone, "You mean, I'm very old, right?" Su Ming shook his head. "You little bastard who specializes in causing harm to others." Yuli couldn't help but scold him again. She didn't even know why. She hadn't seen Su Ming during this period of time. But since Su Ming came back, as long as she couldn't see him every day, she would always feel a little empty, otherwise she wouldn't secretly run to him. Su Ming coughed lightly and decisively changed the subject. "We mentioned the demon god realm yesterday, so today let's talk to me about the immortal god realm. Didn't you say that since the death of the immortal god king, the immortal god realm has been closed to the outside world? After the blockade of the divine realm, what forces are now in charge of the immortal divine realm?" Yuli pouted. "Want to know?" Su Ming nodded. Yuli smiled charmingly. "Zayan Inner Lingyuan building. You choose one." Su Ming. "I didn't say that I would go to a restaurant 2 days ago. And he also heard that the rooms in these 2 restaurants are very large, and the beds are also large." "Auntie, are you sure you want to go?" Yuli's pretty face turned red and she glared coldly. "What are you thinking about, little bastard? I just want you to drink some wine with me." Su Ming felt quite regretful. "Are you just drinking?" Yuli rolled her eyes at him. "Otherwise, what else do you want to do?" Thinking about it, Su Ming glanced at Yuli's plump, mature and attractive body, and thought to himself that no man would not want to. But of course he would not say this. Actually, there has been no news about the immortal god realm for a long time, but as far as I know, after the news of the death of the immortal god king came out, it was the Juyu imperial palace that took over the immortal god realm. Yuli said slowly, mentioning when she came to the words Juyu imperial palace, the expression on her pretty face became more solemn. Chapter 441 The End is Another Beginning, the finale. In a blink of an eye, Su Ming stayed in the Tianshuang tribe for 5 days. During this time, the news that he returned to the emperor had long spread throughout the Shira division. After the 5th day, Su Ming suddenly felt the change of Hongyu's life mark. He took 2 strong men to the Wado magic city. Hongyu awakened the memory of his ancestors and became the demon queen of this generation. And the change of life's mark is that the old family of the Ming demon clan searched the relationship between Hongyu and a man. He did not know that this man was Su Ming, so he used secret techniques and wanted to leave Hongyu on Su Ming. The mark of life is recovered. Su Ming appeared in the city of Magic City to find Hongyu. He learned his identity. The entire demon family included the old man, and no one dared to say a word. Su Mingshun Licheng Zongjung stayed in Mingmo City, because his mother Su Qingqiu still took some time to leave the customs, so he stayed in the Mingmo City for a few more days. Of course, he lived with Hongyu these days. For so long, Hongyu will definitely not let him go. For 3 nights, even if Su Ming's physique, he cannot eat it. 3 days of the emperor came from news. Su Qingqiu went out of the customs and asked him to take over the power of the emperor and officially became the young master of the emperor, and the future monarch. Because Hongyu has become the queen of the demon family, and the magic city and the emperor have always had friction, Su Ming did not bring Hongyu and returned to the inner domain. As soon as I returned to the inner domain, I encountered Jiyu Tianba, the new family of the immortal battle, to find Yuli Titan, in order to send out the 10-Fang temple of Jiyu Jia as a gift, and to marry Yuli. Yuli naturally did not agree. Jiyu Tianba was rejected, but found that Yuli and Su Ming were very close, jealous of jealousy, and wanted to fight Su Ming regardless of their identity. Su Ming should fight, and defeated Jiyu Tianba's immortal bully with the ancient battle. After World War I, Jiyu Tianba confessed to lose. Su Ming's name is Shifang Shenju. Since then, countless immortal family and the strong men of the Changshengxian people go to the door daily, and have been inquiring about whether Su Ming, the young master of Su Ming, wants to match him with a single Tianzhou woman in the clan. Su Ming is about to take over the Shuiro emperor, and the day after the ceremony is arranged on the 2nd day when Su Qingqiu came out of the customs. The ceremony was held in the temple of Shura. On the day of the ceremony, everyone came to congratulate, and the immortal family and Changsheng immortal of Shura god realm, even the Taiku immortal people and the 9 people of the gods came to congratulate. However, when the gods of the priests of Kangshang, Kangyu appeared in the Shi Luo temple and brought about the daughters of Qingyi and Bai Junyi, Su Ming found that the situation was wrong. Later, Kangyu found Su Qingqiu and proposed to marry Su Ming. Even Su Qingqiu was shocked and thought she was joking. As a result, she was not kidding. Su Qingqiu is speechless. This incident is not over yet. All the dolls he once ordered to Su Ming came to the door. The 9 female emperors came to the door. The most surprising thing was Su Ming. He thought he didn't know each other, and could not know how could he promise to marry him. As a result, the 9 female emperors and Tianshuang female emperor Ling Shuang, none of them opposed the marriage contract. Hongyu, the queen of the demon family, came to Shura temple regardless of her identity and competed with those emperors. What made Su Ming the most was that his master Bai Qingshan also came. She became the new owner of the magic palace. She wore a feng guanja and fell from the sky, charming and moving, like a bride who was about to marry, staring at her own apprentice. However, it was also at this ceremony. This was the last chance of the emperor and the elder. The witch, who was once extracted by Su Qingqiu, appeared in the temple of Shura. The elders of the emperor, put the things that Su Qingqiu and Su Ming had done to the witch. With the explanation of the emperor elderly, everyone was born through the supreme body of Su Ming when he was born, and he knew that he had something to do with the reincarnation magic body that was once the magic domain. However, at this time, Su Qingqiu had already broke through the realm of Fenghu and promoted the Seal King, which achieved the cultivation of the immortal king at the time. She packed everyone who rely on the veins of the elderly with a thunder. Su Ming also defeated the strong people who abandoned the gods, and returned her Taoism to her. She also let her know that the real enemy was the vein of the elder, all her people, and the emperor elderly school. People go to kill. The witch who knows the truth has collapsed. She has lived for revenge since she was a child. She has been swallowed by hatred, but she finally learned that the person she hated for 20 years was not her real enemy. Instead, she once helped her elder, which caused her the culprit. She couldn't accept this fact for a while, and her breath caused the devil. Su Ming rescued her, leaving her down out of guilt. After the ceremony, the news of Su Ming's body was spreading. Everyone in Shifang Shenyu soon knew. However, at this time, in the entire Shifang Shenlu, even a strong king's strong man could not make up, and since Su Qingqiu sent Su Ming to the lower bound, Su Qingqiu has been retreating the impact of the king's realm. Now the impact is successful. In the era when the king can't come out, no one dares to hit the Shura domain. In addition, Su Ming has also grown. In just a few months of cultivation in the emperor, he successfully impacted Fenghu's realm. Among the entire Shura emperor, his prestige reached its peak instantly. At this time, except for Su Qingqiu, no one among all the gods was his opponent. The immortal god has been silent again. No one dares to find Su Ming's trouble. Su Mingli should be the new monarch of the Shura emperor. 1 year. Through the resources of the Shuiro emperor, he successfully cultivated to the pinnacle of Fenghu realm. After half a month, the successful king was successful, and he began to wake up some ancient memories, and Su Ming also found that most of these memories and immortality were immortal and immortal king of God. During this time, Su Ming took Tang Qingyan and Snow Emperor, Bai Junyi, and the ghost elders of the demon domain, all of which were returned to the Shira Emperor. It is worth mentioning that the demon Zhu Shishi of the demon realm learned that Su Ming was a former Su Tianxi. She didn't even care about her identity. On the day of marriage, in the wedding room, Tang Qingyan, who looked at Feng Guanzhi, under the swaying candle, her charming and touching posture, and her pretty love that could not be scattered, all made Su Ming deeply intoxicated. He once said that he would marry her, and today is the day when he fulfills his promise. Su Ming seems to see the future after her wedding. After countless years, the little guys who were entangled in hugging his legs kept screaming in his ear. He was still holding a little girl in his arms, and he was teased, giggling, by him. Laughing. Bai Qingshan also has a few daughters of Snow Emperor and Tang Qingyan. When Mu Qingyan and Zhou Yan grew up, they became more sensible. Looking at it from a distance, the eyes were full of envy. Everyone gathered together, laughing and loud. But in the middle, Su Ming returned to the wedding room again, and Tang Qingyan stepped up. Fujun, are you okay? Su Ming shook her head and smiled softly at her. But suddenly, the sky became dim. A spiritual power that is enough to cover the Shifang Shenju, from silence, does not know how many years of immortality. That glory attracted the attention of all monks in heaven and earth. Behind Su Ming, I don't know when, Feng Qingling wore a phoenix crown white skirt she had never worn, and slowly appeared here. She looked at Su Ming calmly. That face has already become more mature. Behind her, there is also a red skirt woman. On the shoulders of the red skirt, two foxes emerge from one left and right. It was the emperor who was brought back by Su Ming back to the division, and the nine-tailed Tianyu and Yinyu fox. The two looked at him and smiled. Master, why don't you call us? Su Ming was shocked. Feng Qingling has always called his brother. When did he call his master? Intersection. You are not Feng Qingling. Master, you are really forgetful, but you have closed me for 10,000 years before, and forget it so soon. Su Ming's pupils shrank. Feng Qingling stared at him straight, with a touching smile on his face. Then she waved his hand, and the vast gloomy spiritual power, instantly spreading all over the Shifang divine realm. Those spiritual powers seemed to form a huge sky on the sky, and the sky curtain is now in front of Su Ming's eyes, which is actually a quiet room. In the room, a young man in white sat on his legs. Below him, a girl with a kneeling shirt and a wounded girl. Feng Qingling sighed. Master, I really miss our time when we used to. Remember at that time, you called me Wan Qing's Nympho. Fanwai, Immortal Chapter. Immortal Continent. On the ground full of sores, Kangyu's pair of jade hands behind him, raised his face slightly, looking at the distant void. Not many times. The space behind her was swinging, and a figure emerged. Why, I was finally willing to come to me. She looked back at Su Ming, but she hung up a touch of tenderness unconsciously, stretched out her jade hand and stroked Su Ming's face gently, and laughed. Slim. Quote. Su Ming didn't speak, but just smiled, stepped forward, took her cold and attractive and mature body in her arms. Do you still hate me? Kangyu smiled softly, shook his head and stretched out his hand, hugged Su Ming's waist, leaned his head on his shoulder, and asked him sorry and blame him. Don't you blame me at all. Su Ming sighed. Hold her hand. Go back with me. Kangyu stared at him, his eyes became red unconsciously. But, I'm now a demon. Su Ming stared at her white and flawless cheeks, and smiled softly. So coincidentally, I am Nympho. Years pass by. It has passed in the past 20 years. In the past 20 years, the Shifang Shenyu has a new rule of the king, and it has become more prosperous. Countless top power has continued to emerge, and countless heavenly monsters fight for each other. But no matter how the demon in the world is brilliant, the world is well known. In the Shifang God realm, there is only one person who has achieved immortality and the Wan nationality is surrendered. It was also him. From the disaster planned by Kangyu and Juyu Emperor, he saved hundreds of millions of beings in the world. He is the immortal king who was praised by later generations, Su Ming. Immortal god, Su Fu. In the quiet courtyard, Su Ming in the white clothes sat lazily, holding the ancient roll in his hand, and was teaching a pink girl in his arms to literacy. Learn the ancient words of immortality. Daddy. The tender voice came, and the little girl reached out to pull Su Ming's stubble. I don't learn, I want to go to Aunt Yu and Aunt Qingzan to play. Su Ming squeezed her cute face with a spoiled face. Can't you play with Dad? The little girl's big eyes were dark and white, and she was particularly beautiful. She was the first child of Su Ming and Tang Qingyan, and nicknamed Su Sugar. Su Ming didn't notice, and the little guy climbed to the side by himself. He shook his head and was about to hug the little guy up. This was not seen for a long time. Why let her climb on the ground again, and the clothes are dirty? Why are you being her father? A coquettish voice came, and Tang Qingyan wore a blue skirt and walked up to hug the little girl. Get up and glanced at Su Ming. I won't bring you in the future. Su Ming was helpless. Take one, and two in your arms. Tang Qingyan sat on his leg, raised his eyes to look at him, his eyes shining, and suddenly he ate. I still want children. Su Ming. I don't care, anyway, I want to give you 10 again before her. Su Ming's eyes widened, stretched out his waist and stroked his waist. This task is very difficult. After the book is over. Extra. Immortality chapter. Under the quiet and clear starry night, there was a breeze gently stroking, and a group of star birds flew passing slowly from the silver sky. A young man followed the white woman side by side on a quiet path below. The moonlight poured down like water and fell on the two, as if outlined an extremely intoxicated outline. This is the Changsheng immortal tens of thousands of years ago, a place named Kangshenyuan. The young man was carrying his hands and his posture was upright. He looked at the white woman next to him slightly, and his black eyes were deep and gentle. The woman in white beside him, the blue silk was scattered on his shoulders, his eyes looked at the man, and there was a shameful smile on it, but his eyes were full of tenderness. I thought, you have a divine realm, so don't have me. The shallow sound of the woman was extremely pleasant, as if made the flowers and trees around them were also infected, swaying, and with her voice making a slight rustling sound, it seemed to whisper for their accompaniment. The man gently held the woman's little hand, and those jade-like hands were soft and warm. Also, you are too courageous. He actually finds my father directly. He is the fairy king who has been in charge of the fairy tens of thousands of years. Are you afraid he will drive you out? The woman pouted her mouth, but the sweetness in her heart was I couldn't hide it. Don't be afraid. The man smiled slightly and clenched her little hand again. Anyway, your father can't beat me. Hearing this, the woman glared at the man. But she drummed her mouth, and did not refute. After all, men are telling the truth. Today, he is in charge of Shifang divine realm, turning his hands over the clouds. How many immortals and fairy kings are surrendered to his men? Although their Kang tribe can be regarded as a major power in the gods, compared with the power of this man today, there is no comparability at all. No wonder my father promised to marry me so easily. The woman was coquettish and pulled her little hand back from the man's hand. The man stared at her beautiful face, and suddenly said, Kang Yu. Stupid, how many times I told you, don't call me the name. The man nodded, that I you. It can be seen that at this time the man's voice was a little hesitant, but in the face of the woman's bright eyes, seeing the tenderness of the woman's eyes, he finally pressed the words in his heart and turned it. Laughing. You come to the wedding period, I will give you the biggest wedding in the whole god. This is what you said. The woman re-stuffed her little hand into his hands, closely linked to his thick big hand. Actually I don't care about those. She cares about the man in front of him, and the man's love for her. Otherwise, she would not do this man's cultivation. In order to allow him to set foot in the pinnacle of the gods, he stole the treasures of his immortal family, and it also damaged his cultivation foundation for hundreds of years. She never regrets all this for him. The man nodded, and after a few seconds, he reached out and rubbed the woman's head and sighed. Ayu, marry me, I hope you won't regret it. Stupid, what are you talking about? The woman slapped his hand and said proudly, this girl can marry. Speaking, she broke away from the man's palm and ran forward. The cold and peerless figure was like a fairy under the moonlight. She came to the cliff, opened her hands, let the breeze blow the hair on the face, and suddenly turned around. Eyes stared at the man under the moonlight, shouted towards the man. Ming, do you like me? The man laughed. But what the woman didn't notice was that under the man's warm smile, his eyes gradually had some inexplicable changes. Soon, the news of the immortal king of the Shifang god realm with the thunder means that the news of the wedding of Kang Yu, the little princess of the Kang tribe, and the Shifang Shenju was shaking. Prepare. After the Kang people left, the man did not return to the immortal division. Instead, come to the end of the god of the gods, a broken immortal domain that is left in the old age, the gods of the priests. On the broken ground, the man stands with a negative hand. He has a strong position, standing in front of an ancient dark stone monument. Da, Lord God, come to visit, I should be welcome. The Lord of the King really covered the world, so easy to dominate the Shifang god realm, I admire it. The weird voice came out of the dark stone monument, and then the dark mist rose, and in the steel, a respectful of the dark throne emerged, and on each throne, he was sitting lazily with a horrible figure like an emperor. Master God, everyone is the one outside the territory. Why should you wait for me and invade this divine domain? I saw the man raised his head slightly, and a fierce light flashed in the dark eyes, and then he mocked, a group of mice who dare to hide in the dark, I am not for you. Hearing those figures on the dark throne instantly became cold, and one of the figures sneered. Well, you don't forget, the dark king of God, I have invaded the heavens and the world. It has become the slave of my dark tribe. The small god of this side, with a few fairy kings, wants to stop me and wait, don't you feel ridiculous? Quote. The man was indifferent and stepped out. At his feet, endless spiritual power fluctuated. Immediately afterwards, the vast and horrible spiritual power came out of his body. This spiritual power seemed to contain endless power, trembling the entire divine domain. Boom, 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 not many times. Torn the world, over the broken fairyland battlefield, the man used one person's spiritual power to block all the dark spirit in the dark stone monument from outside this world. You are not the person in this world, why block me? The immortal king, don't forget the means of my dark tribe. You dare to stop me and wait for me to publicize your identity, let the people in the entire gods spur you, and bet on you love. Let me see if the person in this divine domain will obey your dispatch. Quote. The man is still indifferent. The dark stone monument in front of them is connected to the world outside the god of the gods. Now in the entire god, there are countless dark stone monuments left from ancient times. The most powerful power was he came in person. You won't think that you will be grateful for you to block the invasion of me and wait for them. Is it a joke? If they know your true identity, I am afraid not only will you not thank you, but you will also abandon you for thousands of years. The loved ones you in this side will also hate betraying you, Master God, you want to think clearly. Quote. The man looked up indifferent. Under one pointer. The heavens and the earth collapsed instantly, and the huge dark stone monument also collapsed the horrible cracks of the way. Damn the immortal king, I didn't expect you to use the immortal woman to steal the immortal family to practice the magic tactics. Finally, it was used to deal with me. You really damn it. Together, he practiced the dark demon tips, I waited together to snatch his body. Nympho. Boom. Boom. This occurred tens of thousands of years ago, determining the battle of all the souls of the Shifang divine realm. In the end, it ended silently without any people. All the immortal kings who sent the immortal king to suppress the dark stone monument were all stunned in the invasion of the darkness, but it also destroyed the passage of the darkness into the gods. And the immortal king himself. In the battle with the dark top 10 king hall. 9 kings' temples were wiped out, and the last king's palace was severely damaged. The battle is over. The broken fairyland land. The endless dark spirit of the man slowly converged, and in front of him, there was a sore land. At this moment, the man was scarred, and at his eyebrows, the dark spirit was constantly condensed. Those spiritual power was finally condensed into a strange black mark. Dark sky magic seal. The man's palm suddenly squeezed, and the original dark eyes became particularly evil. Although he killed the 9 dark king temple, he repelled the last king's temple, but he himself was backbone because of the dark magic tactics of cultivation. At this moment, he invaded his mind when he was the weakest. Xian, the immortal king, I admit that some of you can practice the dark sky demon tips to this extent, but do you really think that the dark magic tactics are so good? Although you defeated me by using the magic tactics, but now the magic tactics are back, you will soon be controlled by the demon seal, becoming a tool for our people to conquer this god domain. At that time, I will let you kill your own hands. The person who loves, let you look at it with your own eyes, the feeling of being loved by yourself. Quote. At this time, the last severely damaged Dark King's temple gritted his teeth in the void. I will let you, torture every love of you by hand, torture them to death. I know what you are thinking, do you want to drive away all the love around you before being completely controlled by the demon seal? I tell you, unless you can hurt them cruelly, otherwise your love will not be in love. Leaving you, you are too naive. Quote 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 quote. Also, the immortal woman named Kangyu, I really want to taste her taste, haha. She also practiced my tribe's exercises. In the future, I will use her to make her as a female slave, and let you watch how she will serve the king. Next time, I will bring the 100 king hall of my tribe, you and your women, let me wait to die in the gods. Nympho. Boom. On the ground, the man stared at his hands. At this moment, on his palm, the strange dark and spiritual power walked across. Wherever he passed, the skin seemed to be engraved with dark lines. The man vomited deeply. In fact, from the moment he decided to cultivate the dark magic tactics, he had expected this scene today. However, if you are not good at cultivating the dark magic tactics, you can't defeat these guys. And he did not expect that the dark sky magic seal was so tenacious. Today, the body of the god of God can no longer drive the magic seal. If he wants to get rid of it, unless he abandons the body of the god king, return to the lower world cultivation, and come from scratch. Otherwise, once the body of the king was controlled by the magic seal, he dare not imagine such a consequences. The man's eyes were slightly drooping. After a long time, I was helpless. The love and dependence of a few women in Kangyu will never take the initiative to leave. Moreover, Kangyu also practiced some of the Dark Clan. If she wanted to save her, she had to forcibly deprive her of her spiritual veins and gods. Perhaps, I can only do that. The man forcibly extracted his own spiritual veins from his body, leaving the life of this god-king body with only a few decades. He also separated his own spiritual veins, secretly hid it from everyone, and implanted it into Kangyu-ji. Women's bodies can protect them when necessary. The immortal god king who finally returned to the immortal god realm suddenly changed his temperament and even used countless cruel methods to drive out all the loved ones around him. Then he began to retreat and fight with the demon seal for control of the body of the god king. After decades of seclusion and fighting, he failed. In order to prevent this body of the god king from killing innocent people, he had no choice but to seal the entire immortal god realm together with himself at the last moment, and he also found a way to be reborn through the ancient heaven and earth mirror. He also successfully passed the Taiku heaven and earth diary and was reborn as a senior brother of the Taishian sect in the lower realm. With his natural luck, he will definitely be able to return to the peak of the god king in this life and make up for his former loved ones. Unfortunately, in the end, for unknown reasons, before the god king's memory was revived, the body of natural destiny he originally obtained through the heaven and earth mirror actually became the villain of this lower world, causing the rebirth in this life to fail. In the following lives, he was reborn as a villain in the lower world in each life, which means that he failed to be reborn in almost every life and became a being who was killed by the protagonist in the lower world and betrayed by everyone. It is also far away from reviving the body of the god king. Until the arrival of a certain life. In the mass graves where the cold wind howled, a faint cry suddenly broke the dead silence of the place, and also caused a woman in white who was passing by to stop. The woman fell in the direction of the voice. Below in the grass, she saw a swaddled baby. The baby's face was flushed and chubby. After seeing her, he miraculously stopped crying. He showed a sweet and cute smile to her and stretched out his chubby little hands to let her hold her. The woman in white knelt down and gently picked up the baby. At this time, she saw a jade plaque next to the baby. On the jade plaque, there were two large and elegant characters engraved on it. Su Ming. The woman frowned and looked at the baby, stretched out her hand to tease him, "Is this your name?" The baby bit her finger and sucked gently. The woman smiled and stared at the baby's bright big eyes. The expression on her beautiful cheeks became extremely gentle, and she murmured to herself, "Su Ming. Little guy, are you a gift from God?" At this time, the afterglow of the setting sun just passed through the clouds and fell on the woman in white and the baby, as if bringing a glimmer of hope to both of them. "From now on, you will be my little Ming-er." Fanwai. Female Emperor Chapter Feng Wanqing. Immortal God Realm. In the center, in a magnificent city. Su Tang, get back here. You can't learn the heavenly spirit seal, and you can't learn the magical skills. Do you want to piss me off and make your father find another one? Outside the quiet stone pavilion, under the sun, a beautiful and charming woman in a green skirt was holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl by the ear and teaching her a lesson. Mom, I want to tell Daddy that you want him to find another one. The little girl raised her head aggrievedly, and then quickly looked at the figure in white sitting in the stone pavilion in front of her. Daddy. Qingyan, Tang is still young, someone said. The woman in the green skirt looked over with a cold look. Shut up. Once a woman becomes a mother, her temper will indeed change. Someone quickly shut up and consciously didn't speak. Daddy, you lied to me. You said you would protect Tang. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, as if she felt someone had deeply deceived her. The woman in the green skirt glanced over with cold eyes. The man is sitting upright. Daughter, just accept your fate if you fall into the hands of your mother. Dad has no choice but to aggrieve you. Study hard. PFF'd. At this time, another woman in a white dress sitting opposite the man chuckled. She was holding a swaddled pink baby in her arms and was feeding the baby. Don't blame Qingyan. She is also afraid that the God Clan conference will be outperformed by the God Clan next door. Their 6 or 7-year-old children are almost at the Holy Realm. Look at our Tang, who was born with the Holy Realm. The results: I have been spoiled by you. The woman in the white dress lifted her clothes and spoke softly, with a motherly look on her face. The man stared at the child in the woman's arms. Seeing the child smacking his mouth and showing cute breasts, he asked, "Have you eaten enough, Qianchen?" The woman nodded slightly. "That's almost it. Then You can't do that." The woman looked up with a red face and glared at the man with an angry look on her face. "You still have the look of a father. How can you compete with children for food? I want to say, you can't even break the rules. Man." But at this moment, the man wanted to say something, but a strange dark flame suddenly burned in his eyes. The man frowned and raised his head, looking into the distant void. "What's wrong?" The woman in the white dress was confused. The man looked away and said, "The demon realm is shaken. It seems that the alien race has made some move." Alien. The woman in white dress was surprised. The man nodded, his eyes full of interest. "The alien race has been suppressed by me for 10,000 years, and now with the help of an ancient god, it actually swallowed up the entire demon realm. It seems that it still refuses to change. Hear this." The face of the woman in the white dress became more solemn. The alien race was not only the enemy of the entire god realm, but also hated by all races. If the man in front of me had not suppressed the alien race thousands of years ago, I am afraid that the entire god realm would have suffered a disaster. This alien race comes from outside the territory. It seems that they are already prepared for their invasion of the demon territory." The man smiled faintly, then raised his head and stared into the void ahead. "It's just that I had a word with Shenshu 10,000 years ago, and I will never interfere in the affairs of the demon realm. Wanqing is actually half a Shenshu person. If you had let her," the woman in the white dress said. The man stretched out his hand to interrupt, shook his head and said, "I already owe her a lot. I can just solve the matter for her in Shenshu. You are so kind to your little apprentice," the woman in the white dress said. The man smiled dumbly. "Are you jealous?" He pondered for a moment and then said, "But this chaos in the demon realm may last for a long time, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. While speaking, spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, and he gently wrote 2 words on the stone platform in front of him. Different. Demon. 5 years later. The palace of the Empress of the God Realm. Su Qianchen, you idiot, how many times have I taught you, but you still can't open a small dragon and phoenix body, why don't you learn from Su Tang? Can you drive it? If you can't drive it, I'm going to beat you up." A 5.5-year-old delicate little girl wearing training clothes was sitting cross-legged in the training room of the Empress Palace. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her who was angrily teaching her a lesson, she couldn't help but say softly, "Ed Wanqing, I have a secret to tell you." The woman opposite was obviously very angry. She was almost driven crazy by this little guy. The big bad master, the master, insisted on letting her teach Su Qianchen how to practice, which made her spend every day during this period. Insomnia. After calming down, Feng Wanqing took a deep breath and said, "Tell me what's the secret." The little girl quietly approached her and whispered in her ear, "Ed Wanqing, let me tell you quietly, my father hid your paintings when we were at home. Many times I saw him secretly taking them out to look at them. He also threatened me not to tell my mother, otherwise he would not take me out to play." Feng Wanqing. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. She was a little uncomfortable being discovered by a 5-year-old girl. "And master, what's the point of secretly looking at her paintings? If you have the ability, come to the Empress Palace to find her. I won't eat him. Shish. Feng Wanqing stopped the little girl from talking. She asked with a cold face, Su Qianchen, does anyone else know about this? The little girl shook her head cutely. Feng Wanqing glared at her, okay, now this matter is a secret between the two of us. If you dare to tell it, I will sue you in front of your mother. Also, practice hard right away. Su Qianchen. She was about to cry. Forget about being threatened by her father, now even Aunt Wanqing is threatening her. Wuxi doesn't like practicing is not fun at all. Night. Su Qianchen, who had been practicing for a day, was coaxed to sleep sweetly by the maids of the Empress Palace. Feng Wanqing sat alone on the stone steps in front of the Empress Palace, holding her chin in her hands and looking into the distance without blinking. The next second, she raised her head slightly, a white jade hairpin shining softly in the black bun. Her eyes looked through the mottled cloud shadows to the clear and dark sky. Her eyes seemed to penetrate through layers of time and saw some scenes that had been engraved deep in her memory. At this moment, a ripple appeared in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised slightly, as if she had seen something pleasing. In a trance, I saw a man in white, as gentle as jade, wearing a plain white robe, the corners of his clothes fluttering gently in the wind, as if walking from the misty clouds. His posture was as tall and straight as a pine, just step by step. Every step he took towards her seemed to be stepping on her heart. Master. Feng Wanqing just looked at it quietly, her eyes full of obsession and nostalgia, as if everything around her had ceased to exist, and only she and the man in white were left in the world. In front of this ancient Empress Palace, time seems to have stopped at this moment, leaving only this beautiful picture, like a scroll treasured by the years.